It's all good. Hey, you guys can hear us, hopefully. Talk for me real quick, Pong.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Good morning, everybody, on a Saturday.
Yes, they can. They can hear us, and we are locked in. Real quick, let me go help my daughter with some good old cereal this fine morning, and I'll be right back. Pong, if you want to chop it up with the people backstage, I'll be right back.
Lucky Charms, Fruity Pebbles, what we got?
Fruity Pebbles. We're doing Fruity Pebbles, I believe, this morning.
My man. Yes. Fruity Pebbles. I gotta say, it's really hard. Cereal discussions are always hard because I've had so many in my lifetime, and I don't know about you guys, but I always forget like a couple of them when I run through my favorite all-time cereal list, and then somebody will bring it up and he'd be like, oh, damn it, that's right. That's a great one too. But I think Fruity Pebbles is consistently top 3 for me cereals all time. I got to say that. So yeah, while Steele goes and gets the kiddo set up with a little bit of breakfast. How you doing, chat? I see everybody out here. Look at all these great people in here. We got Talos Ray in the house. We got Joe Dunmore. We got Eastside Vandal. We got Six Slay. We got Andrew Cullinane. We got the one and only Lore Master Jasper. Jasper, Steele was telling me that earlier in the chat you're giving away stories of Starfield. Spoiler alert. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. But your ships are freaking amazing. Your ships are off the chart, Lore. So are Steels, by the way. Steels are looking great too. We got a lot of great people in here, and I'll shout out names when we actually get into the live show as well. I'll do that, but thank you all for being here on another fabulous Saturday. This right here is the face of a man whose entire sleep schedule that was getting back on track, getting into that good level of sleep each night has been completely thrown off by Starfield. So that's probably not shocking to anybody who has joined us for the past 3 years as the hype level has grown for this game. As you heard me talk about it, it's probably, again, no surprise to you, but my God, this game has absolutely enthralled me. And we'll probably talk a little bit here in the intro when Steele and I get live. But I just got to say, the fact is, this week, actually exclusively this week, I have only been playing on the Series X at night. So obviously, you guys heard me praise the PC version, and I had played a little bit on the Series X version. But this week, with these long days with work, I've been playing Starfield, just coming home, crashing on the couch and playing Starfield direct from the Series X. And I got to say, it's doing pretty well.
Is it?
Yeah. Again, I'm different because I don't have a problem with 30 frames. I never have had a problem with 30 frames.
Which is fine. I mean, hey.
You know what I'm saying?
You know.
And overall, I understand graphically what I'm giving up between the two versions, obviously. But in terms of just playing the game and doing what I'm doing, because I'm not running main missions, I'm not doing any. I'm out. Actually,
the game was boring if you're not doing those things, though.
Yeah. I know. I had to come to 3. I had to verify 3-bit was not a liar with somebody on Twitter.
Oh, really?
So on X, yeah.
What was the statement that they made? We don't need to know the person, but what was the
statement? No. The statement because 3-bit had put out a post concerning Starfield and had talked about how he knew people that had played for, over 10 hours plus on one planet. Mm-hmm. And somebody came in and said that was in fact a lie, that there was no way you could spend 10 hours on one planet, that it is boring as hell. Of course, calling his statement a lie and then backing it up with opinions. So, and then he went on to call 3-bit a fanboy, saying can't take anybody serious like this.
Nice.
Yada. You know me, Steve. Normally I don't engage, but 3-bit tagged me and said,
I didn't even see the post.
Yeah. 3-bit tagged me with laughing emojis and said, do you want to verify? Right? Do you want to verify? So I did actually respond last night and said, no, I put over 12 hours on Crete. I went through the person in question's account real quick just to see what type of person he was. He wasn't a pony by any stretch of the imagination, but he seemed to be obsessed with jumping onto random posts that were excited about Starfield and making disparaging comments towards those people because he himself was very disappointed with the game. right? So because he's disappointed with the game, now he's running around calling people liars, shills, fanboys, etc.
Okay.
If they enjoy Starfield. So I called him out on that. And all I did was say, hey, don't know you. Taking a look at your account, I see that you're spending a lot of time making these types of posts. So why don't you take a step back and realize that you're upset that at other people's joy and just how effed up that all is, that you can't fathom people enjoying a game that you personally are disappointed in. And of course, he came back this morning. I woke up to his response this morning and didn't acknowledge the fact that he had called 3-Bit a liar or a fanboy.
Why would he do that?
Right. He came back with the good for you. And then went on to say, once again, moral opinions that it's a good enough game, but it was overhyped. Again, this is the discourse that I don't understand at all, Steele. And I saw him respond to some other people who had come in underneath this post as well, and point out the Baldur's Gate 3 and say that Starfield is very shallow RPG.
In comparison.
Two wildly different types of RPGs. Wildly different. And again,
they definitely are.
People don't understand nowadays, Steele, in conversations, because it's become an accepted way of having a discourse, that when you use adjectives such as shallow, that is still an opinion at the end of the day. I would say, I don't think that Starfield is a shallow RPG. I would never use the term shallow when it comes to Starfield, because I'm running around as my life as a pirate right now, doing what I want to do in this game. Within boundaries, which there's always going to be in video games. There's boundaries in Baldur's Gate 3 that you can't get around. There's always going to be limitations as of this point with video games because of tech, because of all that goes into the writing, all of that kind of stuff. But I would never call it shallow. But again, that's his opinion. It obviously did not provide him what he was looking for in an RPG, or what they were looking for in an RPG. So that's fine. That's okay. But again, to be randomly jumping into people's posts that you don't know on Twitter because they are expressing joy in the game and using terms like lie, shill, fanboy, etc., that's where you lose the argument right there, because you're not having an actual discussion. You're just slandering because people are liking something that you don't like. That is where we're at nowadays with a lot of this stuff on Twitter, on X, on social media in general. This is where we're at with a lot of the journalists out here as well, which we may get into yet again this week, Steele, because
we need to get into that. There's a lot of in-betweens and gamer talk that I feel like we need to have, and conversations. Also, along with that, I think at this point, since we're not only just in early access, but since we're a little bit closer, well, not closer, we are after the full release of Starfield. I wanted to see if you could possibly maybe set up some line of questioning, or kind of lead the Starfield conversation once again, as we have that now that we're in we've put more time in, 1, 2, there's a lot more discussion being had around it. Again, one of the points that you made, the whole Baldur's Gate thing, that the game's extremely shallow, the other thing too that I was hearing and people were like quadrupling down on, is that the game doesn't get good until about 20 to 30 hours. Now, Pong,
again, that's what
I'm one of the worst. I'm one of the ones that are the worst about that kind of thing, right? And I've made those statements here. Again, I'm not the Bethesda dude. I see other people making those same statements and then saying, "Oh, this game just didn't do for me what I thought it was going to do." Maybe I was the only guy from the outside that was just like, where I'm like somewhat, I'm just going to say satiated, because that's kind of how I feel. I didn't know what to expect. I mean, of course I had an expectation because I know what their pedigree is, but I didn't come in with like any preconceived notions like, oh, this is the way that their games are, and it needs to be this way, and if it doesn't have A, B, C things, then it's a bad game. Although the biggest critique that I could personally give Starfield, at least right now, that I do and can agree with some people with, although I still think it's a bigger conversation, is that I can see why people say it's Fallout 4 or Fallout in space, or it's this game in space, or it's one of their other games in space. I think it's a lot more than that, but I can see why people say that because, again, it's a Bethesda game. There's a lot of their a lot of their systems are going to carry through in their games. And the funny thing to me, and I think this is going to be another good point that we can get into also during the show, is people feel like the way that they approach game mechanics, as far as being able to touch as many things as you're able to touch, and apparently the world's not really, there's not that many things that you can actually touch within the world, from what I've heard also. Now, mind you, I have over 72 hours in the game, so I can only tell you what I heard because I don't have enough time in there. So, I think that's another interesting point. And again, is the game perfect? No, it is not perfect. Is the game? I don't think that this game set itself up the way that Cyberpunk set itself up as far as expectation goes, right? In the lack of meeting that expectation, I don't think it's the same. And that's another part of the conversation that I've seen this week. That people are saying that this is very similar to what CD Projekt Red did, and I just don't agree with that. Right? That there was just there's people who overhyped themselves, and I can see that, and they tried to make it something else. But as far as saying that it released with this overblown expectation the same way Cyberpunk did, I do think it's a little bit disingenuous. But we can talk about that and see how that goes. You know.
Yeah, we'll definitely get into it, Steele. I think there's a lot of different conversations to be had. There's other stuff going on that, again, I've been completely out of the loop. I'll be, really completely accurate. I haven't been on Twitter or X, I should say, except to post about Starfield. But there are some other things we're going to get into as well this week. Outside of Starfield, I think we'll jump into a couple different conversations. We got some Forza Motorsport previews coming up this week, so that'll definitely change the conversation once we start hearing people's opinions about that. Well, I'm talking about just us in general, our again, the next big game on the horizon for a lot of us, right? It's gonna obviously throw some mix in there with Starfield, but Starfield has been all consuming. And for anybody out there listening, whether you're here live in the chat or in the future, again, if Starfield's not your game, I feel bad for you, because the conversations, especially on these kinds of podcasts with people who are enjoying it, that's what it's going to be. Again, we talked about this deal, and even for the people that are enjoying Starfield but are just sick of the conversation, listen, there hasn't been huge breaking news out there outside of some small things here and there. Starfield really has. Again, it's the black hole that I talked about. Starfield itself, good, bad, everything in between. It's basically just sucking all of that into itself, because that's what a game like Starfield does. And again, for the people out here trying to claim that it can't be game of the generation, it can't be game of the year, all you got to do is look at the conversation right now.
Well, it can't be in comparison. Yeah. The reason I see a lot of people saying that is they say in comparison to Baldur's Gate 3, it can't be.
Sure. And again, that's an opinion, and I can hear that opinion, right? That there's nothing wrong. There's, personally, to me, I don't get offended if somebody wants to say that, because it is their opinion. And Baldur's Gate 3 to me, again, I got to get back to it, but I'm over 40 hours in the Baldur's Gate 3, and I already said that was becoming top 10 all time for me, right? So I can hear that conversation. Baldur's Gate 3 is genre defining for CRPGs. So, but the simple fact is, for me, we're getting two games in the same year that can be game of the generation, that can be your personal game of the generation. Again, there's no way to clearly define that, because it's all going to be based upon perception. Not everybody in the entire world who is a video gamer played or enjoyed Skyrim. That's just a fact. I get it. You're one right here, Steele. But the fact is that to a lot of people, Skyrim defined that generation, right? that's why I say all these conversations, why people get so overly upset at these conversations, or the thought that somebody could think that Starfield is game of the year, number one, let alone game of the generation, is so weird to me. Because again, that goes under the assumption that everybody plays games like you, that only people enjoy. Again, we're getting into a full conversation. Sorry, we should just jump into live because we're getting in deep to some of the big discussions that I think are bigger than even just Starfield itself. There have been people that have clearly come out, and we've talked about this deal, but I think this is another, and this is journalists and this is gamers in general. There are people who are clearly, because of Starfield, shouting from the rooftops who they are, not only as gamers, but as people, and how they look at things. And if you are still engaging with these people, if you are still giving these people attention, that is on you. Again, I'm done trying to tell people stop doing it, because you're going to go do and spend your time and energy where you want to. And if engaging these types of people is what does it for you, then so be it. But don't turn around and ask, why do these people still come out? Why are these people still talking? Why are these people still writing articles like this? Why are these people still, why are these people still acknowledged as, journalists, right? Why do these people still have fans? Why do these people still have channels? Why do anybody watch this?
People love
Don't ask that question if you are engaging with these people, right? And if you are promoting their stuff, whether it's quote tweet or whether it's a screenshot, you are still promoting them. And you're promoting their narratives. So at the end of the day, you can do all that. Just don't turn around and ask why they're still valid, because you give them validation by doing that kind of stuff in turn. But I think that people have definitely exposed themselves more so with Starfield. If you didn't know who somebody was and they've been posting about Starfield, you're going to have a very clear indication of who they are, because that's what this game has done. Right. That's what it really has shined a light on a lot of roaches out here. So is what it is. So we'll get into it though. Still,
yeah, we're good. We're definitely going to get into it. And first off, before we go live, I want to say backstage, Dragonheart Yobi hitting us with the 20 memberships, and shout out to all the new members, all the new splitters, I should say, who have now been welcomed into the crew, jumped in, I should say, by Dragonheart Yobi himself. Please, anybody that ends up getting a membership, please shout out to the wonderful mod out there, Dragonheart Yobi, for showing us some love.
Truly a legend in this community. Truly a legend.
Definitely it. Let me see real quick. I want to see if I can get y'all some shout outs for our newer members. So that's Dragonheart Wolf, Dragon Wolf, excuse me, Jonas the Dad, Ozzy Fan 80, General Spartan. Got an Asian name in here. I can't say that because it's just the lettering. Rudy and Saya Wajaya, shout out to you. Reign of the Third Eye was going on. Black Conflict X, G-Con, Dolanite, Derek Johnson, it was Slackrow. You have been a member for over a week, so appreciate all the new splitters hitting us in chat. And thank you, Yobi, for the memberships. Again, for that membership, you do get the RTS view and ECP emotes down there. And for all the little help that you, I won't say little, every piece of help is always grateful, and I greatly appreciate that. Dragonheart Yobi again with 10 more split screen memberships. Hey, you gotta relax.
Listen, Yobi, stop spreading all this love around, my friend. Stop, man. You're showing people up out here. Yobi, just appreciate you. Again, it's never expected, but like Steele said, it's always appreciated here. Again, for us being a smaller channel, and two dudes who just come here every Saturday morning and do this for 3+ hours. It's special that we've developed this tight knit, community around living split screen, and Yobi, your energy overall throughout the entire community cannot be denied what you do, because you do it for so many different channels. And when you show up 100%. In chat, it is just, you explode into the chat pause and you just insert yourself with the positivity, with the great thoughts, and all the love that you bring with that. And that is something that is noticed, my friend. And I hope you realize that. I hope enough people tell you that. I know you do get your flowers a lot, as much as you give out flowers. But I think that's never going to be enough, because again, we need more people like that who do shine through a lot of the ugliness that's here with that positivity.
Absolutely.
And that goes for everybody in this chat. Everybody in this chat comes in here every week and just comes with great discussions,
bro, yeah.
civilized discussions, no matter what we're talking about at the end of the day. And that, again, is what we need, which goes against a lot of the grain that we see on social media these days, where negativity drives the attention. And that's unfortunate. That's where we're at. That's prevalent throughout, but we still have a gigantic group of people out here trying to promote positivity. That'll be a part of the conversation when we get into it today as well, because I think that's what I'm doing personally. And I challenged everybody a couple weeks ago with Starfield launching in early access and then into regular access to do that. And I'm doing it myself. I am retweeting when I come across gameplay, when I come across screenshots, I am retweeting that. I am tweeting out my own experience within Starfield to fight against the tide. And I gotta say, my feed, my X timeline, even though it's really cleaned up because I've muted so many people, really has shown that off this week, these past 2 weeks, in fact, with all the love Starfield is getting and all the excitement that people are having for this game. So appreciate you all. I just want to say that from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you all.
Absolutely. Can't say it enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's enough of us backstage. Let's go ahead and go live so the audio listeners will be able to join in on our conversation also. Again, I want to thank everybody who is here currently rocking with us on Live a Split Screen, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. But yeah, let's get it popping, man. Let's get it recording. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and beautiful people, good morning, welcome. How are you guys doing? Whether you're just tuning in this weekend or maybe you tuned in during your week, or if you're having a good week, having a rough week, no matter what, first off, I want to say thank you for tuning in. Second, I want to say hopefully the gods is walking with y'all. If not, I want to send you some energy, some love, and hopefully some guidance your way. Hopefully that'll help. But enough of that, because I have to introduce a non-console centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. We take that RTS approach. That's that real-time strategy, the games that I don't really have time for anymore, unfortunately. But it just means we pull ourselves out of the world. We look at the darker crevices of the map. We pull those resources together so we can build up a foundation to potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. Not only that, but for our splitters that are here, and for those who may be new, that's our members. So if you want to become a splitter, just go ahead and hit that member button right below this video. Or if on the audio side of things, come check us out on YouTube and come become a member if you'd like. But check out that ECP, educated consumer perspective, because that's something else that we definitely pride ourselves in here. We're going to bring a lot more of that today because, again, we're gamers. We're not in the industry. I don't develop games. Neither one of us do. But we do have years of not only gaming experience, but professional experience that I feel like really gives a well-rounded conversation to any of the topics that we bring here. Right here on Living Split Screen. And we go live every 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time, if you didn't know. And I'm one of the hosts, Steel Rain. That's a Steel Rain with the T being a 7, and you can Google that anywhere. I frequent the streets of Twitter, the Xbox ecosystem, just because it's such a well-rounded ecosystem. There goes me using that word again. It might be the word of the day right there. But you know I got to throw in a nonetheless. because I got to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen, not only in these YouTube streets, but somebody who is uncanny to me personally. The gentleman who is not an X-Men, but he is pulling Jean Grey to the side. My brother from another. The guy who is not Cyclops. Pong Soul. What's going on, brother? How you feeling?
I love the extra dramatic
You like
pauses
that?
This
like
morning. That was special. Steel.
Still something different. If you didn't like it, let me know in chat.
Oh my God, that was funny. Almost like you were skipping or forgetting things. What you were saying, that was awesome though. Hey everybody, welcome to Living Split Screen. Welcome to the real Living Split Screen. We are now live. We were just backstage already getting into big conversations. Usually it's Steele who jumps into big conversations early this morning. I did, but welcome everybody. Those of you tuning in live, those of you that are tuning in the future off of your favorite platform to listen to our show. Thank you all for being here. It is a Starfield Saturday yet again. Again, we are going to talk other things, but my God, this week, and Tim the Sorcerer, I feel you. His Starcation, he said, was interrupted by work. I had a little bit of work interruption, but I had real life interruption as well. To what I thought was going to be solid Starfield. That happens, unfortunately, when you are an adult and you do have outside responsibilities. But I think all of us that have sunk many an hour already into Starfield, which I have been in. And this week exclusively, I said this backstage, but I'll say it again here for everybody who's tuning in. Exclusively this week on my Series X. Again, I started out the majority of my Starfield, my Starcation, as Tim put it, playing on PC. That was the majority of my time. It was probably like 90-10 PC to Series X, maybe even 95-5. This week has been 100% Series X. So I've evened that out dramatically this week. And I gotta say, Steele, again, I'm different because 30 frames doesn't bother me. I'm different because, yes, do I see the dramatic difference in some areas as far as graphically goes, what I get on my high-end PC versus what I'm getting on my Series X? Yes, I do. But as far as the gameplay itself goes, because those two things don't overly bother me at all, the Series X version is really good. And I can sit down, crash on my couch after a long day at work, and I can still have the same type of enjoyment I do on my Series X, on my big screen versus my ultra wide and my PC. And that says something for what Bethesda has done here. Now that experience isn't going to be the same for everybody.
Right.
I understand there's going to be people out there that maybe do have both, like I do, that can't do the Series X version. And I get that. Okay. I do understand that. I know Mav has been almost exclusively playing on his PC because he has played on the Series X, but for him, it is a little bit too much of a difference. I hear that. That's not a problem. I just think overall, for anybody playing on console, you guys are getting exclusively on a console. You guys are getting a fantastic experience. Do I wish that there was an unlocked frames mode? Yes, of course I do. Do I wish they could have gotten it to 60 frames? Of course I do, because I am a believer that it does change how the game plays in 60 frames. It does. The feel is different. It is different. But overall, what a game. What a game this has been. This, and again, Stu, we're going to get into it. And I know you want me to kind of lead the conversation as we talk about Starfield a little bit, because we have to. Again, these games come along so few and far between. This isn't your everyday average run-of-the-mill AAA game showing up on the scene. This is something that, this is why Bethesda is special, everybody. Now, you may not agree, and that's fine. But I'm talking personally. This is why Bethesda is special. These games do something. They evoke different emotions than most games that I play do. And it's been no different with Starfield. And that is me playing none of the main missions outside of meeting Constellation. I have not run a single main mission yet. In fact, have only run one faction mission.
Well, you got to be bored, Paul. You got to be.
Yeah, I got to be bored is according to the conversations out there. That is, in fact, a lie. And this week's deal, and we can talk about this more, I guess. I think we should probably split this up, so I'll keep it short. But this week, I have been focused on actually more space exploration, which a lot of people have said is not good, has said that there's nothing out there. And again, that's all going to be personal. That's all going to be your opinion. But people are stating these things as facts, that Bethesda didn't put enough time into the space stuff. That what is the point of having your ship and creating a new ship when all you do is fast travel? Let me tell you something. As Please, I have put more and more time into actual space. Sure. Are you picking a spot and going to that spot and you are in this enclosed kind of space? I'll just call it enclosed, even though it's been proven now you can fly everywhere if you want to take 10 hours.
Yeah, it's not cool.
Right. But let's just say realistically, as a gamer, right, you're in an area when you fast travel. I'm legitimately, for me, blown away by how many random encounters there actually are. How many different things I have found. Because again, if you are going to do this, if you are going to explore space, if you're going to go survey the planets, because that is a mechanic in this game. If you're going to go survey the planets, this is exactly, Steele brought this up last week. This is Mass Effect. Okay. You are going to these different systems and you can, from space, survey the planet to see what's on it, right? If you're going to do that, which I enjoy doing, maybe you don't enjoy doing it, that's fine. I'm not talking to you, but I'm doing that. So if I'm jumping from space to space, I am getting into some shit when I'm jumping from space to space. There is probably 1 out of every 3 jump Steele somewhere in that neighborhood. Maybe it's 1 out of every 2, maybe it's 1 out of 3 where nothing occurs, nothing pops up. But all the other times I make those jump Steele, I'm getting into dogfights. I'm meeting some random encounter in space. I got traders. I got grandma. I have the choice whether or not to help somebody. I have the choice whether or not to pirate somebody. I get into dogfights. I find random things in space that it wasn't there because I happen to come across an asteroid field. And all of a sudden in that asteroid field, I pull up my scanner. Oh, there's cargo from some ship that blew up, or there's cargo from somebody that jettisoned their stuff out into space. And now I'm getting free resources, or I'm getting free credits, or whatever I find out there. Again, this is consistent Steele. I can't understand how people, unless you just simply didn't put the time in to jump from spot to spot. And again, that's cool. This is a sandbox. Play how you're going to play. But I don't understand how people are saying the space part is boring. As somebody who enjoys the space combat Steele, and as somebody who has now upgraded their ship completely, and I just opened up B class Steele.
Oh, did you?
Yo,
I did. I just did too.
I started to go into the modding last night of my ship and putting B class stuff on my ship.
It makes a huge difference.
I didn't commit to it. But I'm like, yes, because as somebody who's upgraded their ship, somebody who has put time into the shipbuilder, somebody who thinks the shipbuilding is absolutely 100% addicting. And I know you'll agree, Steele, because I see you out here creating stuff. I'm having a blast in the dogfights. I'm taking on 10, and now I'm playing on hard again, folks. I'm taking on ships that are 10, 15 levels higher than me. Sometimes I've taken on a couple 20 plus level higher than me, and I can feel, see, and tell the work that I put into my ship and how I'm able to take these enemies on. And I'm walking into entire space battles between the UC and spacers where I warp in, jump in, and all of a sudden there's 6, 8 ships fighting in front of me. And I'm thrown in the middle of it. And everybody's my enemy right now, Steele, because again, I turned down the UC's offer to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet, no spoiler. I think everybody knows that that's a mission. I turned them down, so they are now my enemies. So when I walk into one of these battles, it's just red names everywhere, Steel. Red names everywhere. And I got to figure out who I'm going after, and I got to watch my flank at all times. I am having personally an absolute blast. This game, again, is not perfect. Nobody I've seen has claimed that this game is perfect, even the 10 out of 10s. As we know, a 10 out of 10, and again, that's a whole nother conversation, review scores. For all these review sites, a 10 out of 10 is not a perfect game. But what I'm going to say is that this game has, at every single turn, exceeded my expectations. I have gripes with the game. I have critiques with the game. I have things that, of course, I would have loved to have seen in the game if this was a utopian world where we got everything we wanted. But that's not how I'm playing the game. That's not how I'm looking at this game. That's not how I look at those games. That's why Cyberpunk became a GOAT for me, because I didn't look at all the things it was missing. Again,
I like
that's your personal choice. But for me, this game has exceeded every single expectation that I had. This is what I wanted from Bethesda, because I don't want Bethesda to change. And that's another conversation that we are now having, because journalists, big time journalists who have been in this industry for 20 plus years are writing entire articles where they use the word niche for a Bethesda game, over 10 times in their article, as if you're not broadcasting your intentions when you do that. Literally.
Well, somebody told me
word niche.
Somebody told me that I'm part of the niche of Bethesda games now. Although I've never played their games like that. Their games are the Bethesda games are niche, and I'm in the niche.
That means Spider-Man is niche. That means that all exclusives are niche titles. That means Zelda is niche. I cannot believe I can, because again, I've seen it elsewhere. I've seen it lots of places. The fact is that this narrative running right now is crazy to me after playing this game 60 plus hours, not touching a single main mission, only touching one of the faction missions, which I know already, I've heard, and I already know from playing previous Bethesda games. Factions are some of the best content in the game.
The first thing I would suggest for you to do, Pong, is Vanguard, mainly only because, and the only reason I say do that whenever you can or whenever you get a moment, you're like, all right, I want to do some missions. The only reason I say that, and it's unfortunate that the game doesn't point you that direction kind of first, is it literally gives you the entire backdrop of the game. It literally gives you the best setup, representation of what to expect, the world that you're in, why things are the way that they are. It's not like I don't want to give anything about it, because it's extremely unique. Yes, is it 10 minutes of listening to something, but it's also 10 minutes of looking at the backdrop and just taking the moment in and the way that they talk about it. It's not, to me, it wasn't boring. I thought it was super dope. But I know exactly what you're talking about, because I've already heard about it. Right.
Again, I'm a guy who, I appreciate that you're not giving it away for anybody who hasn't done Vanguard yet. I already know most of the side story stuff, because I've listened to other people and I've read other people. Right. And again, because spoilers don't ruin a game for me. And when I get to that point, Steel, when I want to play that way, I'll get into those games, right? I'll get into those side missions. I'll get into that story. I'll get into that lore. But right now, I don't need to. Right now, I'm doing my thing. Right now, I'm pirating everybody and then blowing them up so that there's no witnesses, so I don't have a bounty. That's what this game allows you to do. I'm role-playing my space pirate right now. That's what I'm doing. And I'm having a great time, and I want to get my piloting up. How am I going to get my piloting up? By destroying ships, right? Got to level up, right? That's what I'm looking for. I want to get into that C-class Steel. I want to create a full-fledged big boy ship out there with massive amounts of armament, right?
It can only be so big, but yeah.
Right, it can be only so big, but compared to A-class, right?
Again, it's night and day. Yeah.
Right, it's night and day, and that's what I'm saying.
I don't even have it yet, so.
But again, I'll end it here. because we're going to have conversations about Starfield today. I'll end it here. This right now continues to move up my list as far as my favorite all-time Bethesda games. This is already past the Fallouts. So now it is encroaching on my Oblivion and Skyrim love. Okay. This probably will, again, unless there's a massive problem where I lose hours of gameplay and that causes me to really start going, nope, we're not doing that. This will become my favorite all-time Bethesda game, which when I say that, that means that this becomes my all-time favorite game, because Oblivion and Skyrim are 1A and 1B for me in terms of my all-time favorite games. This is everything I wanted. This is my Bethesda. This is why I fell in love with Bethesda. I put out a tweet this week that this is the reason why I became a gamer and will always be a gamer.
Oh, it's immersion breaking though.
Not only, yeah, I know. Again, everybody's new favorite word, immersions. It's just incredible, the hive mind mentality and how it works. And when you actually take a step back and you look at it and you watch it happen in real time, it's classic. I don't care. I played games for 40 years with loading screens. I don't give a shit. The fact is I put out a tweet this week that these experiences, and it's not just Bethesda, it's in gaming total, but these types of experiences, this one specifically in Starfield, is the reason why I became a gamer. And it's the reason why I will always be a gamer. I love this game. I love this game beyond what I thought even I was going to. I didn't, as much as I was hyped for this game, as much as I was excited for this game, again, sci-fi is secondary to me when it comes to high fantasy. As much as I talked about this game, I did not think that it would surpass Oblivion and Skyrim as my favorite all-time game and my favorite Bethesda game overall. I did not think that coming into it. But here we are. And again, that tells you everything you need to know about my opinion on Starfield. It will continue to move forward as I go along. This game is like none other that I've played as far as a total package goes for a sci-fi game. This is what, and again, I hope in the future with Starfield 2, when they make Starfield 2 and the tech is that much better, 16 years from now or whatever the hell it is, I hope that they take another leap forward in terms of a lot of different things. But right now, this gives me, and I heard Jaffe talking about this.
Honestly,
Jaffe had a great thing. Jaffe had a great conversation about this.
I listened to it,
yeah, you listened to it. So you want, and again, Steele, I grew up 70s, 80s sci-fi. For those of us that have that nostalgia, this is a dream come true. This is my Star Trek. This is my Star Wars. This is all of those old sci-fi shows that I used to watch on TV rolled into one package where I get to go live out my dreams. And it really does remind me of all of those, on top of your great descriptor that this is Mass Effect and Skyrim, or Mass Effect and Oblivion put together. That's kind of what this is, but that's what that lends itself to, is because that's what Mass Effect did for me, was give me the start outside of no aliens, right? Outside of just creatures, right? Just, we don't have alien humanoids anywhere running around talking. But this gives me all of those dreams that I had as a kid in one package. And again, I can't replace this. This right now, what I'm enjoying, I don't see myself playing another game for a long time. I really don't. I don't see myself as a grazer going back to grazing for a very long time because of Starfield. I have not had one single itch over 60 hours in this game to go do any other game, even in short, limited terms where I haven't had as much time as I would like to. It's still Starfield for me. I'm popping into and seeing what I can get done. So I'll end it there. I've talked too much. I've rambled too much. These are our intros. These are but this is really special. Starfield is phenomenal. And there's no question about it. Not perfect, but it's phenomenal. And so for me, that's where I sit right now, Steele.
Yeah, we're going to branch off many different ways, because we've got to talk about the way that people find the game boring, or the fact that it takes, I'm not going to say it's a fact, it's an opinion, although it's a ever-grossing opinion. It seems to be catching like wildfire, and it seems to be the opinion of many people, even people who probably haven't actually played the game, or haven't put enough into the game. And again, I am one of those people who say that you can find out whether a game is for you or not within the first 10 hours. I don't think any game should take you 20 to 30 hours for you to find any interest in. That makes no sense. I mean, time is valuable. If you aren't feeling, if you're not feeling that your time is being valued, then why are you doing it? That's kind of the point of the hobby, I thought, right? The passion. You do it because you enjoy it. You don't do it because you're being forced to, unless you're just doing it to be part of the conversation. Well, I mean, that's a different thing. But I do think that I feel like I can speak for me and Pong on this. There's a reason why I like to say that we're not console centric, and I like to. We constantly have this ever expanding, I should say more so, conversation about the industry, not just one platform. Now, can things be skewed one way or the other, depending on what the news is, 1 week to the next? Yeah, of course it is. And we have also said, like Nick had mentioned in the chat, that we all have our biases. Of course we do. But I do think that me and Pong, as much as we may have a bias or may like a particular thing, I do think that we still have become from a very subjective place as gamers altogether. And per previous shows, I'm not going to get into it knee deep here, but I do think if you go back and listen to our previous content, that you'll get at least have an idea. And this is for newer people or even people who have been in the community and listening to us and tuning in, that you'll have a well-rounded discussion here about what's going on in the industry. How do we feel about it? And it just so happens that Starfield is going to be the main crux of the conversation. It was last week. We had an over 4-hour conversation just about Starfield, and that was before we even really put any time in, right? That's early access. Now, are we planning to have that big of a conversation about it today? Well, to be honest, it's going to vary, and there is many different points. I think what makes Starfield interesting for me, one, again, I wasn't expecting the game to be as interesting as it is. I wasn't. I see other people that have come out and stated that, hey, I'm not this person and I don't get why people like this game. Or they're saying, like myself, hey, I'm not that person and I'm really enjoying this. Like Kate, for an example. And again, people can say, oh, well, she's part of the Fun Spec fam. You guys are going to cap for each other and do all this. Anyway, look.
She hasn't played a lot of games we've played. She never jumped into Diablo once.
Yeah, no, and Diablo's in a kind of a dire place right now, apparently. It's kind of set. Yeah. That's kind of weird to see coming from launch. But anyway, that's different. But seeing the expanded reach that I've at least personally experienced from Starfield, and I'm talking about on every avenue, because I'm kind of everywhere, right? I'm not as active everywhere, like in your Facebooks and your Reddits and your YouTube comments and things like that. I did respond to some folks in comments this week because I was on with Boom and people were saying that I was being down on Star. I was just like, I'm trying to understand what you were hearing in comparison to what I was saying, but nonetheless, it's another one of those to where it's hard to deny the impact that this game has, right? And it's also interesting when people say that the game has no impact or that the game is exactly the same as it was in comparison to its other games, and then also see another side of a more consistent fan base, the louder fan base typically, which is typically where a lot of our main conversation pieces come from, also state that the game is boring. It's a niche game all of a sudden. Bethesda makes niche games. Let's see what else. Again, the whole 20 to 30 hour thing to get into the game. And again, that's just, those experiences aren't mine. Am I saying that you can't have that? No, you probably could have that, right? It wasn't me, and I didn't listen to people when they say, oh, you should mainline the game. Me and Paul had that conversation backstage, and I'm not that dude typically either. I like to go wherever the story kind of takes me, where the game kind of wants me to go. So with whatever feeling that it gives me. But I purposely said, all right, let me see what the game is going to give me. And the game didn't give me I need to do the main mission kind of feel. It gave me hey, Steele, how do you want to approach this? Okay. Hey, Steel, you know what the game always gives me? Hey, Steel, how do you want to approach this situation? And then that's where Baldur's Gate comes in the conversation. And it's part of the reason why, Pong, as we talk about this, I do want you to lead some of the conversation, at least about Starfield. And I can bring in some points about the things that I've been hearing, and then we can kind of bounce off of each other from there. But the main reason is because you've played both games, and people make the comparisons and say Starfield falls short in comparison to Baldur's Gate 3. And again, yes, they are different games, and yes, you can compare some of the things that they are doing, but you also have to be honest on the level of the types of games that they are. Right.
From a development standpoint, you can't though. The teams had two different goals in mind when they created these games.
That's like, also very different.
Sorry, but it's just real.
No, yeah, I mean, and that's a fact that the teams definitely did have two very different approaches to how they developed the game. Again, Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access for 3 years, and again, the community helped build that game. And the reason why it's as successful as it is because they listened to the community. They took in they made a good game overall. That's what I would expect for you to do when you approach it that way. That's what a successful. That's the outlook on how to do something like that successfully, right? Take a known IP, take an idea, apply some things that you had from your previous games, and say, all right, well, how do we mold this? Okay, what do our players want? And there's other issues that we've seen from that in further acts apparently down the line in Baldur's Gate 3. So that's obviously not a perfect game either. And from what I've seen from the game, obviously it's not perfect because it doesn't pull me in either. So all the same points that people are making for Starfield, I can say about Baldur's Gate. And just because Baldur's Gate is now coming to PlayStation, I don't think that that's now a reason why we should. Now you're up on it. Now you're hype about Baldur's Gate. This wasn't a game that a lot of people were probably interested in previously, which is fine. But I wasn't interested in Starfield. Like I got Pong hyping me up. I jumped into Skyrim. I've jumped into Fallout 4. I've played Elder Scrolls. Like there's other games of its caliber that I've been around, but I wasn't expecting for me to be over 70 hours engrossed into the game and not even I just dropped off my second relic maybe. That's not even far into the story. I did maybe 3 main missions. I'm on so many faction quests. I'm pulled this direction. I'm over here with the Crimson Fleet. I'm over here with Freestar. I'm over here with the UC. I just completed the UC the spy thing that you were talking about last night, Paul. What a great side. How much the pressure you feel, the way that they want you to approach the situation. And the one thing that I will say that I do agree with people on, I don't know if it's necessarily a shortcoming. It does seem, and this may be a thing that has always existed in Bethesda games, you are very limited on how you can approach your situations. Versus like a Baldur's Gate 3 where you have a little bit more choice in that. But again, it's the way that the games are designed. And since I don't have that experience, there are some things and there are some situations where I walk into them and I say, all right, well, if I close this door and I smack this fool and then nobody will see it, but for whatever reason, everybody still gets alerted. Mm-hmm. Or there's situations where it's like, all right, well, if I play it out this way, then I'll be able to kind of go about this situation my own way, or maybe these people won't like me. But it's not like that. You're kind of guardrailed by maybe your companions sometimes. If you're not bringing companions, then it's not going to bother you. Or if you're not worried about how that's going to impact the overall story, maybe that's not going to bother you. But I have found myself in situations where I'm like, and I think this is also part of and again, Pong, you can let me know if this is kind of part of the whole saves coming thing. There are situations, not just that, but like what is known for Bethesda style games. I have found myself in situations where it's like, all right, let me see what I can get away with here. I'll go into menus, save my game, and go crazy. And just see what I can accomplish. And if I don't like the reaction that I got from doing that, just because I was testing, because it's not something that I literally wanted to do, but it's like, okay, let me test what limits the game is really giving me. And then you there's no better feeling than hitting that save, doing what you're going to do, and then be like, all right, yeah, that's what I just was testing, and I wanted to see what was going to happen.
I did that at the Red Mile still, real quick. I did that at the Red Mile.
Still haven't done that
early on, right? I did that at the Red Mile because there's a bunch of, and I saw somebody else who ingenious. Again, that's the part that Bethesda with the sandbox, people find different ways to accomplish what you were trying to accomplish that you didn't think about doing, but somebody did. And it's genius. I'm going to go back and I'm going to use this person's technique. But there's a bunch of, at the Red Mile, if you haven't been there yet, right? It's kind of a gambling wild spot, right? So it's a live
I found
spot.
it for ship purposes, but I haven't done it yet.
Sure. But again, inside there's a bunch of tables with a bunch of credit sticks because people are gambling, right? And there's a bunch of credit sticks. And so I wanted to test it out. I had my chameleon backpack, right? And I wanted to test how good it was, but they set it up so that everybody's watching you at all times, like Steel was kind of alluding to. It is what it is, but I want to test it out. So I tried to steal the credit sticks, right? I tried to get into, because anybody who plays Bethesda games or anybody who plays open world RPGs, there's sometimes you can game the game itself. If you get into a certain little spot, you can get out of the way. Nobody can see you. You're enough in the shadows, whatever the case may be, and you can grab, stuff. I tried that. I got caught, of course. I tried it multiple times. I got caught. The final time, I'm like, you know what? Let's just see how far I can take this, because at the Red Mile, they use the what is it? The elliptic? Are they elliptic? I can't remember what they're called.
Ecliptic?
The ecliptic. Thank you. Yeah, mercs, right?
Yes.
They use them as security in this place, right? So they've got all these badasses hanging around who are all got this attitude. So I'm like, you know what? Screw it. Let's see how we can do this. So I got caught stealing. I saved, obviously, prior to doing it. But then I got into a full-fledged battle within the Red Mile with everybody.
Oh, damn.
Everybody. And I just wanted to see how long this was really early on in my gameplay. And I wanted to see how long I could last. And if I could find spots where I could hold down for a while and see if I could wipe everybody out. I wound up clearing out the entire Red Mile of people. Now, of course, some of the main people are just downed or whatever else because it would break the game. You lose the ability. But I just wanted to see if I could do it.
They remember it, though.
Right. I wanted to see if I could do it. So I tried it. I did it. I cleared everybody out. I was like, cool. I had a pile of bodies. I took a screenshot. I had a pile of bodies in front of one of the doors because I caught them all with a couple grenades and shotgun blasts and whatever else. That was cool. But did I want to keep my game that way? No, I didn't. So I reloaded and went back and started my game again from prior to that. That's the fun of Bethesda. I had another instance real quick too, Steel, where I actually did save it. I came across just a random colony on a barren planet, right? And these people had a bunch of stuff that I really wanted at the time. They had a bunch of stuff. So I went on a murderous rampage. Not going to lie. Cold-blooded murder. I was no longer just a pirate. I was a cold-blooded murderer. I just went on a rampage and took out this entire colony. Went around, grabbed everything. The unfortunate part is that somebody got far enough away from me so I couldn't clear all the witnesses to it. And then it reset. And so they went back to normal life, which again is a part of the game. Like, okay, you just went back to normal life after I just took out your entire, family basically in front of you. But anyways, it reset and they went back to normal life and I wound up with a bounty on my head. Now I could have reloaded and started that over, but I'd spent a ton of time hunting down people and taking everything that I wanted to take. I said, you know what? I'll pay the bounty. I'll keep the game playing as it is. So I paid the bounty off at a bounty kiosk, 15 grand. I still wound up ahead with everything that I got out of that colony. But those are just some of the things that Steeler's talking about, where you can save and reload if you want to. And I understand completely, Steel. That is a part of Bethesda game. You want to try things and see what you can get away with.
Right. Sure. And I think that's a thing that's most unique about this game, right? And I think it's kind of about the whole immersion side of things, is that this game is another game that's good at being a game, in my opinion, right? And I try to prevent myself from saying that because we're supposed to be coming from our opinions regardless. It's just, it comes across kind of cringy sometimes when you have to reiterate, oh, this is my opinion. It's coming from my mouth. It's my opinion.
Right. But people don't understand nowadays, Steele, and that's where we're at. You say something and people take it like you're speaking for everybody.
Right.
And it's like, no, because there are some people, let's be real, in this community that do that on podcasts that will act as if they are speaking for everybody.
They do
like
talk
their
that way. They do
opinion is actual fact. And they don't, that's the way they come off. And that's why I always reiterate that I'm only speaking for myself when I say this stuff, period. So
it was just an inner thought that I said out loud, because I do try not to say that. But when it's hard for me to talk about Starfield, it really is. I caught myself yesterday because I was on goodness gracious, what show? I was on with Slow Mo and Forte. Sorry,
DPS. Yeah.
My week's been woo, but I was on with them, and we were talking about Starfield and everything, and even then, I found it very difficult just to have an open conversation about Starfield. One, because there's a lot of things that I'd like to talk about that are spoilers, right? Pong wouldn't mind those things, and us having a conversation about that, but just have an open conversation about it. I just don't want to do a disservice to the community. Again, the game is new, it just came out, and there's a lot of things in here that I've experienced that I do feel would be spoilers, because I feel like they have been that kind of grand, right? Yeah. The type of adventures that I've been on. Again, I'll put it to you this way. Hogwarts Legacy, I was really high on that game too, right? And it was an extremely impressive game to me, and I still love that game to this day. Don't take anything away from that game. This game, Starfield, dwarfs Hogwarts Legacy in the way that it makes me feel about the game, the way that I'm playing it. And also, Hogwarts Legacy also kind of shows itself as a repetitive open world game. Outside of your maybe love for the IP, or outside of you get what you get back what you're putting into it, for sure, but in a more Ubisoft style than what you're getting comparatively in Starfield. Starfield, it seems like when you do those side mission things, when you do those off the path things, they lead other places. They take you they have you thinking about the story differently. They have you thinking about what you're doing in that moment differently. The relationships that you have with your crew. And again, I didn't think that any of the companions were going to be of any value. Like it's funny that I'm seeing more people now come out and use the Mass Effect reference, although I'll be fair and say there's also people who say that they don't understand that perspective. And again, for anybody that hasn't played Mass Effect, go play Legendary Edition. And I feel like, at least for me, it gives you this game gives you a perspective that I would like to ask Todd whether Mass Effect was a inspiration to him at all for this. Now, I mean, sure, they definitely looked at probably other Space Odyssey games and things of that nature, and there's not like there's an ass load of them anyway. But I only ask that question because there's so many things that kind of lean in that same tandem, and if the actual story of the game is as good as people are saying who have played the main story of the game and completed it, if it is that grand and everything that I'm doing still currently, again, I'm on the third side mission, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm over 72 hours in. I can't see myself stopping. Right? I've put down Armored Core 6, which is still very high up for me. But I don't know where even that fits into the fold, just because comparatively, this game is different. I still haven't built an outpost. I don't know what that looks like. And I could, because No Man's Sky, you can ask Boogeyman, he might be in the chat. I got engrossed in that on accident. It wasn't something I was purposely trying to do, but I'm in here playing Starship Builder, making the gunship from the Clone Wars, from Star Wars. Like doing, and now that's because I wanted a hauler, and I know you get another hauler from main story quest, but there's another reason why I wanted to get my ship design up some more, because I need some more thrust, man. Pause. I need something that's going to help me push get my hauler moving a little faster, because I have like over 3,200 inventory space in there. You goddamn right, that's my main ship right now. I built that thing yesterday. It was like, I could have 3,200 inventory on this. Oh, this is my main thing right now. I'm a fly, and I like the way that it looks. Is it a perfect replica? No, but it's Starfield's version, right? In MG, and the only reason I could really do that with Armor Core, because he says, wow, still put Armor Core on the back burner. That's how you know Starfield hit. I'm also on my third playthrough of Armor Core, right? To get the true ending.
You got your playtime. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, I can come back to that, and Armor Core 6 is going to be better later, right? Again, that's the bad thing about single player games, and the way that the PvP is set up in there right now is just, it's going to be better later, and I don't mind coming back to that. And I know there's going to be DLC for this game, because the game, I want to see what the actual units are still, but yes, Yobi, I got 3,200 inventory on my gunship right now, along with that's not even including the additional storage that I have for the shielded cargo. I'm still trying to figure that out, because you do end up getting devices later that help shield the cargo, and I got like multiple of them, and they don't stack. So it's weird, because it'll be like, 10% chance to dodge a scanner, and then you have another one that says 30%. So I'm like, all right, I'll combine three to 30s to get 90, and then I'll do a 10, 100%.
No.
And then I go to get scanned one time it's 70, the next time it's 35. I'm like, what? That's not 100. Well, what is going on? So it's like, did I waste money? Maybe it still gives me that higher chance, but it's just Eastside Vandal MG Starfield opened her legs, looked at Steel Ray and said, "Come here, baby." Y'all are so stupid.
Love it.
But it's also weird. It's just also weird to me, and it's kind of why I wanted to give it off to you, Pong, too. Why I wanted you to lead it more so, because again, like I started off with, it's hard for me to talk about Starfield, and to go into many different avenues. So I kind of want to start off with the whole boring aspect, and how people feel about that, how you feel about that, Pong. I know you, again, have strayed away more so from the main path than I have. I've definitely been, side missioning it up, factioning it up, and doing some things, because there's money to be made there, and to unlock some things. And Jasper, real quick, to answer your question earlier, you asked me about Delgado. I did it for my own reasons. That's why I have his outfit. It has nothing to do with the other faction. There's not the reason. Now that has benefited me in a very grand way, and I'm interested to see how that plays out. But I did it for my own reasons. I know people are finding the Crimson Fleet dope, and they are dope. I like the music that they rock, and again, I like their outfits. They got some of the best armor, their spacesuits in the game. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find a higher level version of any of that stuff yet. But I ended up not really rocking with their mindset. One of them talked to me a certain way consistently, and I ain't nobody's bitch. I'm just not. You're not about to just keep talking to me this way and think you about to get away with it. Nah, I'm about to do what I got to do, and you have to come see me. I'm gonna do this for me now. I thought we had an understanding, but you real selfish. That's kind of my input. But anyway, back to it. And Jasper says he has 4,300 pounds. See, I still want the blend of being able to use the ship. I don't want it to be like fucking dumb slow. And there's certain engines that I don't have that I need to make up, because it'll blatantly tell you in the shipbuilder, hey, you need more engine power, or you will not be able to grav jump if you don't add whatever. I don't have those things unlocked yet, so I'm working on that. So, but there is additional things in C that do unlock and B, which is what, to Pong's point, what he was touching on for starship design and everything, it's imperative if you end up getting into it. But again, get back on topic, Pong, because people said space is boring. People said the game is boring. It takes 20 to 30 hours to get into the game. I don't know about you, Pong. I'm over 70 hours in. I haven't found a boring moment since I started the game. Maybe because I let the game take me wherever it wanted to take me in the very beginning, within the first 5 hours. And again, that was something else when the reviews dropped, that people said, well, the first 10 hours are just really off-putting, and I don't know about this game. It's weird to me that I'm not the Bethesda dude, and all the Bethesda people are saying that the early game is boring. Maybe it's a me thing. Maybe it's a consistency thing. Again, enough people have said it to the point where I have to believe it's the mass majority, right? It's not just the Twitter community or X community. It's Facebook, YouTube. There's a lot of people. You got big YouTubers. Shout out to Asman. I don't agree with all of his opinions on everything, but he is going on a kind of a thing right now. I don't think he's the Starfield dude either, but nonetheless,
no, he can put it down.
He's been on this tirade about the game being boring and being terribly developed and all these other things. And again, and he has an audience. So for me, I do feel like we still have to have the conversation of the way that you're talking to your audience about a game that you just didn't like, and you are being honest on it, but you're also talking about it as if the game is completely garbage, or that the game in some facets warrants the 4s and the 6s that some people have given it. And again, all that it's an opinion, but even if it's opinion, it's worth the conversation. So with that said, Pong, is the game boring?
I think we already know the answer to that I'm going to give you, right? Is no, of course not. It's everything that I wanted. I said this before and I'll say it again. It's everything that I wanted from a Bethesda game. I'm at a loss for what people expected or what they wanted, because again, I can't put myself in their shoes because I don't know prior to I brought this up because respect the hell out of Mr. Matty Plays, right? I respect the hell out of that dude. He's a
love his opinions
beyond my fandom for Bethesda.
He's heavy on it.
And he's a reviewer, and he's a guy who's created an entire platform and a business already based around video games. And so again, I gotta say, the dude knows what he's talking about, obviously, because he's spent his lifetime doing this, right? Or not his lifetime, but you guys know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he's made a whole career out of this, right? It's a professional career for him. Not that gives anybody anything different. Again, it's just like, he's still a human being and he still puts his pants on the same way every morning, all of that. But the fact is, obviously, I got to respect the fact that, being a gigantic Bethesda fan that he is, somebody who does do this for a living, that he came out with the opinion that that Starfield initially wasn't living up to what he was expecting from it either. Now, he's since that point put out tweets that say the more he plays it, the more he falls in love with it. So I agree with you, Steele, that there is a general consensus that the starting especially was boring to people. And I think, like you said, there's more than enough people who have said it that obviously, we got to take it seriously. People are seeing
the valid thought.
Or people are not seeing something up front that a large majority of people wanted from this game. And so for me, but it's hard for me, again, to put myself in their shoes because I'm trying to look at it from every angle. And I'm like, I don't understand. I've made clear there is a point in the beginning where I got upset at the game. Steele was in there. Mav was in there with me. Actually, everybody was in there with me. We were all in chat together when I got to a point where I was like, oh, no, they did not do this. They put up a second gate, which I have not experienced in a Bethesda game. They put up a second gate for me. And I thought that was a poor decision on their part. That was something that I did not expect in a Bethesda game, where I could not go anywhere I wanted to in the universe unless I absolutely went and met Constellation. That was a problem for me because that is not what I'm normally used to. Normally, again, once you get through the opening section of a Fallout game or Elder Scrolls game, the world is yours at that point. You don't have to go touch the main line ever. You can just go off in your own direction for hundreds, thousands of hours if you want to, never touch the main line. At this point, I was out of the mine, which again, I'm not doing spoilers, but I think everybody already knows how this game starts and opens. I was out of the mine. I was on my way. They allowed me, they sent me off to Crete. I followed that direction, went to Crete. But then at that point, the rest of the star map, even though I had the ability with the Discovery, the opening ship, to travel to different points, it would not let me travel there. It would only, there was one random place that I found where it would allow me to travel to. But outside of that, I couldn't go anywhere else. I had to go to New Atlantis. And for me, that's the one spot where I was like, yep, nope, no, Bethesda now, why'd you do this? And I was extremely upset.
Probably a sacrifice that they made. Yeah.
Yeah. I went and did it. And the rest of the star map opened. I could travel anywhere I wanted to. And I was back to normal again, whatever. But the fact is that people saying this game is boring. Okay, I'm not going to try to change your opinion.
Yeah, that's not
that. Like, hey, cool. Like, I don't understand why people then at that point become obsessed with talking about it nonstop. I will speak out on things I don't enjoy or I don't like, but I'm not going to continuously talk about them nonstop. Like, you don't hear me come on Living Split Screen every single week and talk about how much I don't like Zelda. And I don't understand why people enjoy Zelda. I don't understand why Tears of the Kingdom is as hyped as it is. You don't hear me doing that. I just don't want to spend my energy there. And people like Asmongold with a huge audience, obviously, again, making a living. Like, again, I understand why people enjoy his commentary. I understand why he's as popular as he is. He's a funny dude. He gets away with stuff that other people can't get away with because of his, the size of his channel and his influence. But I don't understand the idea behind, Starfield was boring to me. I dropped it. I'm going to continue to talk about it with my audience nonstop about how much they screwed up and why Bethesda, isn't the Bethesda of old. And boy, oh boy, Starfield was not the hype that I thought it was going to be. Like, I don't get that outside of the fact that it's engagement. The same reason why journalists continue to write negative articles about Starfield, comparing Starfield to Baldur's Gate 3, calling it niche. Like, they're just in it for the clicks, right? That's a business model. That's not actually moving the conversation forward by continuing to harp on the fact that you didn't like something. Like, in my opinion, like, that's where I stand. Mm-hmm. But I can't put myself in these people's shoes, because what I experienced from Starfield, except for that second gate moment, was everything that I had expected. Now, I think a lot of people steal, and this is, again, people got to take a step back and realize this is on them, that they thought Bethesda was somehow going to become a different developer, that they somehow were going to make a non-Bethesda game. And I think that a lot of that is because a lot of people, and I've seen this, and I will hold this opinion, that a lot of these journalists right now, and a lot of people in general in this community, a lot of gamers, have been brainwashed by other games, other types of games over the years. And they thought that Bethesda was somehow going to come out and cater to them and make a non-Bethesda game.
Please talk to them. Isn't Bethesda doing exactly what FromSoft is doing?
Yes. They are
making their style of game.
They're making their style game. Now, to From Software's credit, right? They went from a more linear style game to an open world game and pulled it off.
And it just happened
extremely to work. Extremely well. Again, I gave them all their flowers, right? I said the exploration there was very close to Bethesda style exploration.
Even they admitted that wasn't like, they didn't expect for the game to be this magical thing all of a sudden. They just wanted to do something different to try to open it up. And
Right. Bethesda already has mastered the open world RPG. They already have game of the year, game of the generation flowers underneath them. Why people thought that suddenly Bethesda upgrading Creation Engine to Creation Engine 2.0 was all of a sudden going to come out with a totally different style of game, I have no idea. No, I don't want that. If they wanted to do that, more power to them. I would have been like, hey, cool, go try something new. I'm always for devs trying something new. But when Todd came out specifically in early interviews and stated this was Skyrim in space. Okay. So what did you guys think that this was going to be? Like that's where I go, okay, so these were your own internal expectations of what you thought Bethesda was going to do.
Last of Us in space.
Right. Right. Bethesda, to me, they took the bar that they set and they raised it. They didn't change it, but they raised that already great bar. I don't want somebody who has created my favorite games of all time in Oblivion and in Skyrim to all of a sudden do something completely different. No, I want them to take that formula, that winning formula that has been praised for decades, and continue to just push that bar a little bit further forward. That's what they did. To me, that's what they did, exactly what they did with Starfield. So for me, when I walked into this game, I found none of it boring. I said, this is Bethesda through and through. This is exactly what I wanted from them. Sure, I had ideas. Sure, I had things that I would have loved to see in this game. Of course. But at the end of the day, I didn't find it boring at all because you were allowed to do what you wanted to do. They introed their game the way that they always intro the game. I think the more interesting discussion, Steele, is that they've admitted that they set up the opening as a way to not overwhelm people. And maybe in doing so, they actually had the reverse of, not the reverse effect, but they had a negative effect on how people saw that intro because they were trying to appease. And again, we've seen this a lot. And this is a bigger discussion that we've had in general with a lot of different games. You try to appease the masses in certain ways, and sometimes that turns off your fan base. Sometimes that can go against what made your games great. To me, I've seen people out here complaining that they don't handhold you through this entire process. That's when I got to look and say, maybe you've gotten used to a certain style of game.
Yeah. Oh, that's obvious. Yeah.
But then those same people are turning around, Steele, and praising Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 does not hold your hand, Steele. Baldur's Gate 3 does not explain how all 600 spells work to you. Baldur's Gate 3 does not explain how you can combine different abilities and spells together. They assume in their game that you have a baseline knowledge of RPGs, that you have a baseline knowledge of D&D walking into it. And if you don't, you're going to have to learn on the fly. You are going to have to seek out knowledge outside of the game itself in order to understand all the mechanics that are involved in Baldur's Gate 3. This is where I scratch my head. And I see these people that are talking out of both sides of their face. And I'm like, but why? Why do you need to be handheld in Starfield, which again, to me was nowhere near overwhelming, nowhere near anything outside of what I've normally experienced, besides the fact that there's now space and there's spaceship building and that kind of stuff. But again, general RPG fans should have a good idea. Open world, Western RPG fans, not JRPG fans specifically. But again, I can argue that JRPGs don't hold your hand either. And it's a lot of trial and error in them too, in a lot of ways, especially the older style ones. It wasn't overwhelming. It wasn't nothing new. It wasn't anything out of the realm of, oh my God, go try a 4X strategy game if you want to be overwhelmed. Go try a 4X strategy game and tell me that you're not overwhelmed by all the stuff you got to keep track of. Bethesda did a great job here with this intro. They eased people in like they said that they wanted to do. And then they opened the door and said, okay, your choice. Follow the main missions, decide to start doing some factions, or go adventure, go explore, just like all of our other games. So for me, this boring intro, I can't put my finger on why so many people think it is. Like we started by saying this, Steele, enough people have said it that I got to give it, I got to say it's valid, that this is an overwhelming opinion of people. But at the same time, for me personally, I can't put my finger on why people feel that. The intro was a good intro. Was it different from their other games? Of course, but this is a different game. This is a brand new IP, right? Was it the dragon attack that you get in Skyrim? No, but the other thing I've heard is people focus on that. And again, that was a bombastic, dramatic set piece type moment where you've got to run away from the dragon.
Yeah,
but people ignore the whole cart ride that you were put on trial prior to the dragon attacking. So there was this whole other part of that intro that people conveniently forget about Skyrim, that it wasn't just like you're throwing in dragon attacked, you're on the run, and then you're thrust in the world. No.
It was like a 10-minute conversation
lead up to that point. And again, the mining mission was set up very similar, Steel, and you've talked about this too.
Yeah, the dragon was the rock.
Yeah. The fact is actually in this one, again, you couldn't really attack the dragon. You were on the run from that thing. But the fact is, in this game, in Starfield, you go through this whole kind of lead up that kind of introduces you to the game, kind of gives you, oh, okay, I just touched the artifact and now I got to create my character. And then you are coming out of the mine. You meet Barrett, obviously. Again, no spoilers here. I think everybody knows this. They showed this off and everything. You meet Barrett, but then you're just thrust right into an actual battle where you're fighting. Like, you're not running, you're fighting. Like, they give you the gunplay up front. So I don't know how any of that's boring. I really don't. And then again, the second gate, which I don't agree with, you go meet Constellation, which then introduces you to the main kind of plot point of the story and who's behind it, right? Who you're going to be having as your teammates, right? And that whole setup. They do that, but that's it. Then the world is yours and you can go decide how much action or how non-action you want it to be. That's what I did. I did that prior to it because I spent over 12 hours on Crete alone exploring. So I just don't know, Steel. I don't know where people got this from. Again, I've rambled on long enough. I could talk about Starfield nonstop. The fact is that obviously people do think that this was a boring intro. I think some of it is hive mind mentality, that people read reviews, that people listen to people that they respect, that previewed the game, and that gave their either reviews in progress or their final reviews. And they started seeing this over and over and over again, that this intro is boring. And I think they kind of picked it up and ran with it in a lot of ways. Again, I'm not dismissing everybody's opinion. I'm not saying that people can't.
No, there's not people saying that. Again, it has to have some legitimate side to it. So,
but I just think overall, they did a great job. To me, Bethesda gave us a Bethesda opening. The one thing I will say that I do agree with other people on, Steel, the step out moments weren't as impactful as their previous games. And maybe that's just because I've played Bethesda games for so long and had those step out moments. Maybe this one, the step out moment from the mine wasn't as impactful as stepping out of the fallout shelter, wasn't as impactful as after you run away from the dragon and you're left basically in the wild of Skyrim and you're looking at this world going, okay, what do I do? It wasn't as impactful, that step out moment from the mine, and then even getting discovery and launching into space for the first time and being in outer space. Those two moments weren't the normal impactful step out moments that a Bethesda game has. And again, that could just be a me thing because of how much I played them, kind of knowing what to expect. But for you, Steel, were either one of those moments, were those moments impactful? That's why I'm turning it back to you right now. Were those moments, as somebody who hasn't played a lot of Bethesda, impactful for you when they happen?
I mean, touching the relic for that first time, maybe I'm just simple, and I just like that type of shit. Maybe it's just me.
Oh, I enjoyed that part too.
It makes me start thinking and it's like, oh, well, what's going on here? Maybe I'm simple in that way, but when I touched that stone, that was one thing that activated for me. And then waking up and realizing that I was unconscious. I just woke up and then you're asking me questions like, what the fuck is going on? And then you're telling me we need to go up and for what? What are we doing? What? No, y'all ain't going to question why this fucking rock thing is going on. And now we're going up. So and then you get into the fight, and then you get into space, and then you get a feel for, well, you start off with that first fight, just the way you up front get a feel of what the combat feels like, right? And whether you want to be first, third, whatever the case, that is the first instance of that, and that kind of gives you a baseline of, okay, I can see where we're going from here. At least that's the way that I felt. And then when you got into space, I feel like that was another moment to where it felt like, oh wow, this is what space flight feels like. Man, this kind of feels intuitive. It kind of feels, no, this is how you do this. Oh, I can rotate by pushing the left stick this. Okay, damn, this is. Oh, then you get into combat, and you're like, oh, this like people were saying that it felt like a shooting gallery. I mean, maybe if you're playing in first person, I guess I can see why you say that, because there's a lock-on system and everything, but like in third person, I'm dogfighting with these cats. I learn how to use RB to shift your ship different ways and whatnot. So it's like, when that kind of leads into like why I say the game wasn't boring for me. And again, I played Skyrim and I played the beginning of Fallout 4, and those things were okay. And again, past the first, you seeing that dragon for the first time, that is cool. I mean, and it could be me, but it's not like that's my first dragon that I've ever seen in a game. And the way that they introduce it, again, you're not fighting the dragon. Right. You're running from the dragon, which is cool. And then you get exposed to the world, and then they want you to go to Whiterun. It's like, I don't get why this, at least for me, wasn't as grand as comparison to those comparatively to those other games. But that's just me. And again,
it's a good perspective, Steele. And that's why I was leading right into that, because I wanted to turn it back to you as somebody who didn't, because like I said, maybe it's me because I played so much Bethesda and I kind of already knew the expectations there of what I was, not specific situations, but again, we did see a lot through their videos and stuff, and I kind of got the feeling of what this was going to be. So maybe that toned it down for me, but it's good to hear that for you, at least somebody who hasn't played a lot of Bethesda, that it was kind of a big moment for you, because those are a part of Bethesda. So I think it's great to hear that perspective.
I mean, is it like, does it meet the expectation of what the things that other people who are mentioning? No, I don't think so. But I also don't think that's something to be as critical about as comparative to what people are mentioning about the whole slowness of the game. And again, maybe it's just me. This was a part of the conversation that just didn't make sense to me, because I saw people who are Bethesda fans saying that people who aren't are going to be bored of this game within the first few hours of it, or are not going to like hearing that it takes 20 to 30 hours for the game to start becoming interesting, because the game was interesting to me within the first couple hours of me playing the game. Right. And maybe it was because I'm the perfect specimen that landed exactly how Todd wanted me to land in the game, and it gave me all the feelings that Todd was looking to give me as a gamer. Maybe Todd made this game specifically for me. I don't know. But the game's not perfect either, and I do have my nitpicks with it. And there were moments where it's just like, bro, I don't know if I want to keep going with this earlier on because of some of the things I've ran into, but it wasn't impactful enough to me to say, is it really that big of a deal though? No. Moment to moment, and it was literally, these moments only came up in moment to moment. I would feel that way one moment, and then that very next moment, 5 to 10 minutes later, I'm not even thinking about that anymore. I'm not thinking about the fact that my AI is bouncing all over the place, and other AI when I'm fighting the computer sometimes in certain situations, fighting enemies, that they act weird in some scenarios, because 5 minutes later, I'm hit with AI that wants to push me and wants to try to flank, and then wants to try to hit me in certain directions. I'm up in the air, and they're the most direct shooters that I've seen in the game so far. Like, there are those moments that happen for me, so it kind of blends itself out to the point where there's a lot of those moments where can you say that I'm looking over them? Sure. Could you say that I just don't find them to be that big of an issue compared to the scope of the game? That's also another factoid of it. So for me, again, I have to give it fair critique, and I wanted to bring it up as a conversation piece because that is a point that's catching fire with a lot of people. That it is that way, and it's unfortunate that people feel that, but. I mean, maybe they'll come out with an update or something and maybe tailor it a little bit better. We've seen games do that in the past. I don't personally think that they need to do that. Again, I think this game very front-facing tells you within the first couple hours whether this game is for you or not. And if you can't decide, and if you've played the game for 30 to 40 hours and you're still saying that the game is not for you, why are you playing games for?
And that's
I don't
I'm not here to tell anybody to do what to do, but still, with that much time in, I gotta say that there's got to be something still. Why do you keep playing? There's got to be something that's still itchy. Again, maybe overall that's your feeling on the game, but there's got to be something still driving you at that point. There has to be. There's got to be something that you're enjoying. There's no way, like you said, Steele, that you hate playing a game for 30, 40 hours.
But see, Gogol, he says no. Still, a lot of arguments these people make are from butthurt ponies, and I'm being serious. But Gogol, see, that's the thing though, because it's not just from them. There is at least 1 million people that I've seen, and again, I haven't talked to. Yeah, 1 million people. There's at least 1 million people. I've been going through because I've been playing. Like, let me tell you guys. Like, no, I read every single comment? No, but I've been scrolling through. I'm over exaggerating, of course.
Really? Are you sure? You've read 1 million comments? You haven't played Starfield. You've been reading 1 million different comments.
No. But the point that I'm making is in the time that I've played with the game, I wanted to see what other people's impressions are, how people who are fans of the game feel, how people who maybe aren't fans of the game feel. And there is that overwhelmingly side of it where people are like, this game is kind of boring. It's not what I thought it was going to be. It's not this, it's not that. But then I also see that overwhelming side too. On another facet, well, there's just like this pie section of another piece of that says, oh, well, the game gets good after 10 hours. And then they really start falling in love with it and really enjoy it, which is like, I can see both sides and I understand both sides. And I don't want to be the guy to sit here and say that, oh, some things don't grow on you. I don't believe in that, right? It's just that's a weird mindset to have, that I need to put myself through a strenuous time of me not enjoying myself to eventually get to a point where I'm enjoying myself. That concept, at least to me, doesn't make sense, and I don't know what value that brings to you as a gamer, or whether that more so exposes you for the mindset that you have going into games or into your passion, into your hobby, because at the end of the day, you do have to pull yourself away from it and say, hey, how do you really approach it? How are you really approaching this? Is this something that I can I take your information in and take it at face value and say, all right, well, let's see. And I think and it's just crazy. It's also weird for me because comparatively, I think Fallout 4 and Skyrim were more boring of an intro, or more boring within their first 10 hours, more so than Starfield will ever be. But that's my experience.
Right, and that's because when you're playing them. If you played them back in the day, if you had been a single player game,
that could have been different.
So it's different. It could have been different at during the time because they were mind-blowing experiences back in the day.
But it's also something that's telling that I wasn't trying to play that type of game anyway then. And even now going back to it, it's like I wanted to play a certain way for me to get into it. So it already blatantly shows you that I had an expectation that everything for Starfield was kind of lining up, especially off of their previous games, for people just to say that this is just Fallout in space. Oh, this is just this game in space. Everything from those previous games should have told you, and from what I've experienced, should have said, hey, I don't think Steele's going to like this game. I don't think Steele's going to really line up with the mentality of it, how it plays. The other thing too is the whole inventory conversation. And I know you brought it up, and I know you have a little bit more strong of a opinion on that than I do. But for me, I don't think that the inventory is a problem in comparison to their other games. Like, no. I can only compare it to their other games, right? Oh. I don't think it's as bad of a thing, at least for me. Maybe I picked up on what the things that I needed to keep and the things I would like to keep, and how maybe I picked up on the inventory system, how I manage it quicker and faster than everybody else does. Maybe I need to give out some tips and tricks, but I'm not the Bethesda dude. So it was just like, it's funny to me that they have systems in place that kind of make up for that, especially with the whole oxygen thing. Then you have perks that blatantly wants you to waste your oxygen, so you a certain amount of time so that you can gain that perk or level up that perk. And there's just like all these underlying systems that kind of stack on top of each other, and the way that they work in tandem with each other has hit for me comparatively to all the fans typically of this game, and that's more so the side that I want to come from for the conversation, right? I'm not that dude, haven't been that dude, and the fact that this has me the way that it does is just like, and I'm like almost completely on the opposite side of the fence from some of the fans. It seems it's just it's interesting to see.
But this is what
go ahead.
This is what Bethesda games do in general. They do create these conversations. Now, again, we are in a different spot in 2023. Gaming landscape has changed. For me, I'm having a hard time, and we had these discussions in the background too. For me, I'm having a hard time with a lot of people out here who claim to be RPG fans, who claim to be Bethesda fans,
good point.
Who, again, this is why I brought this up earlier, and it's an interesting conversation to have, because again, you've got some people who I truly do believe they thought Bethesda was going to change their formula, and they don't consider this an evolution of Bethesda. And they truly did want Bethesda to make a game that wasn't a Bethesda game through and through. They wanted something different, and they didn't get it, and they're upset. That's fine. I can't change your opinion. I'm not here to try to convince you that this is the game you wanted. Like that's dumb. But then there's this whole group of other people that I know for a fact, Steele, it's not just younger gamers. There is a whole group of people people that I know that are older gamers that have been gaming for, like me, decades, that have experienced all sorts of games in their life, that have played a ton of RPGs, that are acting as if they suddenly forgot what it. And again, this isn't a general RPG statement, but let's be real. A lot of RPGs, they forgot what open world RPGs are all about, and they forgot how to play them. And again, this goes back to my previous thoughts on the hand holding situation, the inventory situation that you just brought up, Steele. The fact that some people seem to not understand that, oh yes, in an RPG, as the game progresses and you start getting your skills up and your levels up and you start finding better weapons and better armor, that, oh, sure, the game's going to feel different at that point, as it should, because it's an RPG. Like, that's when I say that there is a group of people who have been brainwashed or have played a certain style of game, specifically Sony's style game, narrative heavy, that suddenly don't remember what it's like to play one of these games. And that is causing them issues. That is causing them frustration. And at that part is what boggles my mind. Loading screens. Sure, in a perfect world, would it be absolutely phenomenal if they had found some way in Creation Engine 2.0 to make Starfield
completely seamless?
Freaking-lutely. Of course. That'd be great.
That would have been next level.
That, sure.
Fucking would have been,
huge. Huge.
Would have been like,
but again,
really? Damn.
But again, for the older gamers out there that have been gaming for decades, loading screens still, especially now, because we're not talking about the loading screens back in the day, minute and a half,
50.
I was
about to say 15 seconds. But you're right. Yeah, no.
Right back in the day. Yeah, are we really honestly going to say that loading screens somehow destroy your experience? I mean, again, if that is you, then so be it. Then put this game down, delete the game from your hard drive, don't pick it up again, and I don't ever want to see you playing a game that has any loading screens in it again. Because to me, as somebody who's been gaming for as long as I have, I see a 10-second loading screen, a 15-second, even sometimes less, 3-second loading screen in Starfield. Does my mind go, oh, fuck. So, man, I was just, I was so into walking into that building. Oh, fuck. Man, that just threw me completely off. Like, I can't understand where any of you are coming from, and I'll be upfront about that. I have no idea
3-second load screen.
Again, this is where hive mind mentality does come into play. And I think that, again, because now you see everybody and their brother and mother and grandmother and sister and cousins talking about immersion. Yo,
it breaks the immersion, Pong. It's not as immersive. It's bad because it's not immersive, Pong.
Stop.
It's supposed to be an immersive sim. That's what Bethesda does, right?
Stop.
Is that what they do?
And how did all their other games, which had 3-minute loading screens that had ridiculous amounts of loading screens, how were those all considered game of the year, game of the generation at the time with loading screens? If that broke your immersion back then, how did you ever have immersion until you played something like No Man's Sky or something to that effect where there are no loading screens? How did you ever have immersion? How do you even know what that word means in video games if for decades you all played games with loading screens? How? Again, this is the part of the conversation where I can't do it. This is why I'll never professional review games. This is why you'll never see me come out and say, Pong, reviewer extraordinaire of video games, because I could never be this critical. I could never nitpick games that in general are masterpieces apart because of something like a loading screen or something like an inventory. I will critique. Again, is the inventory system in Starfield great? No, it's not. It's actually pretty poor. But is this something new that I've never experienced before where it's like, oh my God, this is so god awful. How the hell am I ever going to play this game? No, the inventory system, and let's keep it here. Again, I could give you examples of tons of other games through all these decades that have had inventory problems that are still considered great games. But let's specifically stick with Bethesda so we don't go outside. Bethesda games in general. Bethesda inventory has always been a game within the game. Now, if you can't turn it into a game yourself, if it is so abhorrent to you, if it causes you so much stress, then I don't know what to tell you. But you can go back through Fallouts, through Elder Scrolls, and find the inventory systems to be a topic of conversation. And to some of us, it has become a game within a game. Inventory management is a whole nother game. It's a whole nother mechanic. And you have to find tips and tricks to make it work for you. And sure, are there times where I've spent 45 minutes in Starfield going back and forth between my ship, between the lodge, between kiosks, sitting and waiting 24 or 48 hours for the kiosks to re-up their money or to the vendors to re-up their money? Yes, I have. Would I have rather spent that 45 minutes exploring space? Sure, of course I would have. But to me, as a Bethesda veteran, as an RPG veteran in general, did I go, oh my God, I'm going to die. I can't play this game because this inventory system sucks? No, I didn't. Because this is something I'm used to. And again, for all the older gamers out there, all the people that have played supposedly Bethesda games, open world RPGs, JRPGs, if you are a hoarder like I am, if you have a problem and because a game like this lets you pick up everything and you wind up picking up a lot of stuff, that's a part of the game. I put out a post this week still on Twitter that blew up. At least for me, it blew up, not for some people, but for me, for my little X account, it blew up. I put out a post saying, hey, you got some dead bodies laying around in your ship? Guess what? Each one of those dead bodies are 135 more carrying capacity for you. and it blew up. And I had a couple of people come in and go, "This is nothing new for a Bethesda game." I'm like, I know this, but a lot of people obviously weren't aware that you can use dead bodies as extra storage space. That's the game within the game. And again, is it always convenient? No. Does it suck? Absolutely. Go ahead.
Real quick, Nix, and I love when you make comments and things, because you do come from the little bit of a more open perspective. I'll say that, as I like to think that we do too, right? Mm-hmm. And to anybody else that is taking that we are, quote unquote, just as an example, because you used it, Nixie, standing for loading screens.
No.
Or think that long loading screens or just loading screens in general is supposed to be some form of acceptable, or like they're supposed to be like. I want to genuinely ask gamers, and again, this could be for anybody, and you don't have to care about this type of thing the way that I care about it. Do you care about game design at all? Do you care about the industry at all? The only reason I ask that question is that I find myself more and more people who are professional gaming or hardcore gaming consumers and not hardcore gaming enthusiasts.
Sure.
Which is fine. But as a enthusiast, as I would like to more so consider myself, of the hobby, of the passion, I do understand that not every game is equal to each other. What you see in one game isn't going to happen in another game.
Correct.
There's also underlying systems in games that no, you don't have to understand. I'm not saying that it's up to you to understand those things. And if you don't like the loading screens, then you don't like the loading screens. Don't play the fucking game.
Right.
If you feel like it's people capping for it, or if you feel like it's an excuse, or if you feel like that's not a level of acceptance to you, then do not play the game. It didn't bother me in Mass Effect.
Right.
Legendary Edition. You can say, oh, well, still, that's an old game. In 2023, you should have a certain level of expectation, and they could have did better. And every time that I hear somebody say that, and then somebody brings up, okay, compared to what? And then they say No Man's Sky, then they say Elite Dangerous, then they say Star Citizen, and you blatantly tell me that you are ignorant of how these games are different and why some games do certain things or are able to do certain things, or maybe you haven't put time into those certain games, or maybe you just have a catered experience just for you. Again, me and Pong had that with Cyberpunk. We had a great experience. I had some issues with it. Pong had very minimal issue. He had the Magical Series X.
Yeah, I did.
So I can hear that. What is hard for me though is, and I'm not ignorant that I'm not saying that the loading screens are great.
No.
But the point that Pong was making, that I will stand on that hill with him with, is it's not that big of a fucking deal though.
But if it is for you, that's fine. It's on your priority list, right? If your priority list when you're playing a game is graphics number one, no loading screens number two, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to say then this game simply isn't for you, right? And why you keep harping on it, I have no idea, right? You can talk about it, you can critique it, but going into other people's posts and trying to convince them that it's a terrible game, saying this can't be game of the year, game of the generation, which
because of that reason. That's
because
why.
Of that reason.
Not that it's a problem, but you're using that as a baseline reason for why this game can't be these things. And that's why it's like,
I'm just here to tell you my priorities are different. My priorities are the feeling that the gameplay itself gives me, and Starfield is A1 when it comes to that. And again, loading screens for me as somebody who's been playing games for decades don't bother me. They don't break my immersion. in the game. They don't,
It's a game.
they don't affect it at all. I'm so used to it. It's again, if it's different for you, it's different for
that's
you.
fine.
But I'm just saying, I'm seeing people I know have been gaming for decades, and I just wonder. This is a me question. When I read things from people I know have been doing this for a very long time, who have experienced the same type of games I have through all these years.
Right.
How in the world you woke up one morning and decided that loading screens suddenly were the death knell of a game? That loading screens were somehow all of a sudden a indicator of a terrible game. Like, I don't understand how you ever enjoyed gaming up to this point. That's my question to myself when I see these people, because I can't put myself in the shoes. Game-breaking bugs that we've experienced for decades and decades, I can see how that can kill a game. Losing your save file and losing hours of gameplay.
That kills me.
I can see, that's one of my pet peeves. I personally can understand how that could be nope, this game, nope, not playing it. Just lost 5 hours, just lost 3 hours, just lost an hour. I understand completely how that can be an issue for people. Loading screens, inventory, no. Sure, can you say that can take down the game for you? Again, I'm not here to argue with you about your personal opinion on that.
Yeah,
I just can't understand it if you've been playing games. If you're a younger gamer and you came up last generation where we started really seeing a lack of loading screens, where more games got good at it, hiding those loading screens, right? With the famous, I got to creep through this section of the wall that's really tight, things like that, transition screens. If you came up in that generation, I could see how Starfield, because Starfield, when you fast travel, when you do all these different things, there are loading screens or cutscenes that are loading screens, right? I could see how you could say, well, this game feels kind of really broken up to me, as I play it. I could see that if you're that new to gaming. But I'm talking about the people out here that I know have been gaming for a long time. I just don't understand. But again, if that's the case, that's the case. Like Steele said, why push yourself through this game then? I mean, again, why hate play this game and continuously come back online and go, played another 20 hours. Whew, man, just breaking the immersion. This is not the game I wanted. Ooh, boy. What'd you think? All of a sudden the loading screens were going to disappear? Did you think the inventory system was suddenly going to become better? Whatever your nitpicks are with this game, and I'm calling nitpicks because it's me speaking, did you suddenly think the game was going to change for you? No. So why are you still playing it? Just simply say, played Starfield, X amount of hours, not the game I wanted to be, not the game I expected.
That's fair.
Here's my list of problems. I'm done with it. Go play something else that you're enjoying the hell out of and start posting screenshots and videos and say, I enjoy of this. That's where I'm at with this. I have a hard time here still with this stuff. Again, do I wish things were better? Absolutely. Of course. I started off by saying in a perfect world, if they didn't have to have any loading screens in Starfield, would it be awesome? Absolutely. Of course it'd be awesome. But does it kill the game for me? No, it doesn't. And does the inventory system, do I wish there was things different? Yeah, I hope they patch some things in to make the inventory a little bit more convenient, quality of life. Am I out here one of these people that say, give me infinite carrying capacity? No, I'm not, because again, for me, it's a game within a game. I've played so many RPGs in my life where inventory is a problem because I'm a hoarder. I don't have a problem with it. So that's where I'm just different. And I just think that, again, we're to that point. The fact that people are talking about stuff like this, the fact that people are taking time, not just the circus and the clowns who have been spending weeks now on Starfield talking about what a terrible game it is when they should be, enjoying their own games and their own system. I'm not talking about those people. Just in general, the fact that people are still talking about this and having these conversations is a good thing overall for Starfield, because it means that there is such a great interest in this game that people do find engagement by having these points of view. That is a good thing overall. This is what Bethesda games do. This is why we talk about Bethesda games 10, 20 years after they've come out. This is why Starfield will continue down that same path that all the previous Bethesda games have. And potentially some of those people right now that hate on Starfield will be the same ones that had issues with Fallout 4, but now appreciate Fallout 4 for what it was, looking back on it and playing it after updates. Like Steele said, as a single player game gets better overall, as mods come in and do certain things with the game. A lot of these same people might be those 2, 5, 10 years down the road that are coming back and praising Starfield and saying, oh my God, yeah, no, this was a great game at the time. That happens with Bethesda games too. That's why they continue to sell. That's why you see new high water marks for sales on Skyrim and on Fallouts, is because that more and more people jump back in and say, no, you know what? This was a great game. This is a great game now for me. That will happen with this game. I'm just saying initially up front, this is everything and more that I wanted from Starfield. And I think that a lot of the conversation out here, I won't go so far. Some of it's disingenuous. Some of it is for simple clicks and engagement and all that kind of stuff. Of course, that happens nowadays. People are going to be contrarian. People are going to jump on hate trains to do it because they know they can get people riled up, because they know they can get people talking to them and responding to them. That happens a lot. But I think there is some genuine stuff because, again, it's not a perfect game. And I don't have a problem with people critiquing it. I don't have a problem with people saying, I wish they had this.
Yeah.
And Steele, I want to throw this back to you here at this point. As far as the journalists go, the professionals, quote unquote, the people out here who are now in the mode of writing articles every couple days about Starfield, whether this is to, compare it to Baldur's Gate 3, whether this is to say, oh, this is not the game that Xbox needed, that this didn't live up to expectations, and that it's a niche title at this point, and it's a niche fan base that enjoys Bethesda games. Whether it's the reviewers coming out now late to the party and putting their 4s and 5s and 6s on this game and saying this is not a good game for all their own reasons, whatever the case may be. I'm cool with people having opinions. I'm cool with people being able to express themselves genuinely. Again, I have to laugh at this point because as I started this whole podcast off by saying, I have to almost laugh. Like the 7 from IGN annoyed me because I didn't understand the critiques being worth 3 points in a review. And again, this goes back to my stance, and this is why I'm laughing now, because now we have more people saying that there should be a reform for video game reviews. And I've said this for a long time, Steele. I've said this for the past 2+ years on these shows, that I want a standardized review process, that I want a certified board of reviewers that have a system in place of how they're going to review the games so that it is clear and it is concise. We can still have all these other people doing their opinion pieces, their reviews, because at the end of the day, that's what they are. But I would like some type of standardized certified system where a certain group of people all are underneath the same umbrella in how they review these games so that you can have a more precise score that is very clearly understandable. Because again, people hide behind, oh, this is just my opinion, this is my critiques. They hide behind it all the time on their reviews when we know that there's more to it. Or we have people publicly that make statements about certain companies that makes it blatantly clear that they can't have a neutral stance when they do a review. It's fine. Again, it's fine. I don't care. Like, again, at the end of the day, reviews don't do anything for me. It's the masses that are hurt by this. It's a lot of people out there who turn to IGN, who know nothing about this community, who know nothing about other review sites, who just look to IGN because they've done it for the past 5, 10, 15 years of their life. When they go to think about whether or not they're going to spend money on a game or try a game out, they go to IGN and say, these guys are followed by millions of people. They are the be all, end all, the word of God when it comes to video games. And they're going to tell me whether or not I should go check this game out. It's a disservice to their reviewers to only have one review when they were given, I think, 10 to 12 copies. Only one voice is heard, and that voice so happens to be somebody publicly that has spoken out against Xbox, that has spoken out against their acquisitions, that has made it clear that he has a very what do I want to say here? A very high and mighty outlook on himself and his opinion, and he feels that gamers in general are below him.
Who?
And that Dan Stapleton.
Oh, okay. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
He has made it very clear that he has no problem personally attacking people. And again, I will never defend the people who personally attacked him. You should never personally attack anybody over video games. I don't care what it is. You should never get personal. You should never do that. Have your own criticism of his review, make your points, but the personal attacks and stuff is beyond. And again, him coming back and attacking as well, when he knew what he was doing, when he knew what his review was going to be, again, he exposed himself into spaces. He didn't even know that you had to put a skill point into stealth in order to stealth in this game. You exposed yourself. You are open for criticism as who you are, but he believes that he's above gamers in general.
Yeah,
he believes because of who he is that his word is worth more than anybody else's, which I don't ever agree with. But the fact is that masses do go to IGN, and it's a disservice to them that they only heard this. And again, I saw other IGN people come out and try to say a 7 is a good score. Dan even said it in his review. It's a good game. What are we talking about here? When did 7 become bad? If you don't understand the climate in 2023, if you don't understand that a 7 in 2023 is not the same as a 7 in 1998, you are out of the loop.
Yeah, it definitely
you then are not paying attention, which we already know, to the community. Then you don't understand the general consensus out here, whether right or wrong. Again, I don't agree with that people take a 7 as a bad game nowadays. But the fact is, it is the best worst score that you can give a game nowadays. And if you don't understand that sentiment and how that's changed over the years, then you aren't paying attention. We've got Rob Fahey over at GI Biz, GameIndustry.biz. Again, I love GameIndustry.biz. They do the more business side of stuff. You know, when I'm very passionate about that side of this industry as well. Rob Fahey has been around for a very long time, folks, writing video game stuff. You got him this week, Steel, coming out. And again, writing an article in which he calls Bethesda titles and Starfield specifically niche over and over and over again. He literally used, I think, the word like I think it's somewhere. I think it was 10 or 11 times in his article. Niche. He kept repeating that word. And for those of you that don't know, that's psychological. He understands that as a journalist. He understands as somebody who went to college. That the more you repeat something, the more it's ingrained in people's heads. Yes. And you could see that this was purposely done over and over and over again in his article. Again, I recognize it because I've looked at that stuff and I've read up on that stuff, and it's something that's very intentional. And he kept using the word niche. Again, if you're going to call Bethesda games or Starfield niche, then every exclusive out there is niche. Every platform exclusive is niche. Spider-Man is niche. I don't care how popular you want to say Spider-Man is. Spider-Man games are niche. Okay. If you're going to do that to this game or to Bethesda titles in general, and we all know that that's not the overall thought that we have as gamers. So this stuff still leading up. Again, I've got to laugh. These people are screaming from the rooftops as loud as they possibly can who they are as journalists and where their feelings lie when it comes to, I believe, games in general, and specifically Xbox exclusive games. I think that they couldn't be more clear in who they are. But for you, Steel, kind of seeing all of this stuff, and I know you're in the dark alleys, you're in the circus, watching the clowns also talk. So you've had lots of things, quotes that you've given us in the DMs that are absolutely freaking hilarious. But when you see this kind of stuff surrounding Starfield, is it concerning to you, or is this just more of what we've talked about here, Steel, that they's people, they're in the mainstream media, it's everywhere, but in video games, because that's what we're talking about, is in their death throes here. They're still getting their clicks. Sure, they still have their millions of people that read them, blah, blah, blah. But they've lost their overall power with a large group of us. And it's only a matter of time before it hits the masses, start realizing that they are pretty much just normal people that just so happen to get paid to espouse their opinions on things, and their opinions are extremely flawed at times. Again, I say that knowing that opinions can't be flawed because it's somebody's point of view, but we know that there are other things involved when they write something as a review, it not necessarily, or even an article that is labeled as an opinion piece, calling something niche, that there are other motivations behind it because they are human beings and we all have our motivations. Do you see this, Steele, as a problem? Do you see this, the circus continuing for weeks on end, trying to talk about this game as absolutely horrible, that this is a 1 to 2 generation old game, that people who like it are just all frauds. They're all capping because it's an Xbox exclusive. Do you find all this conversation, this discourse, to be something where you take seriously, or is it at this point, you're just like, yeah, man, this is Starfield. Starfield's doing its thing. Like, this is going to drive conversations, good, bad, and indifferent.
I do think that Starfield is just doing this thing. It is going to drive that, but I also feel that because you guys have kind of given me the baseline of what Bethesda kind of has always gotten, and when you have a name like Bugthesda, and you have people that say that bugs are a charm to their game, and people say that that's an excuse, for some of the issues that they have in here, and that shouldn't be acceptable either. Everybody has their own kind of personal perspective on what this game needed to be, should have been. And again, I got articles saying the pressure of expectation adds a sour note to Starfield's launch, because apparently the game is not good enough for Xbox, and it's not pushing Xbox to where it needs to be now. And we don't have any concrete information to know that. Again, we got information that 6 million people have played the game. Yep. Right. Now
in roughly 48 hours after launch. Yes.
And now people are, going with, oh, well, we don't know if that's sold, if that's this, if that's that. Oh, but you guys want to go back to the whole thing. But you want to go back to, but Fallout 4 did better and it shipped this one. Okay, let's sit back and go back to English class where we're really paying attention to words, or maybe you're paying attention to like some body cues and things of that nature, but just the listening overall to people talk. And real quick, because I do need to, before I forget, we had 2 super chats. That I need to grab here. So give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. One from Sanchez Gaming.
Hey, shout out to you, Sanchez.
He says, been hearing some complaints about the fast travel system, not being able to fly from one galaxy to another. Do you really want to stare at your screen for hours? Again, when you have a certain expectation that the game needed to be one thing, I get it. And if it doesn't live up to that, you wanted the game to be seamless. You wanted it to have the No Man's Sky elements. I get why that's disappointing to you. Again, that's why you also have to, at least for me, I think you should also be honest with yourself and ask, what is this game doing differently from No Man's Sky that No Man's Sky doesn't do? How long has No Man's Sky been out and continuously been updated with its community to be where it's at today, right? 7 years at least, right? So, and it didn't release the greatest. I mean, again, you can only go for release. You could say, this year compared to release for release. 7 years later, let's then critique Starfield for what it is in comparison to No Man's Sky. And then we can kind of go from there. They're probably going to be in their second game by then, but nonetheless. Hey, maybe I'm saying that wrong. Sorry, Shark. I'm just going to call you Shark. It's about honesty and being genuine. You can tell when someone is lying to themselves and others. Lack of integrity is an easy way to lose respect. Thank you for the 5 on that. I completely agree with that also.
You'll never know the true hearts of people, right? You will never know the true hearts. But there are certain patterns from people who continuously that they open themselves up to. Like, if you guys have been listening to me and Steele 3-4 hours a week for the past couple years, you kind of know who we are,
right?
And you would see through us if we were acting, and you can kind of tell our thought process, right? And you would be able to tell if we were acting. I always say that. That's why I know certain podcasts, and I know these guys, and I call them actors and snakes, because you know who they are. They've shown you enough to get a good understanding, but you'll never know the true hearts of a person. It's just certain people have told on themselves time and time again where you have a good baseline. You're absolutely correct, Shark, in that statement. You have a good baseline of who they are, what their intentions are, and what they mean when they say certain things. That can be quite obvious for sure.
Yeah, but back to the whole 6 million player thing. To Microsoft, that has to be successful. I mean, they come out, and the way that Microsoft has talked about numbers, again, has been blatantly made obvious that they look at that differently. And again, you can't just say
can't people
sales.
Understand that, Steve? Why can't people understand that? In
I guess
2023, how much longer are we going to do the sales thing when Xbox, I don't care what you want numbers wise does not matter to their business model. Why do you keep harping on this when you know for a fact that isn't changing anytime soon? The minute they decide that Game Pass is no longer working and they do away with their subscription service and they go back, and again, I'm not saying this is going to happen. What I'm saying is, if that day ever comes and they go back to more traditional business model, then we could start asking for those numbers. But you're never going to get them at this point, ever. Stop. It doesn't matter what you think, what you want, what you wish was happening out here so that you could have your great sales numbers to compare to other games. That's not the world Microsoft and Xbox are living in. So it's not the world that Xbox ecosystem is going to ever play in anymore. So stop. You're never going to get those numbers. Sorry, Steele.
No, I mean, you're good, but you brought it's a good point. I mean, again, it is proven though that there was 1 million people on Xbox and 1 million people on Steam who did buy the game before pre-release. So you have at least 2 million people who,
right,
I believe, 1 million that bought the $100 version and another 1 million who at least bought the $30 version of the game. So again, do the numbers or crunch it yourself. I mean, again, and for me, I do think that the game is going to withstand the test of time and be more in line, not more in line, but be in line with how their previous games were. And Mav, it's unfortunate that he felt that way, and he called you disingenuous of saying that it meets your expectation. I saw you go live yesterday and have that conversation about reviewers and the scores, and on a lot of the points that you made, I do agree with you on. I do think that there are people's opinions that do hold value more than others. At least they should on a professional level, because that's what they went to school for, journalism, right? That's at least it should. So I think that's why typically certain reviewers, right, it still needs to be earned regardless. I mean, that's the other side of the coin that people forget about, that I mean, it still has to be earned by whoever the listener, reader, viewer is of that content, right? Another thing too is that people unfortunately like to throw around words in the wrong conversation. Like, for an example, if we get into if me and Pong get into a heated conversation, nothing like super whatever, but me and Pong have had some passionate conversation.
Yeah, sure.
I would never step back and say, Pong, you're being disingenuous. Because I mean, I feel like at that point, I only use disingenuous for people that maybe I don't know like that, or their perspective at least comes across that way, which typically means that you don't understand that person or haven't had enough conversations with them to understand their perspective, right? So that's why their take may come across disingenuous. Now, they could just be full on board being that way, but you can't make that self-determination without having those conversational pieces with that. I couldn't say that to somebody that I would consider a confidant, a friend, somebody that I have these types of conversations with and care about their opinion, right? I just feel like that's kind of distasteful. You're kind of essentially saying that any point that I'm making is null and void. You don't believe in me, and it's like, well, okay, then why are we talking then? We're supposed to be able to open up the conversation and say, hey, now, Mav, I do agree. Like, for an example, I don't think Starfield is definitely not a 10 out of 10. I know you were being extreme, just given that because of the people giving it lower scores or whatever. And again, you can give the game whatever score that you want to give, and you feel about how you want to feel about it. Games have to live and breathe on their own. History has said that Bethesda games typically withstand that test of time. And if people want to believe that, oh, it's going to be modders who fix this game and make it what it truly needs to be, great. But guess where you're going to have to do that at? PC, because Todd has even said it's probably going to be a year until you get some mods. Maybe it might be sooner than that. They are going to bring mod support to consoles, but it's probably going to be some time. And it's going to take longer than people right now are expecting. And unless you're on PC, where Nexus Mods right now has 24 plus pages of different types of mods, mostly, and I have got some of those that are cosmetic things more so, because that's things that I would like to see, little side changes and whatnot. But that should already give you an early indicator of what's to kind of expect out of this. Again, if it's not hitting for you the same way that it's hitting for me right now, as someone who is not the Bethesda fan, then maybe you should go play a different game. That's fine. Again, I think that's what the whole reason why it's considered a hobby or a passion in the first place, right? You're supposed to be enjoying the time that you spent. And if this game isn't that, and Nixie says the home of Starfield is on PC, it's debatable. I mean, spending $3,000 for a PC that can run Starfield, I don't think is a good answer either.
You mean like Todd said?
Yeah,
Maybe
like
it's time to upgrade your PC.
Todd, I don't. Todd, I'm here to tell you, guy. I have a 5900X and a 3080 Ti. Your game isn't optimized the greatest, man. It's okay. I get what you were saying. And it's funny. I even laughed at it, and I thought it was a good thing. I thought it was a funny thing to say.
Time steal. It's time. Maybe it's time for you to upgrade.
Yeah. That's exactly that's the problem. Yeah, no, the game needs some optimization. But it's okay to, again, these people are supposed to sell their game. Obviously, Todd is passionate about this game. That's a gleaming moment. He could have said anything else, but he chose to say that we've optimized it. You just need to get a better PC. Again, he as the creator of the game, as the lead of it, I guess he has a problem. He could say that. I'm also not using. I'm not using DLSS or anything, Nixie, either.
Right.
I've chosen to go without it because I don't like the way that it looks. And the only mods that I'm using are cosmetic mods. Change colors of like the white. One of the spacesuits are white, and I made it. I thought it was gonna be like black, but it ended up being like more gray color. It fit with my helmet better. So a lot of it's just cosmetic. That's typically what I like to do. I know other people. Again, you're seeing some more extreme ship builder things kind of get put out there, and that's people who have put mods in the game that have unlocked the limit for the ship builder. Correct. So as cool as that stuff is to see, I think I get more so impressed about what you're actually capable of in the builder as is, and what the game forces you to work with. So that's kind of what I've done. All the designs that I've made thus far, I've kind of been that way. And again, just speaking to the performance thing, as Dragon Yobi says, my 2060 run Starfield really really well. I'm guessing when I tested it for a bit before I hop back on Xbox, I'm gonna get a 3080 in a few months. Shout out to you, Yobi. And I think who else was that? Nixie says I have a 3080 with no mods, runs really well with some dips. Yeah, that's the thing for me. I just get some dips, and and that's what I mean by it needs more optimization. It's just the utilization that I'm seeing and everything as far as my PC. Again, I have a 12 core 24 thread processor. And I'm getting almost 50% utilization, which again, it's interesting to see a game, because there's not a lot of games that use that much of utilization on your CPU. And yeah, I mean, again, there's always optimization that can be done in these style of games. Again, there's also bugs that are still in this game that are prevalent. Not enough that it's sort of like breaking for me. But that's what I mean by optimization. There's things that need to be worked on. I have 32 gigs of RAM too. The game only uses about 15 to 16 any given time. At most, I'd imagine if you only had 16, you'd be really limited. I'm playing on high settings, so there's that. Dova360 says, do you guys customize your companions with different apparel? Yes, I do. The game doesn't show you how to do that either. That's something that I kind of figured out on my own. I went into my companions inventory, and then I saw that I had the ability to give them apparel and other spacesuits. So I've been doing that. So I have Andrea walking around with the Mantis spacesuit instead of me, because I don't like the way that it looks personally. I mean, again, I get why people are liking it, but it's cool. I like what she's wearing. She looks dope in it. But for me, I'm still trying to figure out how I want my character to overall be styled, along with balancing out the stats and everything, right? Yes, and you can give your companions weapons too. You can make them use whatever particular weapon. Another thing too, they do smart cycle through their weapons. So like if you give them multiple weapons, as long as they have ammo for those weapons, and they pick up ammo by themselves too. As long as they have those weapons, if they run out of ammo, they'll swap to another weapon. I will say, do not give your companions anything that's throwable. Don't give them don't give them nades, don't give them traps, because that's what they're going to do. As soon as they see an enemy, they're not even going to hesitate. Andrea loves to throw a grenade. Like, as soon as we see an enemy, grenade, I'm thinking I'm about to die in every situation that I'm in. So I think it's the enemy, just like some enemy behind the guy who threw a nade. No, it's her. It's her. Throwing almost on me damn near all the time. That's what makes it even worse. I'm like, bro, what are we doing? Why do I bring you? Oh, and if you're trying to sneak around, don't bring anybody to sneak around. You have to tell her. You have to tell your people to wait. Yeah, Jasper, they spam. She doesn't just throw it. Wait, 5-10 seconds. Oh, to throw another. No, if you give her 10 grenades, she's gonna throw 5 right then. That first engagement, guaranteed. And it's funny. It's funny. it's extremely funny, but it's also annoying because it's like I'm taking damage from my own teammate.
Yeah, right.
Like unintentionally, and I'm thinking it's the AI a lot of times. So I'm like looking around, like what is going on? Nope. And I see her. She throwing a grenade. Okay, all right, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. My fault.
Yep. I can't speak on it because I don't have any companions yet. And I'm traveling on my own, and I got the introvert trait too. So I won't be traveling with companions. So unless I'm absolutely need to for a mission or something. But I won't be traveling with companions because I know about Bethesda companions. So some people really enjoy Bethesda companions. Me, not so much. They get in my way because I stealth a lot. I steal a lot. So therefore, they're always in my way and they're breaking stealth. So no, I won't be having any companions. But maybe I'll dress them up on the ship because I'll have them on the ship and I'll have them in bases to get the bonuses. But other than that, no, it's interesting. It's interesting seeing everybody's experience with the companions out there still. Because I saw somebody give Sarah the grenade launcher. And she seemed to really like the grenade launcher.
Oh, really?
She was I saw a video, and she was freaking lighting.
Yeah, she's
up.
accurate. Sarah's nice.
Yeah. So interesting. I love how everybody plays differently. This is the best part about Bethesda games and big open world RPGs that give you options like this. This is why it's so much fun. Everybody's having a completely different experience. We talked about this prior to launch, and I think it's great. I think everybody's doing their thing. That's the best part about all of this. Yeah,
it is. Perfect Shogun. Good point there. That's and maybe that's another reason why I kind of look at it different.
No. Tim Vasco is back at the Constellation, waiting for me to come and talk to Sarah again.
Oh, that's funny. The Perfect Shogun says, as someone who plays No Man's Sky, the complaint about loading screens for flying are nonsense because flying between planets takes actual time. Might as well be loading screens. And again, could they have hidden it better? Destiny does the same thing. Destiny has a loading screen while you're loading to different places, right? And those loading screens literally take a minute, 2 minutes, even long. It was even longer on the Xbox One. I'm talking about like 3-5 minutes to load into some areas sometimes. So could they have hidden it better to make it feel like it was more immersive? Again, yeah. But I don't, again, it's not enough for me to pull me out of the experience personally.
Yeah.
So it's all personal. It's all personal experience. Let's see. Crispy says, I have a ship full of honeys. You stupid. But yeah, now Starfield for me, again, has been an extremely unique experience. Gives me a lot of the feelings that I wanted it to give me. But at the same time, I wasn't expecting, right? I set an expectation that, hey, I wanted this game to be a 98 style of game. And the biggest reason, and again, I did reiterate that I wanted it to be a 98 so I could see the world burn, so I could see people just go completely bananas and downplay it even more. Because if the game would have been rated higher, and again, it, like Pong mentioned earlier, brings up the conversation about reviews again, which I always feel like are a worthy conversation because it needs to be talked about. And everybody's opinion does have value, and we should talk about, there does need to be some way that we can validate some of these people's credentials as far as their playtime and how their approach to the game and all those things as far as these critic sites, so that other people can have a more of a well-rounded detail of what this person's perspective is and where they're coming from, right? Just to add validity to it. Now, since Metacritic hasn't done that, since no other outlet is seemingly doing that, that's why we're gonna continue to speak about it. Whether it's fair or not is going to be subjective. But again, I do think this is another example of a game that people wanted to do everything, and just because it doesn't do all those things, or because it is a different style of game from Baldur's Gate, where all of your choices aren't directly affected in the world. And even Baldur's Gate has some things to where it forces you certain ways.
Yeah.
But, with all that though, it's just.
And there's
make the journey.
Eastside Vandal says a lot of the critiques of the reviewers was based upon was because they had to rush through the game. I've been noticing that theme. Yes, that is another point that with a game like Starfield is very valid. Mm-hmm. Because this is the type of game that if you are doing a review, and of course that's your job,
right?
I would have loved to have seen more reviews and progress than actual scores. That's not the case. People aren't going to do that because in reviewing a game, you have to strike while the iron's hot.
Right.
And that is on launch, right? If you are given the review code and you have enough time to legitimately review the game, and again, this is all subjective, because we have Gene Park came out during a podcast and admitted that he had somebody, a fellow reviewer, talk to him and say that he put down the game after 6 hours because he wasn't enjoying it and still put out a review. Listen, we have other instances, kind of funny, where they, where Greg and Blessing both gave this game a 3 out of 5 stars. And yet, especially Greg went on to nothing but praise his time in Starfield and continued to play days ever. And then had a moment where he claims that one side mission is his favorite side mission of all time in a video game, and continue to put out, they continue to play it and put out videos about how much great time he was. I think with a game like Starfield, and Todd doesn't like, they gave out review codes, 2 weeks in advance?
2 weeks, yeah.
Normally that's not even what Todd likes to do. Todd said in the past that he would give the review codes like 24 or 48 hours prior to the game launching. But the fact is, nowadays, with how everything's set up, you're going to have reviewers who rush through a game like this,
right,
to say that they played it, to say that they finished the main storyline, and to give a review. Now, we know for a fact that some reviewers don't finish games and still give reviews. That's been a controversy going on for a long time. But with Starfield, this is a game that I think you can, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to tell you as a reviewer, if you're a professional, that you can't do it. But I don't think that Starfield's a game that you can necessarily play in that manner and experience everything that the game has to offer to be able to have your review not change the longer you play it, right? I think that there are certain games where, sure, like Steel will say, after 10 hours, you probably have a pretty good idea of where the game's landing, or at least you should. And if you're hating the game, or if the game's not enjoyable, you put it down. I think there are exceptions to that rule. And I think that Starfield is a perfect example of one that I think as more people play it, but this is Bethesda overall, that their games stand the test of time. And the longer that the games are out for, the more people appreciate them, the more people play them. And that's exactly what happens. And I think it's no different with reviewers themselves. It's just unfortunate that nowadays you have to, if you're doing that professionally, if you don't put out that score right away, the chances of people going and reading your review down the road are slim to none.
Right. That's why they don't change it. Yeah.
That's why they don't. And that's why they don't go back and re-review games and all that kind of stuff. And that is, like I said, that this is a conversation that we can have about the review process and what that is. This entertainment, this form of entertainment is unlike other forms of entertainment, like movies and books and that kind of stuff. You can sit down for 2 hours, watch a movie. The movie is what it is.
Right. That's what I say all the time, brother.
What's presented. Now, can you go back and rewatch a movie and get a different take on it or have it be better than the first time you watch it? Absolutely. That does happen, but that's fewer and far between than with games, especially games like this. Sure. God of War, you can sit down and you can play it and you've gotten the experience. You could put your 48 hours in as a reviewer or whatever it took you to beat that game, and that's your game, right? That's not going to change. But where Starfield keeps giving and giving and giving and giving, there's more to discover. There's basically limitless possibilities where you all of a sudden could be playing the game and all of a sudden your opinion could completely change. So this is a different medium. But I think Jaffe put it best. And again, Jaffe had a great discussion on Starfield this week, because for those of you that don't know, maybe you don't listen to Jaffe because you think he's full of hot air and whatever else. He's out there. There are plenty of times I don't agree with his takes or whatever the case may be, but I think he does bring a unique perspective as somebody who has been in the industry, had huge success in the industry,
unique perspective, at least
had huge failure in the industry as well, stepped away from the industry and is now doing something he loves, which is podcasting and talking to people. So I think he does bring a totally different take sometimes. And again, I don't always agree, but I think he's interesting to listen to. But I thought he had a great discussion, because for those of you that don't know, maybe you muted him, maybe you just don't listen to his stuff. He finished the mainline quest. He mainlined for the most part Starfield. He did a couple side quests, but he mainlined it, right? He said he came out this week, put out a tweet, and he said it on his podcast. Starfield's single player game is the best single player game he has ever played. Okay. High praise. He is taking a lot of heat from certain people, obviously, for saying this.
That's fine.
But he says, in his opinion, that the mainline quest is the best. And again, he got into the whole nostalgia thing, how he grew up same time frame as me with 70s, 80s, early 90s sci-fi. Most of us, that all hit the right notes for him. And that it explored those deep questions that we were talking about in a very, very cool way. He said he didn't agree with it, all the storylines and all that kind. He said some of it was more meh than it was great, but he said overall, this is the best single player experience he's ever had in the game. Okay, high praise. But he came out this week and he was talking about the reviews and the reviewers, and the conversation came up with and something that I brought up earlier, the hand-holding thing. And how reviewers seem to be confused by this game and overwhelmed by some of the mechanics and not understanding it. And I talked about this before, Starfield came out, that I thought that Starfield that's why I said it wouldn't shock me if it hit in the high 80s. And on OpenCritic, it's still an 88. That's why I love OpenCritic. OpenCritic, I think, is a better example than Metacritic is because of how they do it. But OpenCritic is still an 88. And I said, when I gave my 93 prediction, I said I wouldn't be surprised if it was an 89, right? I because Starfield does so much, it gives reviewers a chance to find things they don't like versus a very focused style game, where that focus style game can do everything right, but never go outside of it. And reviewers will just review what they got. And they'll say, hey, this is a great game. I give it a 9. Cool. This was awesome experience. Whereas Starfield, reviewers can say, well, this was really awesome, but this part over here, I didn't like. And this part was cool, but not living up to expectations, because Starfield's trying to do so many things. But Jaffe specifically said that he also thinks that reviewers nowadays, with the amount of games coming out, with the amount of reviews that people are doing, that reviewers themselves now will look at a game like Starfield, who doesn't handhold you, and will dock it for that. They would much rather review those God of War experiences, those Last of Us experiences, where every moment is controlled, where every moment is kind of dictated. You know what you're walking into when you start reviewing a game like that. And you know what you're getting, and you know how to work it. You know how to do everything in the game.
Right.
And there's never that question.
Right.
He said that he does believe that this does affect Starfield reviews as well. That kind of hurt it here because it's trying to do so much. So, like I said, Jaffe said greatest single player experience he's ever had. He said he's going to continue to play the game in New Game Plus because he loves the game so much. He's going to go do the side quests. He's going to do some of the factions, and then he'll, talk about, maybe his feelings change after that. But right now, from what he experienced in the main quest line, a couple side quest lines, that this is the greatest single player experience he's ever had. So interesting conversation with him this week. And obviously you guys have all probably seen the clip where he exposed somebody who was trying to call into a show and say that the opening was boring and that that it wasn't living up to Bethesda standards. And he exposed them for the frauds that they are. Like that. Again, there is a lot of that out there as well.
Siki says, but I'm not going to lie. I expect the Starfield to have more concurrent players than Baldur's Gate 3 on Steam. I think it's a little underwhelming.
That's interesting that you would have thought that. It had the potential, Siki, but it was never a guarantee. And on top of that, this is where there's a lot of people out there. This is why I will never be one of those people that say that reviews don't matter. Okay. There is still a extremely large group of people who will be told what they should play by reviewers. And that goes for even people who claim to not be in that group. Again, I'm not in that group. I play games. I go to certain reviewers like ACG and other people who I generally agree with on games if I want an opinion on something. But generally, I will play a game that I want to play no matter what the review is. Again, I've loved 5s and 6s in my lifetime. Games that are 5s and 6s, I've had better experiences than games that people claim are 9s and 10s. Okay. So for me, I've never fallen into that trap. But there are a large group of people that will let that influence their game style. And when Starfield came out and the reviews dropped and it wasn't universally praised like Baldur's Gate 3, I think that did affect some of the Steam. Now, what I will say with Steam, though, and what is extremely impressive here is despite all that, the Steam numbers have continued to grow and have been consistent throughout. And again, that is the big thing here. But people do, unfortunately, still give reviews influence. They still do let it dictate. And if it's not something that's universally praised, a lot of people stay away from it no matter what. And I think that, like I said, that's why I still critique reviews. That's why I still will speak out about the review process, because no matter how much we love to say that everybody's like us and we don't let reviews necessarily dictate what we're going to play, there is a gigantic group of people out there that still do.
Not only that, but when you compare it to Baldur's Gate 2, there's a whole nother side of fandom that gets pulled into that also. When you include D&D, and all the people that love that fantasy side of things, and the people who love the Larian style of games, Baldur's Gate in general, and then what was the name of their other games, Pong? Divinity. You got people who are fans of those games too. And actually, I think what we've more so seen from Baldur's Gate 3, which is why I like saying, and again, I get the point that's being made, and I understand the perspective. Games like Baldur's Gate 3 hitting the kind of notes that it's hitting and being able to reach out to as many audiences it has is for a multitude of different reasons. And there's so many conversations that can be had around about the diversity of it, about the topics and subjects that Baldur's Gate 3 tends to bring up, especially when it comes to nudity, bestiality, things of that nature, and just the way the overall approach of the game. And then also you discuss the vast nature of the game, and it being 20 years since the last Baldur's Gate. You might have had previous fans from Baldur's Gate who probably were waiting for the next one for such a long time. There's so many things that go behind that, right? To where is Starfield getting 1 million views on Steam? It
broke records on Twitch for people watching it. So I mean, again,
it did do that, right? So there
Right.
there is that to take into considerations.
Right.
So it's like there's still that bigger picture to kind of look at for whichever game that you want to take a perspective. But it's just like when you have that comparison, you comparing one game to the other game, why one got attention versus the other.
Yep.
You also have to look at the underlying elements on why Baldur's Gate has reached what it's reached. I mean, there's so many fan bases that tie into that. It's the same thing with Star Wars. It's the same thing with Marvel IP. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with all of that. The reason Spider-Man sells so well is because it's Marvel.
And there's phenomenon that happen too, Steel.
I mean,
And there's phenomenon that happen with unique games that come out at certain times. We saw it with Elden Ring. Elden Ring did the same thing, right? Mm-hmm. It was unexpected. Mm-hmm. Right. The universal praise for Elden Ring was unexpected.
Yeah.
A lot of people had already dismissed it as another Souls game. I said I was interested because of the open world aspect, but again, I'm not a Souls player. But then it came out and it became a phenomenon because of the universal praise that had to happen. The same thing with Baldur's Gate 3, a CRPG, which again, CRPGs I will call a niche genre. But it got universally praised by people who do not play CRPGs, which in turn, then that word of mouth spread and people started sitting up and taking notice going, oh my God, I've got to try this game for myself. With Starfield, it didn't get that universal praise. And Siki, the other thing is, and I saw you guys talking about it in the chat as well, which I didn't bring up. You can say that people hate PC Game Pass. You can say that people hate the Xbox store on PC. There's a lot of problems with it. Now that I've experienced it for myself, I can admit there's a lot of problems with it. Steel, everybody else who's been doing it for a long time admits it is not quality. Okay. It's got its issues, but you also still can't discredit the fact that there probably are more than the normal amount of people on PC trying this game on PC Game Pass as well and not buying it on Steam. I can guarantee you, even some people who hate PC Game Pass probably jumped in for a month to play Starfield. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And those numbers won't count. I mean, there's probably a lot of people probably did that because again, why wouldn't you for $15? You're going to put up with some convenience, some inconvenient things about the Xbox store on PC. The way you're going to put up with that inconvenience to save yourself some money instead of paying, the full price for the game for $15 to go try Starfield yourself. Right. Yeah. So that is happening as well. I just want to bring those up.
No, absolutely. And again, the conversation around how successful the game is or not, and the concern about numbers and everything. Yeah. Again, if those are conversation points for you all, and for the people that maybe don't see the bigger picture, or don't want to, I'm not going to say that you don't want to understand. You just maybe just have a completely different perspective than we do. I mean, that's fine. But I do feel like Microsoft, Xbox has blatantly made it obvious that they're looking at games differently. Whether Starfield is successful or not, that's going to be completely up to Xbox. I don't see how it won't be successful, especially in comparison to their other games. The fact that the game has me, and you could say, oh, well, still compared, this is a space game, that's why you like it. Oh, well, still this, it has this, and this is why you like it. I mean, from what I'm hearing, all the things, all the problems, all the issues that people are speaking on, should also be reasons why I shouldn't like it. But seemingly, this is my Fallout New Vegas for a lot of people. This is Bethesda's version of Mass Effect. More in a much earlier age, dealing with completely different science, right? Completely different perspective. There's no humanoid aliens or anything like that. But the adventure that I've been embarked on thus far, even without the main story, is unique enough in my eyes, and I think it's special. And I can't wait to see what people do with the game. Now, again, am I going to end up going through the second playthrough and go through experience what all that has entailed? And the more and more I see from it, the more I do get interested from it. But I also don't like the idea of my stuff being reset, and you put time into things and then they don't exist anymore. That makes me not want to do certain things if I ever wanted to approach that. But I'm also I'm just gonna approach it however, however I feel in that moment.
And I think that's what people should do. And now that I know fully what the new game plus is, thanks to David Jaffe, once again, he does this whole thing where he puts on Batman glasses and warns everybody spoilers are coming up. And when he takes off his Batman glasses and the spoiler stuff's over, I actually listened through it because I was curious enough. I had read some things about New Game Plus, but I wanted to know exactly what it was. He explained it fully. And I'm glad I didn't rush Steel. I'm glad I didn't take the some advice that was out there. What Jaffe told me was I would have missed. And I'm not going to spoil it, but I would have missed out on things that I wouldn't have wanted to missed out on. And I wouldn't want
MK1
Game Plus experience to be basically my original experience.
Right.
Is all I'm going to say. I wouldn't want that. I want to have this original experience first. And then if I decide to jump back in after I once eventually do beat this game, which right now is looking maybe a year from now, I don't know. I will want that New Game Plus experience to be my second experience. That's all I'm going to say about it, but I'm glad I didn't rush. But if you want to get to that, cool. If you followed the advice and you're having a great time, awesome. Again, these are decisions that we all have to make as game players. Right. Steel and I decided to not rush it. And that's where we're going. But Steel's experience is completely different than mine right now too. So he's done a ton more factions wise. I haven't even touched it yet. Right. Really. So again, that's the great part about this. We're in two different places. Steel is a little bit ahead of me in hours, but roughly right around the same amount of time. Two completely different experiences, two completely wildly different experiences right now. So, and I hope you're all enjoying it. I've seen nothing but love from this community for this game, for those that are. That's what I wanted to see. I've seen so many screenshots, so many play clips from Starfield. That's the energy that I love to see from this community, despite all the rhetoric around it, despite all the nonsense around it as well. The fact is this community and the people that are enjoying Starfield are just rising above it and posting the screenshots and talking about how much they love it. That's how you fight through that stuff, because more and more people are hearing about it. More and more people are seeing all this stuff. Sure, they might have heard the negatives. Sure, they might have seen the criticism from some of the reviewers. Sure, they might have stopped into one of the circus's podcasts and heard nothing but hate. But then they can't help, if they're in this space, seeing all the love for it and probably scratching their head. Some people, why is everybody loving it when so many people are talking about it being terrible? How can this many people be enjoying this game? And I'm really liking what I'm seeing. And we're going to get more and more people jumping into this game and trying it out for the first time, which is what should happen for a game like Starfield.
Yeah, Psycho, I have no idea who Sona is. I've never even met her. Psycho was saying, I just found Sona. I have no idea who that is. Completely. I found Andrea, and we've just been kind of going on an adventure since then. I replaced Sarah with her. I definitely feel good about that choice.
How dare you?
Definitely feel good about that choice. Because Sarah was just a little bit too on the goody two shoe side of things. Andrea, she's about that action, and I like that. She's about that. Not all the time.
This is interesting. It's like it's not to the level. It's not to the level, Steel. But this conversation that's now popped up between Sarah and Andrea is a lot like Pan Am and Judy in Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see. And what I'm hearing, from what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, Steel, what's interesting too is for me, I'm Judy for life, right? Pan Am was cool.
I love Pan.
But again, I was obviously also played as a female V, so therefore I couldn't romance Pan Am. That option wasn't available. Judy was the one that was available for a female V. But at the same time, even if I had the choice, I still would have rocked with Judy. But what's funny is this time around, the qualities that Pan Am showed in Cyberpunk are a lot of the same qualities people are saying as Andrea.
Yeah,
and for this game specifically for Starfield, if I was going to decide between the two, again, I'm introvert trait all the way.
There's
not taking
other options.
I would take Andrea. I would take Andrea this time around versus Sarah.
Definitely is probably the better choice. And again, apparently there's other characters too that you have a chance to do that with. I already had one of the other main characters, Barrett. He was trying to express how he felt to me, and I was said I don't feel that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate your. I said I appreciate your company, man, but I don't rock that way. It's all right. It's all right.
Calm down, Crispy. Calm down, Crispy. Listen,
Whoa.
Cyberpunk was different. Cyberpunk was different. Siki, yeah. I'm kind of in a way glad they didn't add a new romance in Phantom Liberty, since it kind of takes place in the timeline, and most people have probably already made their decision.
You're probably going to replay it anyway, because
right. You're gonna have to replay it anyway, so you'll be able to make a different choice. But I'm almost kind of happy that they didn't do that, because that kind of is a main game for me, since Phantom of Liberty is a separate DLC story, even though they're changing the entire game itself. I really think it's kind of cool that they remain focused there and didn't open up any new romances, because I think the options that you had from the main game were compelling enough. Yeah. And it was compelling enough. Like, they really did, again, CDPR right up there with Bethesda, you guys know.
Yeah, and by the way, anybody comparing Neon City to and Starfield to Cyberpunk, no, you're smoking something. No.
I will say I've seen that, and I'm like, Steele and I were talking in a chat one night, and I was like, listen, I'm
much better.
I walked into New Atlantis for the first time, and I heard everybody talking about how cool New Atlantis was. It's and cool. I had already heard some people had visited Neon and talking about how cool Neon was. But I was walking around New Atlantis, and I was like, yeah, Steele, after playing Cyberpunk, that kind of city experience is kind of ruined for me. Like, nothing's going to compare to what Night City did. And that's because Night City itself was a character,
right,
and how much time they put into
smaller game too.
That city. Yeah, it's a smaller game. It's the whole game's based in Night City.
Right.
So it is different, but people out here trying to claim that Neon somehow outdid Cyberpunk.
Not even close.
No.
Not even remotely close.
No.
I spend a good amount of time in Neon.
But there's a reason for that. I have zero problem with it. Again, it's great. The New Atlantis is great. But. Every location that I've visited so far in Starfield has been awesome. It's different because that's not the main focus, right? They're hubs. They did a nice job with them. Obviously very impressive with some of the stuff within the cities, compared to Bethesda titles in the past, and how grander the scope is in this game. But at the same time, compared to a game like Cyberpunk and Night City, it pales in comparison. I can't wait to hop into Phantom Liberty as well. I was hoping
it's gonna be down the road for sure. Yeah,
I was hoping that they would have gone back further still, and we could have gone back and gotten to play with Jackie again. But obviously not. Again, I'm not gonna spoil anything, because there's still people that are going to be hopping into Cyberpunk for the first time now with Phantom Liberty, and you guys have every right to go into a new experience. But Jackie's one of the greatest side characters, partners ever created in a video game. Steele and I both agree on that point, and I would love to have gotten a chance to go back and play with some more Jackie. Jackie was phenomenal. I liked him as a character, man. Yeah, and I can't wait. Yeah. Just awesome.
The feeling that they give. Again, that is. I mean, again, if you want to compare intro to intro, then Cyberpunk was definitely more stronger, much stronger. First 10 minutes, I mean, you were already. Again, that's why I only put 50 hours, because that story was so compelling for me, at least. And I know other people are going to feel differently. You should definitely play that game however you want to.
And if you haven't played Cyberpunk and you get through Starfield and you're looking for another open world RPG, please, after Phantom Liberty drops, buy it. All the changes that they are making, all the quality of life stuff they're doing, what they're doing to actually improve upon it. Again, what I consider one of the GOATs for me is crazy. Like, this is the ultimate form of Cyberpunk, which is what I'm seeing. Again, I haven't played it yet, so I won't know. But what I'm seeing, this is the ultimate form of Cyberpunk. This is a lot of what Cyberpunk 2 should have been when it launched to a lot of people.
Yes.
So if you haven't jumped into Cyberpunk, you're looking for a new open world, please ignore all the hate train that came with Cyberpunk originally. Go play Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk has some of the greatest stories that you will ever experience in a game. CD Projekt Red knows how to craft side missions. Some people have said it doesn't live up to Witcher. That's fine. I don't care.
I think it's better.
For me, some of those side quests in Cyberpunk is crazy. The atmosphere in Cyberpunk is absolutely insane. If you're into that world, you can lose yourself in Night City the same way you may be losing yourself in Starfield right now, the same way I'm losing myself in Starfield. It's a different scale. It's a different whole kind of theme, But the fact is, you can lose yourself in Cyberpunk just as easily.
It's
an absolutely incredible game.
Put it in perspective. I didn't mind Cyberpunk's first person. I mind the first person in Starfield.
I don't mind it. I play both, but I am playing, generally speaking, surprisingly, Steel, I am playing more in third person than I am first person in Starfield. Yeah,
I've been playing completely third person.
Yeah,
as far as Starfield goes, I want to. I need to see
quarters combat. I switched to first person.
Gotcha. I need to see if Starfield has a not Starfield, but Cyberpunk has a third person mod. So I think if they do, I know before it looked a little janky, but that was like more so closer to when the game released, maybe a year after. But since it's been so much time now, especially with this new DLC, I want to see if they've maybe got in there, really refined it down, because I think that would be really, it'd be another one to really dive into, get that experience. So
Gogo posts Cyberpunk is pretty dark, some twisted stuff if you go through and read them. If you read the lore, but even some of the side quests, again, I won't spoil it, but Gogo, if you know, one of the greatest feeling, not in terms of what it was about, but how I could choose to end the mission, was the preacher dude and his son. If you remember that side quest.
I don't think I did that side quest.
We talked about it originally. You did do it, Steel.
Okay.
We had kind of the same feeling. That side quest is one of the greatest feelings I had to an end ever. The most satisfaction that I've ever had. And if anybody's played it and remembers, again, not a big side quest. It was probably maybe like it probably wound up being 30, 45 minutes total, maybe side quest. But if anybody remembers, you all know why I say that's one of the greatest, most satisfying missions I've ever had in a video game, hands down. It will never leave me. That Cyberpunk will never leave me in general. I still think about Cyberpunk. I still do.
Yeah.
The ending, fucking the story, just crazy. Oh, bro, God, I can't wait to jump back into Phantom Liberty when I'm done with Starfield.
Cybergunter says, I've played Cyberpunk but never beaten it. Should I buy Phantom Liberty and continue my adventure, or do I have to start a new game? I don't know if you have to start a new game, but I would definitely recommend you starting a new game. From my personal experience with Cyberpunk, with as many things that they have changed within the game, it's going to play and feel completely different than it did before. So in that case, along with having Phantom Liberty in there now, releasing in there, I would just start a new game and start your adventure from there. Just kind of lead up to it, because again, it's going to feel different for sure. Everything that I've seen solidifies that. And if you have it on PC too, or available or have access to it on PC, there's so many mods for that game right now, bro. Like, and so many things that you can add in there to even enhance the gameplay experience further. It's going to be even more dope to see how they tailor some of the mods to what the DLC is bringing in. So
it's going to be crazy. The police, the changes to the police are the thing that I'm most interested in.
That's the biggest thing, because that didn't really
that
exist
is huge. That was one of the biggest annoyances I had with it, was how they just appeared out of the blue. Like, it was stupid for a game as immersive as Cyberpunk was. To have the police just pop out of the blue was crazy. Steve, did you do the whole pop star side quest in Cyberpunk 2?
Pop star.
Do you remember? Yeah. Do you remember the pop star? Do you remember the huge singer that you meet?
I do remember the chick. I do remember her.
You remember her? She was fully kitted out. Basically, she had lost herself to. She was fake. Basically, is what all of it.
I do remember that. I don't remember the full mission, but I do remember that.
Yeah.
I remember her.
Again, it's those things that where I put CD Projekt Red close to Bethesda when it comes to these style of games, when it comes to side mission. I know some people claim that the Witcher 3 side stuff is the greatest stuff that they've ever played, which again, I'm not.
Gotcha.
Too many people say it. I'm not going to sit here and fight again. It is what it is. That's great. And I understand why, because CD Projekt Red, people said time and time again, much like Starfield, outside of the bug stuff and the previous gen stuff, which was very, very, well documented and legit. People said that CDPR didn't seem to put to a lot of people. They didn't put their time in with the side quests like they did with The Witcher. I firmly, after 300 hours, disagree. After playing every single side mission, I firmly disagree that they did some of their best writing ever in Cyberpunk. side characters that I thought were throwaway characters that became some of my favorite stories and my favorite backstories and lore from Cyberpunk. My God. Again, if you haven't played, I didn't mean to turn this into a Cyberpunk thing, but Phantom Liberty is coming out,
gaming,
so it's
bro.
legit.
It's gaming,
It's legit because it's coming out with this new expansion. Cyberpunk is a game that, again, if you didn't dive into because of all the stuff, and again, I understand some of it was legit drummed up hate, but it doesn't matter. At this point, this far down the road, I will say it again. If you love these types of games, if your thing is having an open world to go explore and to go check out and to go find new interesting stories and people to meet, Cyberpunk 100%. I can guarantee you, if you jump into it with an open mind with this new Phantom Liberty DLC and with the changes they're making to the game, Cyberpunk will live up to that. And you will find stuff in that game that will leave an impression upon you for a very long time to come as a gamer. I'm telling you, Cyberpunk is worth every penny to go jump into, especially at this point. I'm hands down. Please do.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I completely forgot that we skipped over the upcoming game segment.
Yeah,
we got straight to business. So
we didn't call it the chat. We just hopped right into Starfield. Again, this is
we were roaring behind the scenes. Again, to say that this game isn't impactful, again, for me, I would say is a bit disingenuous. But I mean, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I do think that it is, though, man. I haven't been so enthralled with the game. And again, the best perspective that I can give you, and then we'll kind of move forward. We'll get through this, touch on a few topics, and then wrap things up for the show. Comparatively to everybody that's saying that Starfield is trying to be or isn't as good, more so as No Man's Sky, as somebody that put 100 hours into No Man's Sky, shout to Boogeyman, shout to Dragonheart Yobi. They helped me a lot in my experience with that. If I didn't have friends, to kind of boost that experience, would I still had a good time with the game? Probably. Would it have been to the level that I ended up having with them included? No, not at all. They helped streamline and elevate that process by giving me things that I wouldn't have had access to until later on. And also were able to show me that the customization wasn't as deep, you know, sitting at starports and stuff, waiting for different types of ships and things of that nature to land so I can barter with the people and get and buy it from them. I had some cool feelings with that. You saw some cool ships and some cool designs and landing in different places and how the procedural generation works. All that stuff is cool. But I would give that up for what I have in this game. Being able to build my own ship, as though, even though I don't have this like a boost grav drive to help me get to planets faster, and I can't go into the atmosphere of these planets, and it all doesn't feel seamless in comparison to what I was getting from that game. Everything that I was missing, though, I have in Starfield right now. And for me, that's the more telling experience. And that's the perspective that I want to come from without giving any spoilers about the game or anything else. I think that Starfield is worth your time. If you're a Bethesda fan, especially if you're not a Bethesda fan, if you like space, you like that idea of it. Yes. Keep in mind, this isn't what we have gotten traditionally, where it's more future focus. This is more near focus. How would you feel if humanity within the next 500 years, 3 to 500 years, had an event like this happen, and it was just mostly us dealing with each other, traversing through space? And I get a lot of those feelings here. Yeah. So yeah, all
those games mentioned still stand on their own. Again, that's why I hate this.
Absolutely.
I hate what's been done with No Man's Sky, because No Man's Sky, again, I shout out to Hello Games for continuing to work on that game and making it what it is. It's just not,
absolutely.
Again, Starfield sure takes influence No Man's Sky took influence from other games.
Yeah.
Every game takes influence, and they all
Absolutely.
stand on their own. And No Man's Sky, if you're looking for a space sim game, bro,
Yeah,
No
it's a
Man's
dope
Sky
game.
is
Looks good.
fantastic.
Feels
It
good.
is. Again, I've continued to go back
Good
to
game.
it from time to time
Especially
to
with
check out the
friends.
updates.
Really
Right.
fun with friends.
And again, I've only played it single player. So, but that's not the experience that they were looking for, that Bethesda was trying to create. And so the continuous bringing up of this and that, and I wish this was there and all this kind of stuff is unfair. It's unfair to both games. Again, Bethesda was going for a different experience, and I just take these games for what they give you.
What
Sure,
they
we can all wish what they are. Correct, right? What the devs went for. Mods will give us things if you have the ability to mod. And again, they said they're bringing mods to console for Starfield, so we'll see how extensive that is. But the fact is, down the road, if you want to play a different style of Starfield, chances are you're going to have a chance to do so. But this continuous narrative that, oh, because it doesn't have this, because it doesn't have this, because it doesn't have this, it failed. No, it just was disappointing for you because you wanted that stuff. I wanted certain things, but I don't knock the game for not having them, because of what they're giving me is beyond what I expected in a lot of areas. So therefore, that's just how I look at it. If you can't, so be it. But again, continuously to harp on the fact of what's missing or what's not there isn't going to change it. The game is what the game is. You have to judge for yourself. If it's a game that you want to invest into and you want to play, then do so. If it's not, then you just have to chalk it up as, hey, Bethesda didn't make the game I wanted. Time to go find something else to play. I again, continue to harp on it. It isn't going to change that fact. So that's where I'm at with it. Loving this game through and through. Again, on its way to be my GOAT. We will see if it winds up there. I can easily see it happening, which again, had you asked me even a couple weeks ago if I could ever see it, I would have said, there's an outside chance it beating Oblivion and Skyrim for me. But again, with my love of high fantasy, I probably would have said, probably not overall. But here we are. Here we are today, and I see it moving up that realm. So again, thanks all for listening to us for 3 hours on Starfield. Again. Again.
A total of about 6-7 hours of content just on Starfield itself without any spoilers. That's the other thing too. Maybe some light things in there. I know people have been kind of sensitive to that and whatnot, but Wizzy Tekken says, yo, Stealing Pong, good of the afternoon. What's going on?
Yeah, shout out to Kato dropping in here as well. Here, let me shout out some chat here. We haven't done it all. I got to do this because I love all these people in here. These guys are having great discussions in here. Again, Steele and I are just going on and on. Normally we bring in more conversation. We've tried to throughout this, but again, we just has so much to say on this, and there's so many different conversations to have on Starfield because of how many different opinions there are out there, how many different things have been expressed. It's really hard, but I thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Nonetheless, I appreciate every single one of you, and I love the conversations going on. Zaccato, great to see you. Nick, say as always, Blue Moon FC, what's going on, brother? Fahim Scott coming in here as well. Always great to see you, Fahim. Tim, the sorcerer's in the house. The one, the only, the legend, Dragonheart, Yobi, still hanging out with us. What's going on, Yobi? Thanks for all the gifted subs earlier again, brother. Appreciate you so much. The Sly Crow sliding on in here. What's going on, Sly? Andrew Cullinane jumping in here. Andrew said, I disagree on Cyberpunk. It should have been my game of the generation. I hated it. The story was not good to me. The missions were just so boring, and the map was just terrible.
That's
Andrew,
fair.
man,
that's how you feel.
Again,
I completely disagree.
Your experience.
But if that's how you feel, then
obviously you put time into it. You just didn't do it for you. That happens in games. It's happened to me before. So again, I totally understand. I'm sad to hear that, because of how much I love Cyberpunk. Again, great. I think all the stuff you said, I loved. So but again, I understand.
Witcher 3 is supposed to be a GOAT for a lot of people.
Yep.
And it is not far, and very far from.
Three times I've tried it and still it won't.
Same.
It was better this last time with the new controls. It was better. The combat felt better, but it still did not pull me in the way that this has, that all of these other games have, which is crazy to me because it's high fantasy. It's something I should
it's
love.
all the right things.
It's all the stuff that I should love.
I can't get
for
past
whatever
the
reason.
For me.
Again, I don't hate it. by any stretch of the imagination. I don't hate
that game is boring.
I just doesn't, it just doesn't draw me in. It doesn't put its clamps on me. It just doesn't do it. Anyways,
but anyway,
maybe someday it will. I'm going to keep trying. Tim the Sorcerer's in the house. Actually, guy, Lore Master Jasper. Go check out Lore Master Jasper along with Steel and their shipbuilding. Absolutely incredible. Really good stuff out there. A lot of great shipbuilding out there. Crazy stuff people are coming up with. That is a whole nother aspect that I can't believe, Steel, how much flexibility they did provide. Could there be more? Of course there could be more, but for shipbuilding.
Oh yeah.
But the fact that the shipbuilding is just one part of this game and how much effort they actually did put into it and the creativeness that they're allowing people to do to have your own style of ship. Again, I'm not looking to build classic ships. I'll wait till the modders put in the classic ships. But Steel, you, Jasper, all you guys out here creating classic ships from all these different shows with what they've given you and some of the results, absolutely incredible. For me, I'm doing my own style. I'm doing my own thing. And that's all a bit available to you. And
you
that's
can buy
just
ships
one
too.
little
That's the
part
other
of the
thing
ship.
too.
And you can buy ships too if you have.
You don't have to build nothing. You can just. That's what Jaffe was saying. He was the main ship that he got from the beginning.
Yeah, he didn't care.
At the very
he didn't
end,
care about the shipbuilding.
Then he had enough money to buy a ship. It's not cheap.
But he bought one and he loved it. And he talked about how different they all feel.
They do feel.
Like now that he bought a new ship, they do feel different depending on what you give them and what you provide them. So
even with the gunship I built, it feels completely different than my my X-Wing build. Prototype.
Exactly. Shout out to them for the effort that they put in the shipbuilding, which is again only one small piece in the total puzzle of this game. It's crazy, man. Mm-hmm. It's really awesome. Blue Moon FC, I think I already got you, but great to see you, brother, as always. Casket Repair in the house. What's going on? Can't wait for Phantom Liberty. Yeah, I can't wait to jump in and do another playthrough of Cyberpunk at some point.
By the way, real quick, Dragonheart Yobi did another 5 Live Split Screen memberships. Welcome to the Splitters, guys. That's Geezer Prime, Xbox International, Gummy Hernandez, The Joker's Black, Joe Bailey. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you guys coming through. And Dragonheart Yobi, appreciate you for the membership, brody. That's much love.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Again,
yes, God Emperor. For me to build my gunship, because he asked, do you need hella credits for shipbuilding? Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you again, Paul. No. Because I know we'll move ahead a little bit. For me to build the ship that I had from essentially scratch, my gunship that I've just built cost me about $200K. So that's perspective. Fahim says, show us your ship. You guys didn't see my ship? What do you mean?
It's on Twitter. It's on Twitter. I posted my ship too.
I'll put it in the back. I'll put it in the background.
Yeah, put it in the background.
And we'll keep moving on. But
it does cost money.
It does cost a lot of money. A lot of money. My fault. Go ahead.
Yeah. Depending on what you want to do, it gets spendy. Who else we got in here? We got Mr. 7 Digit. What's going on, Mr. 7 Digit? Great to see you. Go Poe in the house. What's going on? Go. We got Devontae DeMarcus in the house as well. Says, I have Cyberpunk and I have Starfield. I like games that don't hold your hand, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I do think sometimes there's way too much hand-holding in games. I understand why they do it, but at the same time, for me, I like just trying things out and seeing what happens and figuring things out for myself in a lot of ways.
Thanks, Shield.
Who else we got in here? We got Cyber Gunter 81, who I also know is absolutely loving Starfield. Cyber Gunter, great to see you. Masshole 1977, what's going on? TMHW Gaming, always great to see you joining us every Saturday. Always a pleasure. Who else we got in here? I'm trying to go back. God, you guys have just been lighting up. Of course, the one, the only brother from Another Fun Speculation, aka Mav, was in here listening to us. What's going on, Mav? Missed the Fun Spec family this week. We didn't have PM in the PM or Xbox Ultimate. This is my first podcast of the week, which is crazy. Eastside Vandal in here. What's going on, Eastside? Who else we got up in here? We got UK Lad jumping in here. What's going on, UK? Crispy Rambo's in the house. What's going on, Crispy? Brother from the Psychonauts in the house. What's going on, Psycho? Who else? We got Seeky in the house. Again, you guys have heard a lot of these names because we have been talking with chat, but I'm just shouting everybody out. Talos Ray's up in the house. What's going on? Happy Saturday to you, Talos. Great to see you a part of our show as always. Who else we got in here? My God, you guys and your conversations. You guys are just rocking and rolling in here. It's been going on for a long time. Caper Grant, what's going on, Caper Grant? I see you jumping in here. What's going on? Great to have you in here. I think that's as far back as I can go. I think I got everybody. Splendiferous. How could I forget the one and only Splen? What is going on, Splen? I saw you jump in earlier talking about me looking like young or something. Yeah, no, I had to shave up the beard, obviously. So maybe that's what you were talking about, but I appreciate it. Nam Omar in the house. What's going on, Nam? Great to have you a part of our show as always. Who else? I think General Spartan 27. We got the one and only Lord Roughness brothers. Great to see you. Salute to both of you. Froggy T White in here as well. What's going on? Joe Bailey, I see you got gifted. The Joker's back 1987. I see you got gifted. Xbox International Podcast. What's going on, brothers? Great to see you. I'm assuming that's Louie. What's going on, Louie? Geezer Prime in the house. Gummy Hernandez. I see you all getting gifted. Thanks again to Dragonheart Yobi. Everybody lurking. Everybody that's jumping in our chat. Doesn't matter either way. Appreciate you all. Thank you for being here on a Saturday morning. God Emperor Sofa King, you as well. Always appreciated. Never expected. Always appreciated for you joining us. Box of Burger, the one and only great Box of Burgers in the house. Finally getting to enjoy Starfield on the big screen because he was on vacation during launch and playing on his ROG Ally, which was freaking awesome to see that thing was working so well. Mm-hmm. But now he's enjoying it on the big screen. Shout out to you, Box of Burger. So anyways, that's it, Steel. What do you want to move on to?
Well, do you want to tell the people about the upcoming games?
I mean, we could certainly jump into upcoming games. Do any upcoming games matter? No, let's go. I'm just joking.
We could also put it on the back end.
Nah, we could do it right now real quick. Let's see what's going on. I know there's a couple cool games coming out. At least one cool game that's coming out this week, coming into Game Pass as well. Where are we? We are on September the 11th. That is what week we are jumping into. My God, this show's been totally thrown out by Starfield. All right, let's go. September. Oh my God, this is like tons of games coming out this week. Really? Holy cow. Okay. Yeah, we got lots of games. Selection. I did not realize it. So good thing we are jumping into this. So this week, September 12th, Eternights coming to PlayStation 5, coming to PlayStation 4, and coming to PC as well. This is from Studio Psy, action simulation game, anime style. Eternights is getting a lot of traction out there. I have seen some people post stuff about this.
Yeah, the combat looks good
for it. Yeah,
but it's a relationship game.
Yeah, it's a relationship game. Correct. Right, dating sim game. So there you go.
Combat's interesting enough, though. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. Then we got Noor, Play with Your Food. That's right, Nour, Noor, Play with Your Food, coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, PC, and Mac. Developed by Terrifying Jellyfish, published by Panic Incorporated. This is a sim game. I'm assuming this got to be a food sim game. It has to be.
Play with your food, yeah.
Yeah, play with your food. So, okay. Shout out to sim games. Shout out to food sim games. So you got that coming out. Then you got Super Bomberman R2.
Shout out to
a friendship killer back in the day. Bomberman, talk about getting competitive. Talk about playing on the same screen together with your friends and getting really upset. Like Bomberman was the one for me. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, PC. Everything's getting this. Super Bomberman R2. Shout out to Bomberman. Konami, of course, developed and published by, coming out this week. And then we've got Gunbrella. This is an interesting little indie game. Shout out to Switch and PC who are getting Gunbrella. Of course, published by one of our favorites, Devolver Digital, who rarely, if ever, misses when they launch one of their indie games. Doinksoft is the developer. I know Indy, shout out to Indie Gamer. He sometimes jumps in here and lurks and sometimes listens later. Shout out to you, Indy. He's been making videos. He's been highlighting Gunbrella, I think is one of the games he highlighted as well. Looks like a cool game. Go check out Gunbrella if you're looking for a new indie game coming out. Action shooter type game. Go check that out. And then we've got... What else we got? We've got Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the hidden treasure of Area Zero - the Teal Mask. Yes, that is the full title. Coming to Switch, obviously. Steel, you hopping off Starfield? Jumping in some Pokemon Scarlet, Violet, the hidden treasure of Area Zero, the Teal Mask.
Oh,
Nope. Okay.
Nope.
You are the resident closest thing to a Pokemon fan that we do have, so I gotta ask.
Yep, but nope.
Nope.
I'm not. I just don't have.
Yeah.
I played it. That's an example of something that I was expecting a lot more from, and I beat it. It was good. I enjoyed it for what it was. I'm glad I played it. I'll cherish that experience, but I would have rather liked to play it on PC.
Correct.
Where I can not deal with the performance issues and visual issues.
Right. Got you. Next game up, Ad Infinitum. This is a game that has been promoted. I believe this, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, if anybody remembers, this is one coming to Game Pass or no? I know it was highlighted during one of the Xbox shows. This is the game set in World War I during the trench warfare, and you kind of time travel back and forth between two different eras. It's a horror, more psychological, I think, than actual straight up horror. But it is a horror game, and very dark, very gritty, story-based action still, but very, very story-based. But Ad Infinitum has been on a lot of people's radar ever since it was first showing off. It is finally dropping this week, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC consoles. Interesting concept because World War I isn't done a whole lot outside of strategy games. World War I was probably one of the worst wars that nobody remembers or talks about, because you always learn about World War II. But World War I and trench warfare was some of the most awful, heinous stuff ever done to human beings that you will ever read about if you ever go back and dive into the history. So curious to see how they tackle some of that stuff in this game. So go check that out. AK Zottle is coming. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. If you guys don't know what Zottles are, they're like these lizard-like creatures. You've probably seen them in Axolotls or Zottles. I call them Zottles.
Zottles.
Axolotls. Okay. However you pronounce it, for sure. Okay. All right. Cool little lizards that live mainly underwater full time. They're really cool creatures, but there's a game coming out. And this one, they actually have guns, and it's coming from Two Awesome Studio, published by PlayStack Ltd. It is a shooter, so go check that out. September the 14th. Game. Yep, maybe. I mean, it looks cool as hell. Again, people come up with the most interesting ideas. How you ever looked at a axolotl or a zottle or whatever and said, "Hey, I'm going to make a shooter out of him." I don't know, but hey, good for you. Deceit 2 coming to PC. This is a action-based game from World Makers, multiplayer game. 6 to 9 players, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC. Actually is launching on PC first, September 14th, and then it's supposed to be coming to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series later this year. So that is Deceit 2. God, the ads over on Game Informer. Shout out to Game Informer. I know you guys need your money. Dune Spice Wars, full launch on PC, September the 14th. It's been in early access by Shiro Games and Funcom. This is a strategy-based game, RTS. I want to play this at some point. Dune Spice Wars, officially launching September the 14th. Then let's see what else we got. We got Monster Hunter Now coming out for mobile, iOS, and Android. Another Monster Hunter game. Shout out to the Monster Hunter fans. If you guys want to hop into the mobile, you got it. September 14th. Solar Ash, and I believe this one is also coming to Game Pass this week as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Again, I've been out of the loop for a little bit here with Starfield, but Solar Ash was a PlayStation console exclusive for a while. It is finally launching into Xbox. This is from Annapurna, published by Annapurna, developed by Heart Machine. Really had interest in this game when they first showed it off. I love the aesthetic of this game. Love the color use in this game as well. Solar Ash dropping on Xbox this week. Go check that out as well. Then still, we got the Forza Horizon ripoff, the Ubisoft version, Crew Motorfest, dropping this week. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC. I know I've seen some people who've played the beta. A
lot of people
have actually enjoyed it. Yeah, really enjoyed this game. Again, can you have too many car games? No, not really, in my opinion. Can you have too many arcade racing games? And if they want to take the formula from Horizon and try their own hand at it, cool. Obviously, Horizon's huge. So giving people the option to play somewhere else, Crew Motorfest, cool. Ubisoft, do your thing. I'm okay with it. That is dropping September the 14th. Then we got Thunder Ray coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Thunder Ray. Is this a boxing game?
Yeah, it's like Punch Out. It's like a new version of Punch Out.
Oh, okay, cool, awesome. I'm always down for this. I saw one at the indie showcase out at PAX West where Iron Lords. Is this the
it
one?
Might be.
No, I think it was a different.
Different. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was different. But Thunder Ray, Purple Tree coming out. We are getting a bunch of boxing games, by the way, Steel, which is kind of cool. And some of them are definitely going after Punch Out, which I'm even cooler with. So let's do it. Now we just need a new Ring King, and I'll be all about it. Let's go. Thunder Ray this week on September the 14th. And then we've got Batan Kaidos 1 and 2 HD remaster coming to Switch. This was one of those smaller JRPGs. Didn't get a whole lot of fame and fortune, but a lot of people love them. Obviously, they are making an HD remaster. This is Bandai Namco. This was an older game prior to Bandai becoming as big as they are now again. So again, if you're looking for JRPGs, you got the Switch. You can do a whole lot worse than jumping into those. So go check out those. Then we got Gloomhaven. Am I too far, Steel? Or am I right on?
I think your 16th should be right on.
16. Yeah. So I'm about to jump too far. So
yeah,
we'll say Gloomhaven. Yeah, we'll say Gloomhaven for next week. So yeah, that is your list of the next week of gaming coming to you, brought to you by Game Informer, of course. Again, not perfect, but the best we can get. So yeah, got some games coming up this week, Steel, for sure.
Yeah, that's mad dope. Let me just change the video in the background real quick. See if I can change it back to my other one.
And a real quick shout out to a game that probably nobody's played outside of me, but it is an RPG game out there. It is not perfect, but they are doing an upgrade. They're doing a free upgrade for current gen, which I always give praise to. When a game, even a game that didn't hit, this is from Polish developer too. King's Bounty 2.
Oh, okay.
Interesting game. Had a lot of bugs, but it was a turn-based battle RPG, kind of RTS-y, kind of RTS mixed with classic RPG. Mm-hmm. There's a lot to like if you are into AA RPGs with this game. It is always on sale. You can usually get it through Amazon or through one of the key, like CD Keys or one of the code places for under $20. It is getting a current gen patch, and they are fixing some other things as well. King's Bounty 2, I put about 10 hours into it before I got sidetracked by something else. I'm going to go back to this game eventually. Didn't get a whole lot of fame and fortune, but it is by 1C Entertainment, published by Cook Media. If you're just randomly looking for something, again, I'm not saying nobody's got anything to play right now, but if you're like me and you like to jump into random AA's, especially when they go on sale, King's Bounty 2's got a lot of goodness for you. And again, with this current gen patch coming out, I'm really happy they're doing that. Again, I give them praise because I know they didn't sell a whole lot of copies of this game. I know this was not anywhere close to a big seller. I just think it's cool that they're going back and doing it. So King's Bounty 2 got that current gen patch. So go check that out if you guys are interested in something like that. Sorry, just need to give that.
No, you're good. There's actually, because I saw somebody mentioned it, Blue Moon about Xbox Wire. There's actually a good bit of games released on Xbox Wire.
There always is on Xbox Wire. I
just
didn't pull up this week because we were
I'll run through the list real quick.
Sure. Go ahead. I gotta grab something to drink. I'll be right back.
You're good. Go ahead. So it looks like on September 12th, you got Full Void. That's going to be coming out. Looks like it's going to be on sale too. Also on September 12th, you got Myth Force. Then on the same day, you got the Isle Tide Hotel. Let's see what else we got here. September 13th, you got Gravity Oddity. Same day, we're also getting Mystic Gate. These games say get it now in comparison, so I'm imagining that these games are releasing in Game Pass. So you'll have Myth Forces coming in, Gravity Oddity, Mystic Gate. Looks like it's coming into Game Pass. You got Super Bomberman, but that's $49.99. Not a bad price for that game. We'll see how that game releases. Bomberman's been pretty dope traditionally. Ad Infinium's on there. We talked about that. This AK Axolotl game, get it now. Probably looks like it's gonna be in the Game Pass. I just looked it up. It's more like a 2D kind of game. Shoot 'em up. Looks it's mad. It's cute, but older in a lot of ways. Let's see. The crew we mentioned, Dyna Blaster. That one's also saying get it now. MK, that's coming out. I forgot there was early access for MK actually. I'm not too worried about that. Solid State. That's on a get it now. Looks like that's coming to Game Pass. We were talking about Solar Ash earlier about that coming to Game Pass. Looks like it is. That's kind of confirms that. I want to run around in there for a bit to see how that game feel, like the art style on it. Some Eterna pre-order. Get that for 20. You got a game called Ugly. I think I've seen some trailers for this game at least. Interesting. You got Valtherian Arc Hero School Story 2. That's coming to Game Pass, looks like. Another Crusade. Get that releasing. Baby Shark Singing Swim Party. Get that for $40 if you're looking for something. Bright Side Riddles and Puzzles. That's coming to Game Pass, looks like. Dream House Days DX. That's coming in also. Not the Game Pass, but that's going to be there. Dungeon Village. Game Dev Story. I heard Game Dev Story was actually a pretty decent game. Heavy Duty Challenge, Road Truck Simulator. That's coming to Game Pass, looks like. Hot Spring Story, NASCAR Arcade Rush, Perfect Ninja Painter. There's a lot of games that are coming out just this week to Xbox. I mean, again, none of these are like super big or massive or anything like that, but again, they are still titles, and you can say, oh, they're fodder and all that great stuff, but again, they're games. They're something that's additional that's going to be available to your platform that if you didn't know, maybe you want to jump into it. So there's that. Mythic Force is going to be Myth Force. That's September 12th that's releasing. So if you're excited for Myth Force, you'll be able to jump into it that day. All right. I'm still waiting for Sony to put a list together for their games. So unfortunately, if anybody has that, please let me know. And I would like to.
Well, I do know that they're getting Saints Row for their PlayStation Plus game.
Well, I mean, after Volition closed, I hope that somebody would want to play those games.
And Saints Row is on sale for Xbox right now for $18.
That's kind of wild.
Like I said, 20 and under. I think if you can get over the hump and just ignore the fact, much like Mass Effect Andromeda, that Mass Effect Andromeda, if you play it as not a Mass Effect game, as a generic sci-fi game, it's okay. It's good. Same with Saints Row. If you play it as not a Saints Row game, but just a crazy over-the-top open world action game, you can find a lot of fun in that game. I played it during the free-to-play days. Mm-hmm. I've almost thought about, I'm just going to wait because I don't have any time. I'm not going to go play Saints Row right now. And I'm like, the longer I wait, it's just going to be on sale forever now because they close it's always going to be cheap.
It's going to get cheap.
But if you're looking for something right now and you want to jump into Saints Row, $18 on Xbox, I would say it's worth it just to go shoot up and blow up a bunch of stuff and crazy physics-based wackiness happening and all that kind of stuff. That's the type of game it is. If you can ignore the story and the terrible writing and just the awfulness of what they did to Saints Row, you're good. I think for under $20, the game's worth it. I'll just throw that out there.
All right. Well, there's that. At least something out there for everybody.
Again, it's just me because I'm a grazer because I do play games, even games that a lot of people say I'll never play that game. I wind up playing them just when they're on sale and stuff. Again, I've got hundreds of games in my library that I bought on sale just because, right? So, and my time with them always varies, but I can't say that, there's been very few games that I've bought super cheap where I've been like, oh, that was a waste of money. There's been some, but for the most part, I can find enjoyment. Again, that's why I'll never be a reviewer professionally. I'll give you my impressions, but just know that I'm easily entertained and I can usually find good in most things. So that's who I am. So
can we talk about how dope that Jean-Claude Van Damme trailer is for Mortal Kombat 1? Just saying.
I feel bad for Johnny Cage, though. I feel bad for the actor that plays Johnny Cage. I feel bad because Jean-Claude takes over everything, right? Even though the whole character was based
off of him anyway.
Yeah. It was based off of him anyways, right? Yeah, absolutely. Right. They couldn't get him to do it back in the day. Ed Boon talked about this in some recent interviews with Mortal Kombat 1 coming out, crazy. That they tried through the years to get Jean-Claude, that they worked on it and just things never worked out. And Boone is so happy that they finally were able to pull this off. And it does. It looks fantastic. It fits right in because that's what the whole character was based on. It's just awesome, man.
It looks so dope. Mortal Kombat 1 just is looking super dope overall. Looking super clean game. Nixie said Bloodsport coming to MK1. There's a lot of things that they're doing with MK1 that kind of go back to some of the older games, especially with the single player experience, where it's just not, fight to fight. Which is also, that's super dope. You adding that level to it. And again, I didn't mind the way that the story of MK11 was set up. Mm-hmm. Right. I felt like it was good, but again, it was more traditional in the way that it was just fight to fight. The Crypt was okay too, but again,
I like the Crypt.
Crypt was okay.
I know I'm rare, but I like the Crypt as a single player Mortal Kombat game.
And I think they are elevating it in this one, but I would just like to see the Crypt become a bit more interactive as far as like you fighting enemies more. Again, I go back to some of the older Mortal Kombats where you had that free roam and fighting enemies and stuff like that. I believe that was
how about Megan Fox voicing Natara too?
Yeah, Megan Fox being Natara. I think the character's modeled after her too.
It had to be because there's too many things in the face that give you the impression that it's her, right? Mm-hmm. So I think they probably did, but the voice works perfectly for that type of character. Like she's made for that role. So I love that.
Yeah, that's super dope.
I'm a Megan Fox fan, so whatever.
I know you are. Paul. It's all good. Hey. I'm a light fan too. I just wish she was better at her acting prowess. That's all.
I wish she was just okay. No.
Hey, so
she's had her moments.
Sure.
She's got a terrible choice in men, though. I'll say that.
I mean, she like it. Terrible. I love it. Hey, she like terrible. It. I love it. But okay, so it looks like. Also to throw this in here for anybody that's in the Xbox Alpha, skip ahead, and Beta and Delta Insider Rings.
This is a big deal, actually.
This is because this is going to help a lot of people who want to record content or want to pull content off, or you have a USB.
Or just has their hard drive full of pictures because they're addicted to photo modes in games like Cyberpunk and Starfield and can't stop taking pictures nonstop and then have to delete a ton just to have more room. Yeah, that's me. So this will help.
So apparently what's coming in is you're going to be able to auto upload 4K HDR clips, which the HDR was broken before. So I don't know if it's going to be fixed for console when you start doing that now. I guess we'll find out. You also get auto upload captures saved to an external drive. That's going to be extremely beneficial for anybody having pictures. You can have a specific thumb drive, hard drive, whatever you want to attach, maybe another SSD, external SSD, maybe if you want to use that to put all your stuff at, so you're not taking up space on your actual hard drive. Faster bulk upload to OneDrive. That's really dope. For those who do use OneDrive can be extremely useful. Just put it in the cloud. Then whenever you need it, you download it. Boom, upload it. Then,
especially since they got rid of the Twitter functionality and that kind of stuff. OneDrive is what I upload my Xbox pictures to now. I constantly do that, so I have them on the go. And because you know how uneven the Xbox app is.
Yeah,
it sucks, and it doesn't grab your video. Videos go directly to your Xbox hard drive, at least for me, and I haven't found any option to change that. So I have to upload my videos anyways. If I take a clip, I have to upload it to OneDrive anyways. So that's what I do. So
all right. Well, and then there's also supposed to be a new wizard to help you start a bulk upload. So that makes sense. That's good. That's definitely good stuff. Again, the capturing methods for the Xbox Series has probably been one of the weakest elements of the console, especially in comparison to its competitor. From everything that I know, Sony still has a good method for uploading clips and whatnot. I don't know if they have a cloud method though. So there is that. And if Xbox can get this in the right direction, again, they still need to get working on their,
they need to get editing software.
Yeah, the editing software for sure.
I mean, again, Xbox used to have that, right? With, I can't remember what it was called. They used to have an editing software. PlayStation's always had that. For the people who do like photo modes and clips and stuff, PlayStation does it great. And again, their system where they take a clip of your trophy whenever you open a trophy, that is awesome. And I think that Xbox should have something like that as well for theirs. It's a great moment to share, and it's great to have that. So, I mean, again, not every achievement or trophies, the same as every other one, right? That there's some that are a little bit more like, hey, that was pretty damn cool. I wish I had a clip of that, right? So I think that if they can do that, I think it would be a great addition to what they've got, because let's be real, I don't understand why they don't make it a priority, because it is free marketing for them and for their games. When people have a quick and easy way to share out, video games. It is a promotional tool free from the community, because most of us on social media do like to share things that we're doing, especially when we're in this type of community. And it gets people hyped. It spreads the word. The bigger news sites have been picking up on things being done in the community with Starfield, like, the different types of ships people are creating and stuff, and they write articles about it. Like, it is really a free marketing tool. And I wish that they would go back to making it a priority and redo their achievement system, which Jez talked about on Xbox 2 this week, that he spoke to somebody at Xbox at Gamescom, and they said still, and again, this is something that Jez has been saying for a while, they would like to do something. They would like to update the achievements. They would like to get back to work. It's just not a high priority for them. And I'm like,
it doesn't, the achievement system and all that shit, it doesn't really need to be a high priority, but at the same time, like,
what it is,
you should have a team on it.
They changed gaming with, you should have a small team. They changed gaming with that, Steel. PlayStation and Nintendo, PlayStation copied it. Steam copied it.
Yeah, they did.
Right? So there's a reason why
if it's not broke,
it may not be for everybody. No, but they could do more to promote. They could do more to upgrade it and promote it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I should. Yeah. Like, again, I don't care about platinums. I don't care about thousanding. Again, I don't finish games like that. So I don't care about those. But the fact is, if you could create some cool medals if you could create some cool medals that you could earn by getting different levels of achievements or whatever the case may be, or how many, and you could have those next to your gamer tag, like kind of like a military, like, like what rank you are. If you could have that on there, that would just add another level. It's just simple little things they could do to update that I wish they would try, because again, they did create a whole thing around achievements. They created a whole community.
People care about that shit now.
Of right. It's just a little treat. I still get a great feeling when you hear that sound, especially the diamond one. The diamond achievement still gives me a thrill every time I hear it. When I know that I got an achievement that less than 10% of people so far have gotten, call it dopamine, call it a stupid, cheap way to get people addicted to things. I don't care. It still gives me a little thrill when I hear that diamond achievement pop. And that's the other thing. Their achievements don't always work anymore. They've gotten inconsistent. They don't always pop in every game.
That's the game.
Sometimes it's a game, but I also think it happens too frequently, where I still think it's the system as well being inconsistent and not reading. Yes, I know there's some times where the games are broken and the achievements don't pop, but what I'm saying is it registers the achievement in the game, right? You can go into the achievements, you can see that you just earned that achievement, but it's not popping on the Xbox. And that's been happening more and more as the years go on too. And I think that's just because they're not paying attention to that system anymore at all. They just don't care. It's not a priority.
Yeah, RSJ fan, I think for me, the entire achievement system and everything, and hearing them say that it's not really a priority, for me, it's more so, I got to a point with it because I did used to care about that stuff to a certain degree, not as much as anybody else. I'm not playing games just for gamer score. I've never believed in that. I don't get that. Or playing games specifically to get achievements. Now I was kind of
shout out to Ran, shout out to Stallion.
Yeah, if that's what you want to get out of it, that's what you get out of it.
They did their thing. Ran doesn't anymore. Ran could care less.
But for me, it's when you get to a point where you play a lot of multiplayer games too, and you're not awarded for you spending that time. So it's kind of like you stop caring about what achievements are going to give to you, because there's games that I've literally have spent a lot of time with in comparison to other games, and games that I've literally have skipped over, mainly because I was playing these multiplayer games, and I don't get any additional achievements for that. But I did have a thing to where it was, if I wasn't getting achievements for it though, like if I didn't add on to my profile, is because that's what it did though. It made you feel like you were adding something to your account, like some form of a record, right? And it's more so I never did it for anybody else other than myself. And then you come to find out that people actually do this to try to check people with this information. Like, okay. I still think that's an interesting conversation to have because that's multifaceted and you can't judge everybody that way. But anyway, yeah, I don't care about achievements as much as a lot of people do, but Xbox definitely did something with that. And again, it affects different people in different ways, and it does feel good when you pop those things. I don't really care about it anymore. I haven't for some time because you got to have your own reason to be in there. I think getting an achievement for it would be bad, but I do think that they need to find out a way to at least award people for maybe at a certain type of time to put into certain games. Maybe that would be one way to really invigorate it. Maybe some awards or whatever for you playing these different games. Just get an additional benefit to the current reward program. Hey, you not only when you buy games, but if you're playing these games and depending on how long you've played them, depending on how many achievements you got in it, we'll give you $5 or whatever the game may be. However they would figure out those rewards, and over time you could stack that up. I think that would be pretty cool to elevate it. But honestly, I think it's in a place where if it's not broke, don't fix it. There's so many other things that we need to be focusing on, like games actually releasing complete. And instead we have games like Jedi Survivor that 6 months later, they announced that it's coming to the previous generation, which we didn't think was going to happen. And then now we're getting a 60 frames mode that actually works as intended, a performance mode that actually works at 60 frames. So it's like, I think there's other things that we need to focus on first before we need to think about the achievement system. And Starfield, again, is still going to add on to that conversation because it does have bugs in it, and you could still get in there and say, oh, well, it still doesn't match the quality that I was expecting for first party, and Xbox still doesn't have it together. And if this is what top quality is, then we're doomed. I mean, if that's how you feel, I can't change that. I don't agree with that take, but it's still going to be a point of contention for everybody. So,
brother, no, I was just.
What happened? Something I said, or something new?
No.
What'd you see?
Twitter,
what'd you see,
bro? These guys.
I love people's Starfield takes. I love it.
They just never. Gaz made a post. Shout out to Gaz. Shout out to Sauce. Made a post about how. Well, we talked about a few weeks ago, right, Steele? All this talk about Baldur's Gate 3 and, PS5 exclusive and how everybody was so hyped for it on that side. And I told everybody, I want to see them screenshots. I want to see them video clips of Baldur's Gate 3. And of course, we've seen very little to none from most of the people that were claiming they were going to play the hell out of Baldur's Gate 3. We all knew this was coming. We all knew it was fake. A lot of it. There's certain people out there that are fans of it, and that's great.
Didn't it release on the 6th also?
Yes. And you haven't seen. They're still talking about Starfield. We need Spider-Man 2 real quick. Anyways, Gaz made that post about not seeing anybody and not seeing any of the ponies, quote unquote, posting about Baldur's Gate 3. And of course, now, even though that side is the instigators in all of this because they all claim Xbox don't play games and they never post about their games because they got nothing to play, right? And it's always, post your screenshots. Why don't I see screenshots? Oh, I just searched your entire account for hashtag Xbox share. There's nothing there. They do this all the time. Well, Gaz has got a bunch of people jumping in there. Oh, they're too busy playing the game. They're just not talking about it on Twitter. Maybe you should start playing Starfield instead of spending all your time on Twitter. So Gaz posted his time played. He's over 3 days played, hours.
So am I.
He's got 80 out of 1,000 achievements. So what do you think the next thing is? 80 out of 1,000 achievements? That just means you left the game on. These guys.
That's not how that works.
These people are not real gamers. These people do not. And I don't care if they're being intellectually dishonest. I don't even care anymore if they understand I'm gonna say that you're not a gamer if you're coming with these types of arguments or this type of nonsense. Because the fact is, I've got, I think, 50 or 60 out of 1,000 with over 60 hours in, because I'm not doing the mainline quests, because I'm not doing the faction quests. These people just never stop. They're not true gamers. They're not. And again, I'm not that dude who wants to gatekeep. I don't like the class warfare system. You guys all know that. But there is a subsect of people out here who are only here because gaming so happens to be popular nowadays. And they want to be a part of the conversation, and they want to get their ego boost from posting on X and Twitter and fighting the console war. They truly aren't at heart gamers. What I would consider a gamer, somebody who loves and is passionate about this industry. They're not. They're not. They're clowns, man. It's unbelievable.
No way. I mean, again, the game's so good that they're playing it, man. I mean, look, it's I don't know whose screenshots that I'm sharing or videos that I'm sharing. I just found them on YouTube, and I downloaded them and I uploaded them on Twitter.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I'm just pretending that I'm playing.
And I don't even judge people that way. I don't even think that people have to post things to prove that they're playing games, or some people just aren't posters like that. Some people just don't interact that way. And that's cool with me too. But these people that just, again, at every single turn, it just never stops with them. They can't take an L. They never will. Again, there's no point in even arguing with them or spending energy on them, because they continuously find new ways to be stupid and show that they have really no passion or love for this gaming industry. They don't. They think that console warring is passion. It's not. It's not at the end of the day. It's not at all. It's one thing to have a bias. It's one thing to say you have your favorite system. It's one thing to say you don't care about a system like I do with Nintendo. I don't care about Nintendo, but this fact of tearing down other people all the damn time because it's not your thing. Man, that's just not a part of being a gamer, man. It's not. Anyways. Sorry, I was just saw it on Twitter. I was laughing.
That is funny. That is funny. Fahim real quick says, to be fair, Microsoft had to basically rob them of a great game. Who knew the game was going to be great, Fahim?
Rob them?
That's I'm not going to take you literally. I'm not going to point you out.
Yeah, no, Fahim, because we don't. I mean, okay. I mean, all's fair in love and war and business, and Sony has zero problem doing the same damn thing. So
the only thing that I'll say to add on to that is to say that it's a great game. I thought the game was boring. I mean, I'm not saying that you're saying that, but I've also seen that point be made. And you're not the person. Again, I don't bring things up here unless that I've seen these things used for conversation pieces or heard these things. That's the only reason I say a lot of that stuff, because it does bring conversation pieces in, right? Again, I don't know. Nobody expected for this game to be what it is. I couldn't have never expected for this game to be what it is. And if the game was, I would have hoped that if PlayStation would have had the game, that they would have released it on PC also, or else I would have just missed out on the game and waited for it to come to PC. If that was been the strategy that they played with it, and that would have been unfortunate, right? And there's also no telling that Sony would have got in there and actually helped out with the team and done maybe some of the behind the scene things that they needed to get done for the game to release in the condition that it did. Maybe Sony has the game be released last year when Todd said he put that date in pen and it's basically etched in stone. And then it got pushed back from that etched in stone date.
Visible ink.
So, maybe that would have been the case. I think it would have been, which would have put this game in a very weird pace. Now, can the conversation also kind of lead to where was this game? I mean, we did it with Halo. Where was this game at a year ago in comparison to where it is at right now? That would have been funny to see. And I do think that the game would have had even deeper cuts in it. And I'm glad that they pushed it out. It felt like polishing it more was an important thing for them to do, because you can tell. Again, still issues, but it's just, nobody knew that this game was going to be what it was. Going to drive except for maybe Bethesda fans. No, seeing it drive conversation the way that it has. It's going to be interesting to see if it does have that same Elden Ring effect, where again, and is still very different, because Souls games are literally niche. Bethesda games are not niche. There's a lot of people who have played those games. There's a lot of people who hold those games at a high standard, and typically in the gaming communities that I've kind of been a part of, there's not a lot of people who don't know what those games are. Whereas, yeah, maybe you could say some of that for Souls games, but there's a reason why people don't play those games, right? The same reason why RTS games have become niche, because it's not what it used to be, because how gaming has kind of evolved, right? Now, it can be back there again when you see a game like Baldur's Gate 3 CRPG, top-down style, has that RTS kind of perspective to it. Now, is it an RTS? No, it's CRPG. It's a role-playing game. It's Dungeons and Dragons. It's a lot of these different elements that are combining together. But even that is different. So it's just looking at how these different things evaluate against each other. I think is a unique thing to get into too. So, but anyway, I honestly don't have much else outside of, because I think we touched on the PlayStation raising the price of their services last week.
Yep,
I know it was a little, we touched on it quick, but there's really not much to say on it. Again, Xbox did that to us. People responded. They changed the price back. Paying for online is paying for online, man. I mean, is it something that you should settle for? No. Especially from when you're not getting anything of a benefit for it. But if you're in that ecosystem, maybe you have a different argument than I do for you. I don't. So God Emperor Sofa King said 300K on Steam for Starfield. So again, that's higher than it was before. So the numbers are raising. It's the weekend. Yep. We can see how that continues to rise. I mean, more clips, more videos that people see come from there. Also, Steam typically has a pretty reliable review system. I mean, anybody can review bomb anything, but typically Steam weeds that out a little bit better. Typically, right? It's not always dependent on that. But I did a little bit deeper combing. I did a kind of a filter that filtered out people for only. I wanted to see people who played anywhere between 5 hours to 30 hours, that time period that people said that was boring. And even in that time period, because right now Starfield has a mostly positive. When I filtered it down, it had a more positive kind of rating, so it went down a little bit. But still, even with that and taking into consideration, it still had that on the side of a lot of people enjoying themselves outside of like performance things that people are complaining about, people not paying attention to what the recommended specs are for games. Again, we had to look at all those things back in the day. That was like, you always had to pay attention to recommended spec to make sure that you were going to be able to play that next game that was going to release. That's why Crisis was so big when it came out. You see a lot of that, but overall, seems like it's doing well on PC. People were bringing up the stores of the game on the Xbox store. Yep. The Xbox store reviews are always completely garbage. It's tied in with PC, I believe. So anybody that's playing it on PC, because you see PC reviews and whatnot in those Xbox reviews. And they're talking about the performance and whatnot, so I don't think that necessarily gives it credence. But again, Open Critic, like I agree with Pong, is probably going to be your best feeling of evaluation, and you kind of go from there.
Overall, it's overall, and they don't take into account some of the smaller stupid sites like that. 4 out of 10 that showed up on Metacritic dropped Starfield again another point on Metacritic, which is unfortunate. Like, an Open Critic hasn't changed, so they don't give weight to a lot of the smaller site reviews, which can be both good and bad. But at the same time, again, when people
try to drop these 4 out of 10s and these 5 out of 10s late. OpenCritic is not affected. That's why it's hung around at an 88, which is good.
Which is dope.
So,
yeah, OpenCritic is definitely, and they brought that up. Oh, well, you trust OpenCritic more than you do Metacritic. Anyway, Dragonheart Yobi with the 5. I saw him saying a little bit of this earlier, I believe. He said, I believe MS is working on integrating Clipchamp into Xbox. It is a part of 365 subscription. So hopefully it fills that void Upload Studio had when it left. Possibly.
Yeah. I think they bought them 1.5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago now. Cause I remember when Jez talked about it and said that he had hoped the same thing, that they would find a way to integrate it or some form of it, at least into, Xbox for sharing things. So that would be great.
Yeah, but the Xbox needs something like CapCut or whatever. CapCut is super dope too. It's something that's easy to use. You can get it on your phone. You can use it on your PC, and it's free to use. So if they got something in there that will be very intuitive and easy for people to get access to and runs well, because that's the other thing. Again, you're trying to do so many things with one console that's limited to a certain amount of hardware. Whereas like PCs have more hardware to do more things. Like they're not just gaming things. Like there's a reason why you get good hardware to do video editing and just and other music and other forms of editing. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Hopefully it doesn't use too much resources, or they come up with something creative for that to be used. So
correct.
What else is there? It's pretty much it. From everything that I'm seeing for us to get into, I know there's some more Switch 2 rumors that have been out there kind of lingering. A lot of stuff is kind of a Saltfield type of thing. Apparently Final Fantasy VII Remake is supposed to be coming on at the Switch 2 release. So that's extremely interesting. And people were saying that the game actually looked pretty good on the Switch 2. I think our kind of predictions on the Switch 2 being more in line with like a Xbox One, PlayStation 4 were pretty accurate. The other thing too is, since the Switch is more in line with NVIDIA and their hardware and the software that they're using, there's a lot more opportunities for Nintendo to be able to take advantage of that, especially with DLS 3. Again, DLS 3.0 right now, DLSS 3.0 right now, even for Starfield, for an example, if you're doing like 70 to 80 frames, with DLS 3, with the mods that they're putting in there right now, you can get almost about a 50% boost. So it bumps it up from about 80 frames to about 130 frames. In Starfield, 145 frames, I think I was saying. I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but if they can get that working in the Switch, that's going to be a godsend for them, because you can take a 500p image, upscale to 1080p with DLSS, and especially if you can keep giving it software-based updates too, that it's going to work really well for them. And I think it was going to be very strategically smart for them in the industry currently, especially if they do keep backwards compatibility. That's going to be another huge boon for them. If they do that, they have a potential to where even if they sell the device at $400, which I'm kind of expecting, so if it is going to be all these things that people are mentioning, it's going to be a $399 device. And if it is, and it does all those things that people are mentioning, I think they're going to sell another, it's going to go crazy. That'll be well worth it. Because it doesn't need to be a PC, because other people will figure out how to do those things. It just needs to play your games at a better standard than what they were playing at previously, and kind of get up with the times, right? So, and I know Nintendo has some deals with Microsoft with Azure. I don't know how they're going to work those servers in, or whether Microsoft is actually going to help them with their online backend, because Nintendo needs a lot of help there. But again, I'm interested, man. I mean, a bigger screen, bigger device, more access to more titles, better quality. I mean, it's what we're kind of been asking for, right?
Well, they supposedly had the Matrix demo running on it too,
which is impressive, even at 30 frames on that device.
Yeah, again, it's going to be for that hardware specific, so it's not going to be the same exact resolution and stuff that we got on Series and PlayStation 5 when we got that demo. But at the same time, the fact that they can get it up and running on that gives me hope, at least, that Nintendo's getting closer to current gen. It's not, But I mean,
still gonna have
like you said, with NVIDIA, with the tech over there, and obviously NVIDIA is ahead of AMD in a lot of ways. So yeah, it is going to give them a boost if that's the case. The fact that they're talking about it, the fact that they've acknowledged that they wouldn't see we wouldn't see any new hardware before April of next year or something like that. I think it actually Nintendo, one of the officials of Nintendo said that somewhere. I read this week as well. The fact that they're even acknowledging this, I mean, I think there's too much smoke at this point. Obviously, it's happening, and it's about time. It's about damn time. Is it going to be enough to get me to buy a new Switch, whatever they're going to call this thing? Probably not. But we'll see. But it's good for third-party developers. They'll have an easier time getting their games on a updated Switch versus now, which is good in turn for Nintendo gamers, Nintendo-only gamers. They'll have more opportunity to purchase third-party games, which, let's be real, most of them don't per se. The third party is way overshadowed by Nintendo first party when you get into their owners. But at the same time, I think it is good to hear that Nintendo's at least moving forward further than maybe even we gave them credit for a little bit. We'll see when the final specs come out. We'll see what it can do. But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how the developers over there too. Mm-hmm. Their first party developers have been absolute magicians, like the Zelda team that got Tears of the Kingdom to run on that Switch. Again, hats off to them.
I mean, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, from what I've seen too, is
Xenoblade Chronicles 3 too.
Wild too.
So it'll be interesting to see if they make this bump, how these developers take advantage and what the new games look like, right? Mm-hmm. And what they, what kind of leap we see from these developers who've been forced to use this out-of-date mobile tech for so damn long, right? So more freedom for them, which means maybe different experiences, maybe something that really, really does catch my eye that maybe eventually, I want to switch for. So a new Switch for. So we'll see. Always great to hear though. It's gonna be a big news day when they officially announce that thing. I mean, it's gonna be huge. So
100%.
Yep.
Eastside Vandal, you keep saying that Starfield is doing so many different things to me. He just, this most recent one said, Still Rain introduced Starfield to his kids so they would be comfortable with her coming over all the time. Well, you're so stupid. He's just been saying like crazy little random shit. He said earlier, Still Rain took Starfield out to the bar so she could meet all of his friends.
What is this? What is this?
He started Starfield to its own identity for me for some reason.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Look at this.
Yobi says, I believe Nintendo won't go into full speed with Switch 2 until they pass PS2's lifetime sales. I could be wrong, but they are almost there. I think they're going to go into it as soon as possible. I mean, they can, right? They can literally take their time too with this next generation that they do, because I believe that they have to kind of be on the money this time around. They can't be too far behind, at least handheld wise. You've made the Switch, the first Switch last, what has it been, about 6 years?
Longer than that, hasn't it? Has it been 6 years only? They've never done a price drop either. See, this is the genius with Nintendo. They've never done a price drop. They've sold this many without dropping their price. So if they do come out with new hardware, think about this. Even if they haven't hit that record number.
6 years.
Yeah, okay, 6 years. If they haven't hit that record number, it doesn't matter. They drop a new Switch and then they drop the price of the old Switch just by $50, $100 if they really get crazy. But let's just say $50, Nintendo history. They'll have a whole new group of people who finally go out and just buy a Switch. So they will continue to sell the Switch. If history tells us anything, their old hardware outside of the Wii U, their old hardware continues to sell even when they introduce new hardware. That's the genius and magic of Nintendo. Again, all props to them and their business model and what they do over there. They print money. They make money off of every single thing that comes out of that factory over there, everything. So they're going to continue to push the Switch. The Switch will continue to sell. A new group of people will buy them because there's a whole established library. And once that price drops enough, it becomes a no-brainer for a lot of people to say, I've always wanted to jump into Tears of the Kingdom, or I've always wanted to get Xenoblade Chronicles, or whatever the case may be. That price point hits the right number and they'll go, fine, finally, I'll hop in.
fine. I want to go.
Yeah, especially that Switch OLED or the regular.
Yeah,
I can see. I can see that dropping.
Yeah,
they dropped that price down $150. So you can get the new one. You can get the trade-in value for.
Yeah,
bro. So
yep. People will
continue
to buy
a Switch for 150. 149 out the door.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it would even 200. I think people would jump if they've been holding off and just said, this is not enough over there for me.
It'd be kind of that's kind of
you start to get to that price point where people are like, okay, fine, I want to go try this stuff out. Again, not me personally, but
there's plenty of games out there for it too. That's the other thing.
That's what I'm
saying.
You got this huge established library. Now
that hold their value too. That's the bad thing.
The talk, Steel. If Nintendo does what I think they're going to do,
what?
No backwards compatibility. That's going to be the conversation.
I thought Jeff Grubb was saying that they were going to do backwards compatibility though. No, if they don't do backwards compatibility, that is going to hurt them.
Oof.
Now overall, it's not if you drop the price to $149, $199 with the new device being at $400, that's not going to hurt them. Right. If they say no backwards compatibility, but you can get this device for $150, $200 and you can get the new one for $400. I mean, it's going to be kind of a give and take. People are going to be trading their systems in to get the new one, buying more and then buying more software at maybe they raise the price to $70 for all their games at that point. If they follow the trend.
They will. Because Zelda was 70, right?
Was it?
Yeah. Zelda Tears of Kingdom was 70.
Damn. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
Nintendo's not one to pass up money though. They'll do it. That's why I'm saying I don't think they do backwards compatibility.
I don't agree with that.
They're gonna have enhanced versions of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom within launch year.
For Zelda on the Switch.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
But you bought it. Didn't you remember spending 70? I thought you bought it for the wife. Did you?
No, I hadn't. She hasn't had a chance to be able to play it yet. So
okay.
I haven't even started and looked at it. Nothing. So it's still completely out of there. I was going to, but it's time.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So.
Let's see what we got. Yeah, it's $70. I just double checked it.
That is so crazy, bro.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Anyway.
Let's see what else we got. Little news, and we'll get everybody out of here because it's already been over 4 hours since we just had another huge Starfield day again. Thank you all for rocking out with us. Forza Motorsport previews again drop next week, September 11th. Get ready for that. We're going to be hearing a lot of news from a lot of different influencers. They invited a lot of people out there. Dealer, I think Colts touched it. Booms touched it. Like we're going to be getting voices from all over the community. Plus, of course, wow. Yeah, pause. Plus the big sites, of course, will be there too. But we'll get a lot of info on Forza Motorsport this next coming week and what people are feeling about it. I've already seen the circus start up already, so get ready for it. Forza Motorsport is looking like Forza 2 and 3. I think I've seen this week so far. Steel. Yeah, same graphics as Forza 2 and 3. Same car models. Steel. They haven't done anything. So get ready for that. It'll be another round of this nonsense. What else? We got a couple small. Tokyo Game Show this week. Interestingly enough, Phil Spencer will be at Tokyo Game Show again. He put that out on Twitter. Also added that they will be talking new games for Game Pass at the Tokyo Game Show. So, and he did confirm they are specifically, obviously, of course, focused on the Eastern style games with the Tokyo Game Show, but he did say there will be new Game Pass announcements at the Tokyo Game Show. At least that's how it read, his statement. So keep your eyes open. That is September 21st. Of course, it is on Japanese time. So it is going to start at 2 a.m. Pacific time, which is 4 o'clock me and Steel Central time, 5 o'clock in the morning Eastern time.
Yeah.
For all of you out there. So yeah, nice early morning. So I'll be waking up to all the news, whatever they talk about there. I'm not staying up that night. What else? Todd Howard this week in an interview as well was asked about Indiana Jones Steel. And he talked about again how much he's loving what Machine Games is doing. They're doing a great job. And then he said, we'll talk to you next year. So he basically confirmed that we're going to see Indiana Jones next year, 2024. Not necessarily release it,
but they're going to at least talk about it. I imagine it'll be at the showcase next year, unless they do a direct or something where they first show it off, and then the showcase they do kind of a big blowout again if it's close. Previous interviews leading up to Starfield, he had indicated in the was it the GQ article? I think it was a GQ article. He had indicated that they were halfway done with Indiana Jones in development. Now, whether or not that's literal or whether that's just Todd throwing that out in an interview, like, hey, we're about halfway done with Indiana Jones development wise. So we could be, we could be 2 years away from Indiana Jones, but we'll see. But again, we should hear about it next year. So a lot of people are going to be excited for that, being that it is an exclusive, that it is Indiana Jones, that this is another pet project of Todd's, that he's always wanted to make this Indiana Jones games, pitched it multiple times to Disney, just never worked out. And now he's getting to make it. So yeah, he's had a lot of his hands in Starfield, but Indiana Jones, I'm sure, is getting plenty of his attention over at Machine Games. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out.
2025 for Indiana Jones, I don't know about that, but we'll definitely see.
Yeah, it could be.
Could be.
If it's a big, full, like I said, it always depended on how big the game was going to be. Because I said I wouldn't have minded an episodic Indiana Jones where they released like the main hub of the game, right, with adventures, and then just continues to give us updates with a new location off in the world, a new treasure to find, or new, whatever you want to say, a whole new mission or whatever the case may be, and make it episodic, kind of like a TV series or a movie where we got those. But it sounds like they're making a full bodied game. Like this is going to be a full, experience, and a big game, a big AAA game from Machine Games, which is awesome. I can't freaking wait.
Apparently Starfield hit 325K.
Oh, here we go. We're climbing. It's
moving.
Again, not surprised. Fuzzy thought it could do 2 million concurrent stream users. I said, Fuzz, I said you got a chance, but I said that's a little high, but I said you got a chance, I guess, depending on how it takes off. But if it gets over 400,000, that'll be a big moment for them. 400,000 on this game, with as much discourse around it, with it being available on Game Pass and PC Game Pass. That'd be a pretty big moment for him. 400,000 would definitely be big. Like I said, it's already impressive. It's already impressive because it's held these numbers the entire time still. Like, sure, there's been dips, but it's been consistently from that early access weekend on in the 200,000s, like plus. So it's been consistently in that range. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, exactly.
Definitely dope to see. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we're going to go ahead and wind things down here. Definitely appreciate you guys rocking with us this fine afternoon now, morning into the afternoon. Let's see. Do we get into this day in gaming? We got some classics in here that we can mention. One of the most grateful systems. So let's get into it and wind things on down. All right. So this day in gaming. Hopefully it's on screen. Yes, it is. Perfect. All right. So this day in gaming was going to be, this is September 9th. We're starting in 1985. And again, in case you're curious, maybe you're new here, the reason we do this day in gaming is because gaming is art. It should be treated as such. So we go back about 30 years, maybe more, maybe less sometimes, of gaming history on whichever day the podcast lands on, just so we can kind of remember where we came from and be grateful for where we are today. So we're going to start off in 1985 in Japan on the NES with Battle City. Next, this is one of my favorite games growing up. This is one of my most memorable games that I've played, emulated on PC since I've been young. I feel like it's always been on whatever PC that I had, whether that had been my godparents or whatever the case. And that's going to be on Genesis, though. You got Gunstar Heroes.
Fantastic.
What a Gunstar Heroes is such an amazing game. One of my favorite games. Shout out to Gunstar Heroes. One of my most memorable games when I think back about any game, really. I think that's why I fell in love with Metal Slug, because it was along that same line. You know, they had other games of that ilk too. So, then in 1995, you got PlayStation releasing PlayStation. There you go.
PlayStation released on PlayStation, huh?
Yeah, PlayStation released PlayStation.
Okay.
Okay. Then in 1998, PlayStation released Parasite Eve. I remember that being a big conversation piece for
Parasite Eve needs to come back. Great psychological RPG type game. Parasite Eve is a classic in every sense of the word. Parasite Eve is weird, wacky, wild, scary, all of it, and definitely should be coming back at some point. Parasite Eve is beloved by a lot of people, and it's rightfully so. It was way ahead of its time at the time when it launched first. Really cool game. Real quick too, Steel. Yeah. Also, since it fits into this day in gaming.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in here. Never mind. You're coming up to it. Never mind. I see it. Okay. Never mind. You're coming
about to say. Yeah. Then in 1998, PlayStation released Spyro the Dragon. Another one of my favorite games growing up.
Yeah. One of the few games I got my sister to play too.
Oh, really? Spyro. Yeah, Spyro got the attention of a lot of people.
Bubble Bobble and Spyro. I could get her to play both of those. Okay. So
both good games. Both very good games.
Bubble Bobble. Oh my god.
Both good games.
Oh my god.
Then in 99, the Dreamcast released the Dreamcast.
I was about to say, bro. 99, one of the greatest midnight launch I have ever been to in my entire life at Funkoland before it became GameStop. 9.99, a very, very special night. Just unbelievable. Played Dreamcast for nearly 36 hours straight. I think we did. Yeah, me and my buddy back then that we were living together. Obviously, we had the bachelor pad going. We had 2 other friends over. We had all the party favors you could think of. And we sat down and we just rocked Dreamcast for like 36 hours. Actually had to return my first Dreamcast because the disk drive went out on it. That was a known issue. Had to return it. Thankfully, they still had one because I called them up. It happened like early the next morning. Called them up as soon as they opened, said Dreamcast. I said the disk drive isn't working. They're like, we happen to got a couple in on the shipment this morning. Go ahead and bring it on in and we'll swap it out for you. Had to go swap it out, brought it back home and continue playing. Just a special launch, the greatest launch lineup of games in history. I think I bought 6 the first night. Just an absolutely amazing system.
Yes.
And again, I miss Sega so much in the console business. It really was a travesty when they went out, but shout out to Dreamcast, 24 years old today, or on the 9th. It was today, 24 years old. Just absolutely amazing. I still have my 99.99 shirt. I post it every year. I didn't post it this morning. I might have to do that. But anyways, just greatest memories ever.
Shout out to Dreamcast. Definitely.
Yep.
I do agree with that.
Yo, what up, Slow-Mo?
Then in 99, we also got on the Dreamcast Sonic Adventure. Shout out to Sonic Adventure for really starting off that series. Sonic Adventure 2, again, is the better game for me. That's one of my favorite Sonic games. I'm a Sonic fan anyway, but shout out to Sonic Adventure.
Sonic Adventure, my favorite too. Sonic Adventure 2 is just simply brilliant.
It's an immaculate Sonic game. Yeah, like it's stupid. Stupid how good the game is. Then in 2001, the Game Boy Advance released Advance Wars. I know a lot of people are definitely stand behind that one.
Fantastic. Shout out to Grub, his favorite one. One of his favorite games all time. Advance Wars is simply fantastic. I stole my kid's Game Boy for quite a while to play Advance Wars.
Nice. Yeah. Then in 2002 on PC, you had Emperor, Rise of the Middle Kingdom. Okay. Then in 2002 on Game Boy Advance, you had Mega Man Zero.
Shout out to Mega Man. Capcom is supposedly working on bringing it back. Again, why it died off, I have no idea. They're trying to figure out how to make it relevant in 2023.
I guess people fell off. Yeah. A quick little side conversation. What did do it to Mega Man, man? Like, I really want to know because that's literally where my entire obsession of people in suits came from, is Mega Man. Like, when I really think about it, Mega Man, my most early childhood memories that I really hold near to my heart, and I don't know if I'm ever going to accomplish it, but I wanted to grow up and build a Mega Man suit. Then that kind of escalated into Iron Man and things of that nature. But Mega Man was really the first one that pulled my attention to that. There was other things too that got me in there, but like Gundam, of course, not. But it's just crazy to see how that concept of a character just fell off so hard. And it's like I would imagine that would be one of the games that would have been able to stand the test of time compared to other IP. I don't know.
Yeah, you'd think so. Again, I was never a Mega Man stan by any stretch of imagination. I've never been a huge Metroidvania fan. Of course, I played a lot of Metroid and a lot of Mega Man back on the NES days. I had a buddy who was a huge Mega Man fan. Yeah, great games. But at the same time, I don't know. I think it happened during the whole X series of Mega Man where the popularity just dropped off outside of the East, if I remember correctly. Steel, they just couldn't sell worldwide Mega Mans, and they just kind of let it go. And of course, Capcom went through their down period and all that kind of stuff where they were reevaluating things and not doing very good at all. But that's my biggest memory. I think during the X series Mega Man games, it just trailed off.
Yeah. That's what I want, Sofa King. 3D Mega Man. That's what I want.
Yeah, no, that's what and I've made that suggestion, right? Go the Metroid route, right? Go Metroid Prime with Mega Man. Do that.
Even if you did a third person Mega Man game.
But go for I think even first person. You pull Mega Man into cool. That'd be pretty. If you pulled it off like they did with Metroid, it would be freaking fantastic. Like that. I think that would be a cool way, but we'll see what they decide to do. Obviously, they're doing really well. Obviously they see the success, I should say. Capcom does of Sonic coming back, right? And Sonic trying to make a return. So not that Mega Man was ever to the level of Sonic. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is they look over at Mega Man, they know it's still a well-known character. Like it's still a beloved character. Why not try to bring it back? I hope they figure out a way to do it the right way, whatever they decide. So Mega Man's classic, man.
Shout out to Mega Man.
Yep.
Then in 2003 on PlayStation 2, you got Hunter: The Reckoning Wayward. Okay.
Yep. Good game.
Then in 2004 in Japan, you got on PlayStation 2 Blood Will Tell.
There's one I've never heard of. Never heard of Blood Will Tell.
Then in 2004 in Japan, you got PlayStation 2 with King of Colosseum 2. Okay.
Yeah, shout out to Tim the Sorcerer. Yes, Bubble Bobble, one of the best platformers with a friend ever made. Correct. Me and my sister put so many hours into Bubble Bobble. So many hours. It's so awesome. Absolutely.
Then in 2004 on PlayStation 2, you had Resident Evil Outbreak File number 2. Shout out to Resident Evil. Then in 2008, on PlayStation 3 and the 360, you had NHL 09.
Shout out to NHL.
I played 1 year of NHL. I think it was.
Was it 90s? Was it on cartridge?
No,
that's when
I mean, I probably, of course, have played those back in the day. But I was thinking about more recent. I don't know if it was like 19, something like that. Maybe it was a little bit. Maybe it was older than that. That was my first time ever really remembering playing hockey. It was pretty cool. It was interesting.
Tons of tournaments. What was it? Chat, remind me. I think is it 93 or 94? It's considered one of the best NHL games of all time. Yeah. We had lots of tournaments when I worked at Funkoland. Close the doors, lock up, and we'd have NHL tournaments. And I'm not even a hockey fan like that. Even though I've grown up in Minnesota, I'm still not a hockey fan. But at the same time, that game was legit. Like that was so much fun back in the day. God, EA in their prime, their sports division in their prime. Who boy, second only to 2K. Second only to 2K in their prime.
Tim says 94.
94. Thank you, Tim. Yep. Yeah, I knew it was 93 or 94. I couldn't remember which one.
And Yobi says do a new Mega Man X entry in 3D. That's I would like to see. I think that'd be dope.
Yeah.
But all right. Then in 2008 on the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, you had TNA Impact.
Okay.
Shout out to that. Then 2008 on the DS and the Wii, you had The Price is Right. Shout out to The Price is Right.
Yes. Godspeed, Bob Barker again. And I know it's been a couple of weeks since he passed, but Price is Right. Just huge part of my childhood. Huge. So many hours.
Then in 2008 on PlayStation 2, you had Yakuza 2. Shout out to that.
Love Yakuza.
Then in 2008,
did you see the new? Oh, by the way, sorry, side tangent, real quick, Steel. Do you see the new Yakuza? What do they call it now? My God, the man without a name, the man who lost his name, the man who
something like that. Yeah,
bro, I can't stand their naming. They should have just stuck with Yakuza. I can't stand it. Anyways, it doesn't matter. The games are great. You can play Sega arcade games in Yakuzas, right?
Old I've seen classic. People do that, yeah.
Okay. All you Sega heads out here, listen up. If you didn't know this week, the new one that's coming out, The Man Who Lost His Name, The Man Who Forgot His Name, whatever the hell that title is, they are having won't call it, should I say a remake, remaster? In the arcade, you are going to be able to play Daytona USA 2. This is the first time it's been officially released outside of Japan, I believe, in their arcades. So all you Sega heads, Daytona USA 2 will be play. I saw people that are literally just going to buy this game to go play Daytona USA 2. So that's going to be a big mover for them. That is crazy to think about. Never did I ever think that there would come a day where I'd be playing full arcade games inside of games like this, and that Sega would make the decision to put Daytona USA 2 into a Yakuza game. Phenomenal. They're going to sell a lot of copies just off of that steal. I'm telling you.
Namamar said, like a dragon, guide the man who erased his
name. Thank you. I knew somebody out there.
And depending on how that game looks, combat wise, I could get into Yakuza. I tried them recently, and I didn't like the combat. I thought it was kind of weird. Didn't have that impact that I was looking for. It's too stiff.
Bro, I don't know how you can say that. The whole combat is impact.
It was stiff for me, man. Like the movement, maybe I'm just ruined by modern gaming.
Probably. But it's so just good.
The movement in it is just I didn't like
some of the cleanest graphics ever too. I just love Sega games that just have this certain style to them. They just have this clean look to the graphic. I could just walk down the streets in Yakuza with the lights, the clean look, the bright colors. Like there's just something so special about those games. I really love them.
Yeah, I thought it was okay. I jumped into the ones you guys recommended, and I like the story. The story was definitely the best part.
The story's amazing too. It gets crazy too.
But I'd rather watch the story than play the game.
Hate you. This is the last living Splitscreen, folks. It's over with.
Just saying. I mean, it's me. I don't like it. Hey. Then in 2010 in Japan, the DS released One Piece This is just killing. I don't know why this is killing me. Gigant Battle.
Go with Gigant.
Gigant Battle. Is that what it
like
is?
Gigantic.
I don't know why.
Like gigantic.
I don't know why that killed me like
Gigant
that.
Battle.
Crazy.
I think it's a play off of Gigantic.
That is so crazy that stumped me like that. I don't know why. But I did miss one. Let me go back a little bit. 2009, PlayStation 3, Wii, and Xbox 360 released the Beatles Rock Band.
Rock Band.
Gotta shout that out. I like those games. Then in 2014, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360, and the Xbox One got Destiny. Shout out to Destiny.
Yeah. Put a lot of hours in Destiny 1. Woo-wee.
Yeah, definitely. I spent a lot of time in Destiny and Destiny 2, so I'm not going to get into a tangent about that. Then in 2016, we got one of the best 2Ks. PlayStation 4, Xbox One got NBA 2K17. It's a good year. Pretty good year for 2K.
Pretty good year. Dark Zone. Yeah. Still own all my Sega systems from Sega Master System to the Sega Dreamcast. I'm a Sega fanboy.
That's fair.
Hell yeah, Dark Zone. Love it.
Then 2019, PC got Greedfall.
Great AA game. Fantastic AA RPG. I got to get back to that at some point. Plus, it got the next gen upgrade as well.
Yes, it did. I did see that.
It's freaking awesome. Love that game.
Then in 2022, we got NBA 2K23, which 24 just came out recently, I believe.
Yes. Yes.
So shout out to that. That came out to everything, even in the Switch. And then in 2022, you got Nintendo Switch releasing Splatoon 3. Hey, we got Foam Stars releasing soon.
I know. Now people are saying it's actually really good. So keep your eye out for Foam Stars.
What did I tell you?
Low key.
What did I tell you?
Low key. They're saying it's going to be a great game.
What did I tell you? I said watch Foam Stars actually be a good game. Watch. Watch. That's what's going to be so funny about that. Everybody, yeah. As soon as y'all saw it, y'all were making trashing on that game. I said, what? As soon as I saw the gameplay, I said, watch that game actually be pretty fun.
Special shout out to Mr. Joanna Dark, who says Splatoon 3 is the best shooter out there.
I disagree with that. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
For a third person shooter, again, I haven't played Splatoon, so I don't know. But there's no way on that internet connection on those servers. There's no way. Unless you're playing on PC, there's no way. I'm not playing that game if it's not at 60. That's crazy. No, I'm not. I'm good. But shout out to you, man. Anyway, all right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. And this is episode 118 of Living Split Screen. Again, we have entered the fifth element with Starfield. I believe there's not going to be enough conversation about this, right? I think next week we're going to end up having a conversation. I'll let you guys right now, no, I don't know. We'll talk about it. There may be some other things going on in the background too. I know, early access for Mortal Kombat is right around the corner. There's also some other things that are lining up, so we'll see. But we may have more of a spoilery conversation about Starfield and how we feel about the game itself on a deeper level. So if you guys are interested in that, we may just hold off on that for some time. I know, because again, neither one of us is necessarily rushing the experience. And I do want Pawn to be able to get in there deeper when he can. So I don't know. It'll depend. We may skip that overall, may get that with some other places, but I know MK1 may definitely be part of that conversation. I'm looking to see about getting that lined up, because I am interested in that. There's a fighter that I want to introduce in my rotation for sure before Tekken releases. It's definitely going to be Mortal Kombat, and those are typically the ones I'm able to get into anyway. If I'm going to pick one, I normally pick like one or two characters that I'm interested in. I do want to see if they make Cyrax a actual playable character, because that's my dude. I love Cyrax, but nonetheless, enough of that. Otogi Gamer getting Myth Force. Hey, there you go. So there's another one to add on there. Anyway, guys, I want to say thank you for joining us on Living Split Screen, episode 118. Another powerful and impactful episode there. Almost over 4 hours of content at you live, raw and uncut, especially for you audio listeners. Hopefully you can enjoy that. Got some things happening this week. Going to visit my brother coming out of Basic. So that's going to be an interesting time before he gets sent off to tech school. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time out in Texas with him, have a conversation, see how he feels. See if we can get his mental right before he really gets
How did he do in Basic?
So far, he's seemingly he's doing fine. From the letters he sent, it's a lot for him, right?
Of course, big change.
But it seems like he's getting through it, right? Again, he wasn't sent back. I didn't know that was even a thing that could be done. As far as like you could be sent back to the beginning and start your whole initial period all over again, which pushes your time back and whatnot. So that's a good sign. So he seems to be moving in the right direction. It's exciting to see. Cool. I at least want to be there for him. We're going to be driving to Texas from Florida. It's going to be about a 12-hour drive. So definitely wish us the best. But we're going to be there for a few days, man. So I'm definitely going to miss out on some gaming time, getting some recording in. But when I come back, I'll try to make sure I get something in. Maybe I'll come back right around when MK it is. I am going to try to bring my laptop. It's not nothing powerful or whatever, but I am going to test out how cloud gaming works over that, or at least remote gaming works over that, using my PC as a hub, because I don't really turn my PC off like that. So I should be able to remote in and still maybe get some Starfield gameplay in. We'll see. We're going to be at an Airbnb, so hopefully I'll have some pretty decent internet connection.
Hopefully.
To still be able to get some gaming in. So that'll be dope. Late at night, in between times, or whatever the case, we're kicking back, chilling after that hot ass weather we're going to be in. We're going to have some fun time. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You can find me, Steel Rain. The T is a 7 everywhere. There's a search bar. Google's probably going to be the easiest place. I frequent the streets of Twitter and in the Xbox ecosystem, just mainly because they fit in tandem with each other so well. Psycho said he found an alien egg. Oh, God. There we go.
Here we go.
But Thank you guys for being here with us on episode 118. Pong, get the beautiful people out of here and let them know where they can find you, brother.
Absolutely. What a great episode. Again, thank you all for tuning in to Steele and I's nonstop coverage of Starfield. That's what it has been for the past 2-3 weeks here now. But we just enjoy talking about this, and it's the biggest thing going in gaming right now. There's plenty coming up. There's going to be lots of good stuff. Again, for me, I'll just be here rocking and rolling on Starfield, I think, for the rest of the year by the looks of things. We'll see if that changes down the road. Obviously, I'll probably get some Forza and that stuff, but there's so much coming out. That Myth Force game is something that I want to jump into eventually. God, man, 80s cartoon style. My God, I can't wait. Anyways, there's so much, but Starfield is my life right now, which I kind of assumed it was going to be. But thank you all for being here. Again, all the love, all the support, each and every single Saturday coming out here, all the people listening to us in the future. Again, we get a lot of views after our Saturday shows as well, which is huge. Thank you all for that. Again, it's never expected, always appreciated. But those of you here right now, thank you. Get out there, enjoy something for sure. Listen, Xbox, X, formerly known as Twitter, Pong Soul, you know the drill there. Tonight, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, along with Fuzzy Belvedere, along with myself. And tonight, we've got a huge panel. Well, let's put this in perspective. It's huge for PTK show, because normally we have like one, maybe two. Tonight, I believe we have a total of 3, if I'm not wrong. I'm looking up right now. Let's see, PTK, where are you? Where did you do with this? Oh my God. And of course, he's got so much other stuff on his show. God, who's all going to be there tonight, Steele? Let me see here. What happened to PTK Blams? Man, oh man. Let's see here. Oh, yes. Here we go. So tonight on the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, myself, and of course, Infinite Umbra, Game Positive, Mr. Steel Rain, and Pixelated G are all going to be on panel tonight. So 7 people on the Shop Podcast, tons more Starfield talk. PTK is a newcomer to Bethesda games as well. He is absolutely in love with this game. So we're going to have more talk, but we're going to have a ton of different perspectives tonight on the Shop Podcast.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Join us there, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, tonight, PTK Blam's channel. And then, of course, next week, always promote, boom, Double Barrel Gaming, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who has done so much for this community in so many different ways. Go check him out every Tuesday, Xbox Factor Podcast. I was going to try to make this last Tuesday when I had vacation time, but the grandkids showed up. So I was not expecting the grandbabies to be here. So we had the grandbabies all day long. So I couldn't do Xbox Factor. But again, you got to always check out the Xbox Factor Podcast. Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Thursdays, we didn't have PM in the PM this week. We didn't have an Xbox Ultimate this week, but we'll be back to normal next week. All things go right. So PM in the PM, Fun Speculation Channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Mav and I will definitely get down to business with whatever topics are going on next week. And we'll see what kind of stuff happens. Again, we got a lot of stuff coming up here. So I can't wait to get into some conversation with him. That's Thursday nights. Again, Fun Speculations Channel, PM in the PM. And then Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate should be back as well, where we never know how many of the family are going to be there, but it's always a good time. So jump in every Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, Fun Speculations Channel, Xbox Ultimate, and then back here for another episode of Living Split Screen. Next weekend, God willing, I will be here. We'll see what Steve and I are going to get into next. Anyways, it's Golden Age Gaming, people. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Get out there, play what you love. Love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon. See you in the stars.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we'll see you on next week's episode 119 of Living Split Screen. You guys have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Stay safe, explore the stars, and I love y'all. I do. Maybe. Nah, I'm playing. Much love.